You guys got your coffee? You guys ready for a guilty on all counts verdict? I am. Let's see. Welcome aboard, everybody. I'm going to be playing some stuff today, just some newscasts on just things that have happened throughout the trial. I think it's good for us to kind of get a refresher while we wait, something different. I know yesterday we played a lot of my commentary, and I think it gets old. It's the same sound uh, all the way through. It gets kind of monotone. So we'll break it up today. We'll watch some different newscasts. There's some interesting news stories they've done based on information from the bio families, and I really wanted to touch on that today as well. So, hello, Miss Charlotte from France. How are you, Miss Darlin? It's good to see you again. Now, I'm also streaming on Facebook today for the very first time. I've never done it, but I don't know if it's working. I'm going to be honest. I don't have a lot of faith in it. So we'll see. You guys get your coffee, settle in. Let's hope it's not going to be a really long day. The jury comes in, should be coming in about now, getting settled in. Yesterday, just to kind of give you guys an update. Hello, Rhonda. Hey, Miss Showpoodles. Good to see you. Uh, so yesterday, here's what happened. All day long, we waited, right? And the only thing we heard was that there was, they had some questions at about 11:17 a.m. They came in and asked the judge if they could revisit the testimony from one of the children and also the camera. I think they were talking about the camera footage from across the street. So they did that. And when they did that, hey, Steve, good morning. Everybody came in. The attorneys came into the courtroom. They did their thing, and then the attorneys left immediately. So not really sure there if anything was accomplished, but I just felt like it. Even people say, well, the longer it takes, the worse it is. But no, I think that they're really paying attention to this child's testimony, and I think that's super important because I feel like that's the key to the guilty verdict here. Um, when we're dealing with a situation to where we don't have all of the evidence and we're going on circumstance. So you guys pray, pray, pray. The hashtag, one of the Facebook groups that I'm in has a thing that says hashtag 12. And that means there's 12 jurors and we need 12 guilty verdicts. And that's what we're looking for today, right? So you guys, if I could get a hashtag 12 in the chat. Good morning, Miss Opal. You guys, this beautiful justice image behind me was made by Miss Opal. In fact, today we're going to be putting up a lot of images that were made by Miss Opal. So I want to thank you again for that. So yeah, hashtag 12, you guys, in the chat. That's where we're going with this. All right, let's watch some footage of the case just until we're waiting for answers. And again, just like yesterday, I'm going to be watching back and forth. I've got the Twitter feeds pulled up. I've got a connection on Facebook on the group that they're supposed to notify us as well. So I got a couple of different venues, and I'm also constantly looking into on YouTube to see if somebody's streaming anything. So hopefully we're not going to miss anything. Okay. I want to thank you guys for being here with us today. And let's start with this first story that I've found really, really, really interesting. This is from 23 ABC. They've done a great job covering this case.
I came in the house, I saw them there.
Somebody knows something. They could be anywhere.
I came back out, I didn't see them now.
Y'all was supposed to take take care of my nephew.
The tension in this community is just raising.
Things like this don't just happen out here.
It's been 20 days for more than 100 days.
10 months since the West brothers went missing.
Have we searched the house? Absolutely. The backyard? Absolutely.
They will be found. And that's all I want is to find our babies.
Where are the boys? Where are the boys? Where are the boys? Where are the boys?
Good evening and welcome to this special edition of 23 ABC News. I'm Keely Van Middendorp. Well, it's been 1 year since two young boys, 3-year-old Orson West and 4-year-old Oren West, were reported missing. Tonight, we take you through our coverage of the case over the past 365 days as investigations continue with law enforcement. Meanwhile, the question we've all been asking this past year is, where are the boys? But what about who were the boys? 23 ABC's Kristen Vartan spoke to family members who shared their memories of Oren and Orson West.
I was changing his diaper, and when I was changing his diaper, he was just staring at me, and I asked him what was he staring at. He just started screaming out of nowhere and started laughing. That was funny. I was at home by myself with him.
Charles Pettis is the biological father to Classic, later named Orson West. But he's reflecting on a moment with Sincere, later named Oren. And while Oren West wasn't his biological son, he was part of the family.
Happy I had another baby, and it's just another part of me that I had to take care of. And I didn't spend a lot of time with him before all this stuff happened, and they came and took him away.
Pettis holds on to what little time he got with those two kids before they were put into foster care and eventually adopted.
I try to stay strong for my brother, but we just want answers and justice, that's it.
Yeah.
It's hard to talk about with me.
Yeah.
I get emotional, but.
And then taken away again.
Some kind of answers. It's been a year. We deserve something.
Yes. Yes.
That's. It's only right. It's only right.
As Orson's biological aunt Kiki Horde says, Tuesday marks the anniversary that adoptive parents Jacqueline and Trezell West reported the brothers missing. Since then, Pettis and Horde's biological cousin Rosanna Wills says there have been countless searches, monthly candlelight prayers, and unanswered questions.
That's the thing. There's $125,000 on the line. Nobody's claimed it. Nobody spoke up. There's so many tips. Nothing. There's so much support around the world. Nothing. So it's like when you have all of this and we don't have nothing.
Now here we are at Casa Loma Apartments. This is where officials say the West family moved from to California City. While we were unable to get a hold of the adoptive parents of the boys, Trezell and Jacqueline West, this is what they had to say to us in a previous interview about what they meant to them.
I am completely sorry because we were entrusted with her children, and they came to us, and they became our children, and we named them, and they are our children, and so we want them back.
The biological family says that while there were events leading up to the boys being placed into the foster care system and eventually adopted, those events were misunderstandings and an accident. And now they have questions for the adoptive parents.
If you followed the case, you would see pictures, they was more happy at home than they was with them. And if they loved them, still to this day, can we get one updated picture? Something that's going to show what they looked like when they had them? That's all.
Wills says the family refuses to give up the search until they find answers, and that their love for the boys and each other keeps them going.
It's been a year, 365 days. Imagine going missing for a day.
I still got them. They should know that I still love them, that I'm always going to have their backs regardless of the fact those are my kids. That's something that you'll miss in life that you can never get back.
In Bakersfield, Kristen Vartan, 23 ABC News, connecting you.
And And while Orson and Orrin came to be part of the West family, their birth mother, Ryan Dean, told 23 ABC last year she was working to get them back in her care. She became vocal following the boys' disappearance and claimed she believed foul play was involved.
Not like them. I could tell visit. I could tell when my kids like someone or when they don't like someone. I have 2 older kids, and I know, and they didn't like them. Something was going on.
23 ABC did reach out to Dean, who said she had nothing to say to the public until her boys were found. Well, the West reportedly moved from the Casa Loma apartments in Bakersfield to California City in September of 2020. A local investigation begins after the boys are reported missing on the 21st. Nearby neighbors begin search efforts just hours after that first call, and investigations by California City Police begin as well. The West speak to the media for the first time, their first and only interview of the year. Here's what they had to say.
I opened up the back gate. I'm throwing wood, bringing it inside the house. My wife's inside. She was actually wrapping gifts, so we thought it was a good idea that our youngest 2 go outside and play with chalk on the back patio. I realized that I left the gate open, and I panicked, came inside the house, searched the house, me and my wife. Once that hadn't panned out, I got in the van. I looked down the street in both directions. It was getting dark, getting cold.
We're going through it. It's difficult. I mean, everybody's making their own their own conclusions. They don't know anything. We're not sure like everything. We're not sure. We said what we knew.
Despite the community's prayers, the boys are not found by Christmas. Over the weeks, a large reward is offered by local businesses and the family itself, leading to information for the boys' safe return. The California City Police Department also updates 23 ABC on any leads that they've been looking at. In that month, law enforcement dug up the parents' backyard to make sure the boys weren't buried underneath. Search dogs found the boys' scent inside the home, but not outside. Officials also used cadaver dogs inside the residence. They found no scent of human remains. A search warrant collected things from the home, including electronics like cell phones, and the parents' van was also examined for any trace amounts of blood. Nothing was found. They also spoke to neighbors, and previous properties were searched in Bakersfield, along with the former Saddle Ranch resort.
Everybody's just hoping that they find something. We're going to go through every area there is out here.
Scouring the desert, just looking for any clues.
Those nearby also began looking for the children hours after they were reported missing and have never stopped. But neighbors involved in that first search recall initial confusion amidst the chaos, as they had no idea there were 2, much less 6 children living at the property on Aspen Avenue.
But look how cute they are. They're adorable. Yeah. Why would anybody want to hurt them or,
A search that's felt fruitless here in the land of the sun, where no amount of daylight has been enough to uncover the truth behind the West boys' whereabouts.
It's the mystery that's so horrible about all of this.
Just not knowing. It's really, really hard not knowing.
Neighbors recall that December night, telling 23 ABC they think about Orson and Orrin every day.
Walk out of my house and there's the house and it's boarded up.
I just talk to God every day. I know He knows where they are. Why are you not letting us find out where they are?
Ida and Robin both live nearby, and both had no idea a family was residing at the California City home.
We actually have probably the best view of that house because we sit kitty corner.
Ida saying she recalls seeing a white van parked outside the house beginning sometime in September of last year, and a young man several times over the months, but no one else.
The van was usually parked there all the time.
Robin was the West's backyard neighbor and is also adamant she never saw any sign of children or animals outside.
The father, you would see him out in the backyard occasionally, but only him. I never saw any children of any kind ever. In all the years I've lived here, there's never been children back there, ever.
The two recall the night of the boys' disappearance, both taking to the streets with other neighbors to look for the children they never knew existed.
And he said they lived in this house over here. And I said, really?
Ida saying that night no police came to their doorstep or asked to search their property, which includes a large barn. She thinks it could have been a place with potential for protection in the eyes of two young children wandering alone on a dark December night.
Nobody ever talked to us.
1 year later,
now they would be 4 and 5.
And after countless searches, the property on Aspen Avenue sits vacant and eerily quiet. A small memorial, which began the week the boys disappeared, still serves as a somber reminder two children are dearly missed and still missing.
No, I don't know what I hope. I just hope the children are alive.
And it wasn't just neighbors and law enforcement agencies investigating the case. A private investigator from Northern California says he was also drawn to the investigation. Bill Garcia joined efforts while offering his team services pro bono. While he stepped away, Garcia continues to keep in close contact with those near the case. He tells 23 ABC he believes the boys could still be alive and reunited with loved ones.
The fact that remains have not been found, nor evidence of them, being deceased have not been found. That's all very good, and many times the children will pop up.
Still, in the decades Garcia has been helping to solve children's cases, he tells us he's never seen one like this, where he's been accused of taking the children he's looking to find. And Garcia isn't the only person who's been accused of taking Orson and Orrin West. We caught up with Cherry Vasquez, a woman who first shared her story with us last year after she found crowds of angry people at her doorstep in Bakersfield demanding to know where the boys were. Vasquez says YouTubers accused her of being the biological mother of Jacqueline West, claiming at one point to even have a birth certificate. Streamers went as far as saying she was a witch and reached out to her actual children, asking about Jacqueline and the boys. She also says her grandchildren weren't allowed to visit during this time as they feared for the kids' safety. Vasquez tells 23 ABC people also reported a GoFundMe page she had started for a family member as fake, claiming she was going to use the money to cover up crimes related to the West boys.
One of the YouTubers had told all the rest of them to flag it because I was trying to get money to bury the boys.
And what was your reaction to hearing that?
My mouth dropped and I began, it made me cry because it's like, did you really? This girl needed this and you're accusing me of murder.
Cherry has considered legal action and even found the mother of Jacqueline West. She said there was no resemblance and no remorse from her over the case of mistaken identity.
I am confident that we will understand the circumstances of their disappearance.
Still to come as the case progresses, the Bakersfield Police Department takes the lead in the investigation. We share why next. Several reasons. The agency had already served several search warrants in connection to the case at that point, including at the property of the adoptive grandparents. 23 ABC's Maithili Gooby has an update now from Bakersfield Police on where they stand tonight with the search.
We're doing everything we lawfully can to solve the case.
The Bakersfield Police Department says they have been involved in the investigation of the disappearance of Orson and Orrin West since the beginning.
Once it was established that historically the boys are from Bakersfield, their families from Bakersfield, their history was in Bakersfield.
On March 1st, the department announced that they formally took over the case. Through their investigation with other law enforcement partners, as of December 14th, BPD says they have done about 116 interviews with people connected to the case and have seized about 170 items, but that number was as of June 2021. Since the reported disappearance, BPD says they've also executed about 48 search warrants, got more than 200 tips, conducted 4 out-of-state searches, and have done 27 area searches as well. And even though Sergeant Robert Pear doesn't frequently share updates about the case, he says BPD is still working to find the boys.
The investigation hasn't stopped. Just because on a daily basis we don't tell you what we're doing.
Pear says the department understands that people are continuing to follow the case and want updates from law enforcement.
We know the public is crying out for answers. The public is crying out for boys being returned home. I am confident that we will understand the circumstances of their disappearance.
But they say they can't reveal details that could jeopardize the case.
It closes investigative paths to us when we present all of the information that is known to us.
Despite the lack of public knowledge of the case, Pear says people shouldn't stop caring about the investigation or about the boys.
The more people that talk about it and know what's going on as far as the disappearance of the boys, the higher the likelihood that someone that either remembers something or sees something and contacts us. And that's extremely important.
In Bakersfield, I'm Maitali Gobi, 23 ABC, connecting you.
We often hear the phrase, it takes a village, when celebrating all the things a child has accomplished. But for the West Boys, it has taken a lot of people to keep this search going. As the months pass, the amount of those helping seems to be diminishing. As 23 ABC's Vanya Patino finds out, those who have stayed are not letting go until they get answers.
This is one of ours. You know, they was born in Bakersfield. This is one of our kids. And just, if it was one of yours, what would you do?
They are not her children, but 10 months ago, in her family room, now turned into a workshop, Keisha Stevenson began printing the boys' faces on shirts and masks. She's now updating the message.
Someone knows something and they didn't just disappear. So keeping these shirts and stuff out there, it keeps the awareness out there.
Despite the face masks, sweaters, shirts, and boards plastered across California City and Bakersfield, the question remains, where are the boys? And right now, the only thing holding these families and community together is prayer.
A lot of hope, but a lot of prayer, is going to help our entire situation.
As a father of 6, Nick Hill cannot fathom the heartbreak the families involved have been going through.
It just has to be a hole in their heart that will never close until their child is found.
Hill and his team at the Kern County Black Chamber of Commerce have hosted talks and joined the prayer circles Keisha Stevenson has set up. But as fewer people show up to these vigils and the pictures and teddy bears laid outside their Cal City home fade, those making sure this case does not go cold are asking the community to come back.
We need all the support. We, with ideas, whatever, we just need the awareness to just continue. We got to keep being their voice. We don't want it to go cold, period.
In Cal City, Bonnie Patino, 23 ABC News, connecting you.
Coming up next, when it comes to missing child cases, it's all hands on deck. We hear from one organization that makes it their mission to find missing kids. Since 1984, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children has assisted law enforcement and families with nearly 400,000 missing children cases across the nation. And that's no different when it comes to Orrin and Orson West. 23 ABC's Brianna Willis spoke to the center about how they've assisted with this year-long investigation.
For our organization, no matter how long or how short the duration that a child is missing, we'll continue to apply our resources.
Whether it's a day, a month, or even 1 year, law enforcement agencies come together to help find missing children. But an organization that might not have the bright lights or sirens can also help, like the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children.
If it has to do with a missing child case, we try and be involved in it.
Vice President of the Missing Children Division for the NCMEC, John Bischoff, says that since the center's start in 1984, they have been able to serve as a nonprofit organization and help provide national resources to missing child cases.
Not a federal agency. We're not a government organization, which allows us to get resources much more quickly at times and work to apply them onto these, work to supply them to local law enforcement officials in the search for missing children.
For the West Boys, Sergeant Robert Pear with BPD says while they are the lead investigators, they work the case in conjunction with the Cal City Police Department, the FBI, and consult with the Kern County District Attorney's Office. They also rely on the knowledge from the NCMEC.
In a joint investigation with other organizations, what that does is allow you to get expertise from those individuals. For example, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, this is their purpose. And the fortunate thing is that we don't experience missing children all the time.
That's why Pear says it's helpful to have the NCMEC's expertise in the process during this open investigation.
What this allows us to do is have fresh sets of eyes on the information that we're obtaining. You can have discussions regarding strategy. You can have fresh outlooks.
Meanwhile, Bischoff says all of the organizations and law enforcement's goal points to the same hope.
And at the end of the day, we just want to find them safe.
Brianna Willis, 23 ABC News, connecting you.
While the FBI has helped in the West Boys investigation, they also have another resource available to help find missing children, the FBI Child ID app, which is in partnership with the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children. The app started nearly 10 years ago and is designed to store recent, up-to-date photos of children. So if they happen to go missing, parents can show pictures of their children to law enforcement immediately. And remember, Orrin and Orson are two of just many missing kids, not only here in California, but across the nation. So as a way to report any information about a missing or exploited child, be sure to call authorities or 1-800-THE-LOST. You can also scan this QR code for more information. Thanks for watching and have a great night.
The murder of two little boys. We've called them the Cal City Toddlers. Orrin and Orson West are the names that were given to them by their adoptive parents, but you're looking at Sincere and Classic, two little boys who are missing, but those adoptive parents have been charged with their double murder. And before the end of last hour, we ran out of time. We had some technical difficulties, but we were able to get everyone together. So with us, Ryan Dean, the mom of Sincere and Classic, and her attorney, Joaquin McCoy. He's joining us from San Francisco. Ryan is in Dallas tonight. Thanks so much for staying over the top of the hour. We appreciate it. I felt so bad. I didn't want to cut you short. And Ryan, I want to start with you, Ryan. You were describing for us how bad this hurts, losing Sincere and Classic. And I want to back it up a little bit and try to understand what happened. Because my understanding was that when the children were in foster care, you were working with family services and your mom was working with family services, and we're trying to get Sincere and Classic back with their actual family. What was happening there, Ryan?
I did what they asked me to do. I went to parenting classes and I got my parenting certificates, and they wanted me to go to Ebony Counseling, and I did that. I did not complete that. That was for a reason, though. And they just gave up. They just told me they were being adopted. Then they told my dad that they were with a teacher and a lawyer. and they told my mom that they were fine where they were.
Obviously, that's not true, that they were not fine. They went missing, and those the parents that were given these two little boys by the state are charged with their double murder. And it's beyond frustrating because the purpose should always be to try to reunify with the family. You've got grandma, you've got grandpa, you've got other members there. Did you ever have any interaction, Ryan, at all with Trezell and Jacqueline West, the accused killers?
Not before all of this. No, I know that one time they brought them to visit, and I wrote a letter, and I told Jacqueline, I don't know how this is going to go, but when my kids get older, I don't know if they're going to be staying with you guys or whatever, but just show them this letter. I'm not a bad mother. I still want to be in their life. She looked at me like I was crazy, and I don't know if the letter ever got to, well, I know my kids can't read, but I know that I think she threw the letter away. So I didn't matter to them anyways. So I didn't know them though. I did not know them at all until I found out they were missing. I went to Cal City, and that's when I asked what happened.
And what happened when these two were looking at them on the screen here, when they in December reported the boys missing? You went to Cal City. Explain to us what happened. Did you talk to them? Did they talk to you? What happened there?
I went to Cal City, and Latoya, the boys' previous foster placement, knocked on the door, and when they didn't answer, so I walked down to the end of the driveway, and they answered about after 5 minutes, and Trezell came out with some pocket knives on him, like he was ready to go to war. And I asked him, it startled my spirit for one. And so I asked them what happened, and they came with this fake story, and they couldn't even cry. They had no emotion. They had nothing.
Take a moment, Ryan. Joaquin is still with us as well. Joaquin McCoy, your attorney. I want Ryan to be okay right now. Joaquin, this is puzzling, frustrating, but maddening. And I'm from the outside looking in. I can't imagine what it's like on the inside when you have your children taken from you. You try to work to get them back, and then they're handed over to a couple who had 4 other children who are young, who are clearly in over their heads, but beyond that are now accused killers.
Yeah, I mean, this is a gut-wrenching case. You know, I've been a civil rights lawyer for 28 years, and I've never seen anything like this. And what really is concerning is that the state of California or Kern County has not reached out to Ms. Dean to console her, to apologize, or anything. They've been silent in this regard. And in 2016, Congress recognized that the foster care system was broken. It's a $1 billion industry. And what was happening is that these funds were going to the state and the counties, and what they were doing at the local county level was breaking up families. And the Congress said, we're not doing this anymore because you're breaking up families prematurely to put them into foster care and to have them, be placed in adoptions. And so what they said is now we're going to implement, which they did in 2018, the Family First Act. And what that meant is that Congress wanted to protect the preservation of the family. And Kern County was on this old model where clients like Ms. Dean had to prove that their house was safe. And so there's a seismic difference now, seismic change that has taken place, where the county has to prove that foster care is better than their own home, or they have to find someone in the family to take the children. And so Kern County failed in this regard. They did not follow the federal mandates.
Hey guys, I wanted to get a break in because we've got an update from one of the family members that's over at the courtroom. So let's see.
Hey y'all, good morning, good morning, good morning. So we're here today again, waiting on a verdict. So y'all just keep everything in prayer, Hope everyone have an amazing day. Get up, it's a nice day outside. Get up and, get motivated to do something. God is good. We all got a gift this morning. If we woke up, that was our gift this morning, to get up and tell God thank you. So as y'all know, Cherie, they are doing a closing argument for her today on her for her daughter. And we are all sitting here still waiting on a verdict. We will be here until we get a verdict. There's Ro, April, Angel. Y'all say hi. Hey. Hey. I'm gonna lie.
Bless their hearts.
So yeah. Here goes Selena and them coming up. So yeah, we just sitting here, y'all waiting. So once we know, y'all gonna know. Believe that. We gonna alert verdict time. So let's pray. And today they're doing a memorial for the fallen. So y'all just have a great day. Talk to y'all in a minute. I'll hit you guys back later. Love you, y'all. Keep your head up. Keep a smile, not a frown. Keep your head up, not down, and know God is over everything. But we out here. Boop, 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 boop. Bam.
That's awesome. That was Keisha over at the courthouse. So we're gonna try to, when she does some kind of update or something, I'll try to keep us all informed here too as well. So let's go back to what we were watching before.
Which they should have.
And Ryan, I was speaking with your mom last hour, and she said that she was preparing a room for the boys as well. And that's blood. That's grandma.
Yes, she had everything. She had it set up so nice for them.
Her mother went through a bunch of stuff trying to get those babies back, trying to adopt them herself. And they wouldn't even, I mean, they just treated her like crap.
Ryan, I'll let you take another moment. We appreciate you coming on. I know this is extremely excruciating for you to think about, your reality, your life right now. Joaquin, explain to me, and I know it won't make sense, but explain to me how grandma was bypassed in this whole process.
I mean, we have a letter sent to her from Kern County in April of 2019, and basically they say to her, "You passed everything. We've looked at your home. You meet all the criteria in there. You did a psychological assessment. Everything that we wanted you to do to get the boys, you met. However, the rep told her in the letter that, well, I talked to my supervisor and we decided to keep the children with the West. There was no reason given why the West should have the children.
Let me ask you this, Joaquin.
No reason.
Let me ask you this. Is there any financial incentive for the county to do that? Is there any financial incentive for the West, for Trezell and Jacqueline to have custody of these boys? That's what I'm wondering about.
Well, clearly the foster parents get paid to have, foster kids with them in their home. So they get paid, I think it's $4,000 to $7,000 per kid to be taken care of in their home. With respect to the county, yes, the county is incentivized by the state to take these kids and put them in foster care and then into adoptions.
Just really quick, guys, I wanted to make a note that when they were given the closing arguments, the prosecutor told the jury, "We're going to give you all the financial information so you can look through and you could see where their income was coming from. You could see that all of their income was coming from them being adoptive parents, and also whenever Wanda West would give them money. So really, they had nothing else coming in."
And that there's a number that they get an amount. I think it's 5,000 per kid, but it may be more than that. But what we have found is that Kern County was the largest county to receive funds from the state for the foster care system in terms of adoptions and foster care of the children.
So if I'm following you here, Joaquin, if I'm following you here, and I understand the reason, like we want to do everything we can to protect the children in our community, in our towns, et cetera. But the way this system ends up getting warped is that it incentivizes breaking up biological families and taking children away from biological family members, whether it's mom, dad, grandma, grandpa, aunt. Is that what you're saying here?
That's what I'm saying. And if you look at the numbers, if you look to see how much money Kern County received, say in the year 2019, 2020, it's the third largest recipient of funds behind Los Angeles and San Bernardino counties in the state of California. How is that? How can anyone explain that? This little town of Bakersfield and the surrounding areas is not larger than a county of Los Angeles, but they receive the third largest amount of funds for their foster care program. And it's because you don't get money if you don't put kids into foster care. You get money if you put kids into foster care and adoptions. And that's the old model. There's a new model now, which was mandated by the Family First Act, which you now preserve the family. So we're going to give you this money to preserve the family, not break families apart. And so that's where Kern County and the state failed in this case, because those children should have been back with their family.
Okay, Brian, you got cut off last hour, and I asked you a question. A message that you would send tonight to those accused killers, Trezell and Jacqueline West, who are locked up right now, getting ready to face double murder charges in a trial out in Kern County. Please, now you have time. You're not going to get cut off.
I just feel like they were wrong. My kids did not deserve that. And I honestly really hate them, but it's nothing, they were just wrong.
Ryan, our thoughts are with you. Our prayers are with Sincere and Classic, those little angels. We thank you for joining us tonight. Joaquin, I know Ryan is in good hands, and I know you're going to do everything you can, but it's absolutely frustrating what happened to those boys, and we appreciate you coming on tonight.
I was just a talking to you guys. I was going on and on and on, and I was on mute the whole time. I apologize. Anyway, just wanted to let you guys know this update that I've got from KGET News down below. I'm staying up on their site for Twitter. Want to see what they have going on, and then we're going to keep playing some newscasts behind me. And I've also got some Facebook feeds, and I also wanted to let you guys know we're at the Where Are the Boys Facebook group. Wonderful group of people. They've been in this from the very beginning, fighting for these boys. And so, yeah, we'll know when something happens. All right. If we get anything on YouTube that there, any kind of audio or video on YouTube about the verdict, I'll pull that up as well. Okay. Just want to make sure you guys know we're in this.
This is breaking news from 17 News.
Good morning from the 17 Newsroom. I'm Maddie Jansen. We're breaking into programming to bring you new developments in the gut-wrenching case of those two little California City boys reported missing more than 14 months ago. Police have now confirmed that the adoptive parents of Orrin and Orson West have been arrested and charged in their deaths. Let's take a look at what we know so far. In just a few minutes, Kern County District Attorney Cynthia Zimmer will be holding a news conference with law enforcement leaders to discuss the recent developments in this case. We're going to take a live look at the district attorney's office right now. You can see everything is set up there in that room. We are set to begin in just about 4 minutes at 10 a.m. and we are going to bring that to you live. Here's what we know so far. Trezell and Jacqueline West, the adoptive parents of the two boys, have each been indicted for 2 counts of second-degree murder, 2 counts of child cruelty, and for filing a false report of an emergency. The charges are official confirmation of the worst fears of thousands of people who've been hoping and praying for the safe return of Orrin and Orson West. Even after 14 months of intense public scrutiny, we know very little about Trezell and Jacqueline West. Public records tell us that Trezell Philip West is 35 years old and Jacqueline Gabrielle Vasquez West is 32. Prior to last night, they had no local arrest records. In the last year and 2 months, there have been dozens of searches and scores of prayer vigils, but the Wests have never been seen attending. There have been 3 social media posts by, quote, the extended West family, but none by Trezell and Jacqueline. A yearbook confirms that Trezell was a 2004 graduate of Bakersfield High School. Public records show he held a security guard license that permitted him to carry an exposed firearm from March 2013 to March 2015. The exposed firearm permit was canceled when his guard license expired in 2015. We're taking you live now again to that press conference as we await the beginning of the news conference from District Attorney Cynthia Zimmer. Again, we're expecting this news conference to discuss these charges that were filed last night against both Jacqueline and Trezell West. We're going to learn a little bit more about that this morning. Defense attorney David Torres joined us on 17 News at Sunrise to talk a little bit about the charges that the Wests are facing. Again, those are 2 charges. Those are 2 charges of second-degree murder each and 2 charges of child cruelty, in addition to a charge of filing a false report of an emergency. Torres addressed the charges of second-degree murder as opposed to first-degree.
If there was a situation where these children perhaps were either beaten on an ongoing basis or something happened because of the action of the defendants, these children suffered as a result at the hands of their parents, then more likely than not, that could be second degree as well. The thing with child abuse, those cases are very difficult because if you do prove that particular charge, a person can serve up to life in state prison.
Again, as we said, the Wests each face 2 charges of second-degree murder, 2 charges of child cruelty, and a charge of filing a false report of an emergency. They were indicted by the Kern County grand jury yesterday. Over the course of the 14 months since they were reported missing, concerned citizens and individuals across the community and even across the country have been eager to do anything they can to help. They've pledged various rewards. People have put up billboards. In fact, the reward in total comes to well over $125,000. It's been an unorganized grassroots effort, however. There are no consistent conditions on what's required to earn the rewards. There's also no indication of how long the reward offers are valid or even if those offering the rewards are able to pay them. 17 News confirmed the California City Police Department is offering a $25,000 reward, but it's contingent on an arrest and conviction. All right, we're going to take you back out live to the district attorney's office. There is a DA Cynthia Zimmer walking up to the podium there, and we are expecting to learn a little bit more about these charges being faced by Orrin and Orson's adoptive parents, Trezell and Jacqueline West.
Good morning. My name is Cynthia Zimmer. I am Kern County's district attorney. I have information about Orrin and Orson, the two young boys who were reported missing from California City 14 months ago. On December 21st of 2020, Orrin was 4 years old and Orson was 3 years old. Their adoptive parents in California City, Trezell West and Jacqueline West, reported to the California City Police Department that the boys had disappeared from their backyard. The California City Police Department began a search for the boys in the area around their home. After a period of time, the FBI joined in the search, as did the California Highway Patrol and search and rescue from the Kern County Sheriff's Department. The community also came out to assist in looking for the boys, but to no avail. They were not located. 1 week later, crucial information came to light that necessitated the involvement of the Bakersfield Police Department and the Kern County District Attorney's Office. Law enforcement worked diligently, hundreds of hours in the next 12 months, looking for the boys. This morning, I'm saddened to announce that the investigation has revealed that Orrin and Orson West are deceased. The investigation has also revealed that they died 3 months before their adoptive parents reported them missing. However, I am pleased to announce that this week, the Kern County Grand Jury indicted Trezell and Jacqueline West, the adoptive parents, for the murder of Orrin and Orson West. The indictment charges 5 counts. The first count is murder, charges them both with murder, with the victim being Orrin West. The second count charges murder, with the victim being Orson West. The third count charges felony child abuse against the person of Orrin West. The fourth count charges child abuse against the person of Orson West. And the fifth count charges false report of an emergency. Naturally, the first 2 counts carry the most time in state prison, murder. It is charged as murder in the second degree. That carries 15 years to life, but with 2 victims, the potential penalty or the maximum possible penalty, if convicted, is 30 years to life for each defendant, Trezell and Jacqueline West. Now, the grand jury indictment is a formal charging document, and we followed a process in charging them before the grand jury, and that was the district attorney requested that the grand jury convene to hear evidence regarding an indictment that we presented them. The district attorney's office then presented information to the grand jury, and the grand jury found there was sufficient evidence to hold Trezell and Jacqueline West responsible for these murders, and they returned what was called a true bill. So oftentimes we call it they were indicted, but what they did is returned a true bill on the indictment. Department 1 Superior Court judge issued warrants for the arrest of the defendants, and they were arrested last night at about 7 p.m. in Kern County. They are currently in the Kern County Jail waiting for an arraignment on the indictment, which will be tomorrow. There will be no preliminary hearing in this case because an indictment is a substitute for a preliminary hearing. In this case, will proceed directly to trial. The announcement of an indictment in this case probably raises a lot of questions about the facts of the case and what you and the public would like to know. I'm not permitted to go over the facts of the case in this case, but there is something that I'd like to discuss because the facts of the case are to be what we produce in the jury trial, because we want both the prosecution and the defense to have a fair trial in this case. However, one of the questions that I'm sure you would like to know is, have the bodies of Orrin and Orson been found? And the answer to that is no, they have not been found. However, I would like to emphasize that the fact that law enforcement have not found their bodies does not preclude a murder prosecution. As a matter of fact, there have been many hundreds of what we call no-body homicides prosecuted across the United States successfully, and even no-body homicides have resulted in murder convictions in Kern County. I'd like to introduce the people who are standing here with me today, who have been crucial in bringing this case forward. Eric Smith is the person to my right here. Eric Smith is the supervisor of the homicide unit at the DA's office. Next to him is Brian Estep, also a homicide prosecutor in the DA's office. And these two gentlemen are the people from my office who presented the evidence to the grand jury. And this grand jury hearing began 3 months ago in December of 2021. Mr. Smith, would you like to come say a few words?
On behalf of myself and, of course, Deputy District Attorney Brian Estep, I would like to thank the allied agencies who worked tirelessly throughout this investigation. That includes also the Kern Regional Crime Lab and also the DA investigators in this case. Kern County law enforcement worked together at first in an attempt to locate Orrin and Orson West. And as that continued, it turned into the investigation into the disappearance and ultimately the homicide of the two boys. The lead investigative agencies, Bakersfield Police Department, California City Police Department, they worked tirelessly throughout the course of this over a year since this occurred to follow up on leads and complete the investigation. Investigation that was continued even throughout the grand jury hearing. The indictment itself took approximately 3 months. Over 50 witnesses testified during the course of the indictment. Much of those witnesses' testimony was extremely emotional as it related to this case. But that's to be expected from a case that involves the murder of two innocent children. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. To my right, to my left, are two chiefs of the lead agencies in this case that did most of the work, Bakersfield Police Chief Greg Terry and California City Police Chief John Walker. Chief Terry, would you like to say a few words?
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. This is not the outcome that we and so many had hoped and prayed for over the last year. Our thoughts and prayers go out to the families of Orrin and Orson who, with this news today, their worst fears have been realized. I want to express my pride and appreciation to our homicide team who invested so much personally and professionally to find the truth in this investigation. We now realize that the search for the boys began after the real tragedy had already occurred. But it is the work and diligence of the investigators, our partners, California City Police Department, the FBI, the National Center for Missing and Exploited Children, and many, many other law enforcement agencies, community members, our own community members, and members of the public. That diligence, that refusal to give up is why we are here today. I also want to express my appreciation to our District Attorney, Cindy Zimmer, for her leadership and for her commitment to the safety of our families here in Kern County, no matter how difficult the case. We also would not be here without the teamwork and support of the District Attorney staff. They provided invaluable support to our investigators a perspective and advice and counsel along the way. And again, we would not be here without that support as well. And the last thing I would say is this is not a resolution in this case. And there will not be a resolution completely in this case until these boys are brought home.
Thank you, Chief Terry. Chief Walker, would you like to address the audience?
Good morning. Thank you for being here. Let me emphasize, first and foremost, this is a tragedy, an absolute tragedy that was reported in my city, that 2 small boys could be killed by their parents. But I do have to say how proud I am of my department from the second we got the call until we brought in so many resources, and we're very grateful for that. But the second we got the call, we were on scene. We began to work it and look for these kids. And we had so many agencies involved, Kern County Sheriffs, the Search and Rescue, CHP came with their helicopter to help us. But the citizens of Cal City came out in numbers to look for these kids. And then it began to grow to the outlying communities and eventually across the nation. We were getting people who were interested and they wanted to know where these kids were as well as us. And then eventually Chief Terry and the Bakersfield PD came in to help us out, and they've been instrumental to make this happen. So I want to thank all those people again for helping us to try to come to some kind of resolution with this. But again, the bottom line is we have 2 small boys that we believe are no longer here that are dead, and that's terrible. But again, I want to thank the District Attorney, Cindy Zimmer, for being brave and diligent to push this forward and actually bring this case to the surface. So we will push forward. We haven't given up, and we'll continue to give them any kind of help that they would need in the future. Thank you.
Thank you, Chief Walker. While the defendants in this case, Trezell and Jacqueline West, are presumed innocent, grand jury major step in ensuring that there will be justice for Orrin and Orson. This case has tugged at the heartstrings of people in my office and in law enforcement and in this community. It is a horrific tragedy that these precious little boys had to lose their lives. But I want to thank everyone who was involved in this case, the law enforcement officers. It must have been so difficult for them who searched for Orrin and Orson, the community members that came out and helped search, and then the community members that just continue to care about what happened to them. So if you have any questions, those are the end of my comments, but keep in mind there are ethical restraints as far as what we can talk about prior to the trial in this case.
Well, let me try, Cindy.
Thank you. I think he had his hand up first.
Thank you, District Attorney. How can we confirm that the boys had died 3 months prior to their reported disappearance if bodies haven't been found? Can you kind of explain how that works?
No, I cannot, but I can tell you the facts in court will show that we were able to prove that to the grand jury that the boys have died, that they were murdered. And we did that through a combination of direct and circumstantial evidence. And the grand jury was convinced that they were dead. Thank you.
Given that you say that they died 3 months before this was reported, and the fact that Trezell and Jacqueline lived in Bakersfield and then moved to California City, Chief Walker, do you believe that, can anybody say whether Orrin and Orson were ever in California City to begin with?
Mr. Gaspar, that's something we're going to answer during the trial.
Can't say more than that.
We cannot go into the facts of the case.
As far as, because since I assume you don't know where the boys are. Is that right?
We don't know where their bodies are. That's what I said.
Okay. So you don't know where their bodies are. What will that present kind of a difficulty in trying this case without a body? Public out there has, at least some that I've run into, say, well, they can't try somebody without a body. How are they going to do that?
As I explained in my earlier statements, no body homicides are tried all the time. And we have evidence that was sufficient to convince the grand jury, and we have sufficient evidence that we believe will convince a jury that they are not alive. And we have evidence.
Have you tried a case here without a body before?
Yes, we have tried to successfully, at least that I know off the top of my head. I have those names, the Leonard Bryce Thomas case and the Daniel Rhodes case, successful murder convictions. And there may be more, but those are two that I can remember. Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about why second-degree murder in this case rather than first?
No, I cannot. I can't really discuss the theory of liability in the case because that would involve the facts.
And then also, I'm so sorry, one more question. Can you talk a little bit about why you guys decided to go down the grand jury route and attain that rather than the average procedure?
We try, I've done over 20 grand jury indictments myself throughout my career. It is something that we commonly do on homicide cases, which involve calling live witnesses. And also sometimes we do it because there has to be a little bit of starting and stopping regarding scheduling. A preliminary hearing is continuous. You don't have start and stops. And at a grand jury hearing, you can do 2 days of testimony, 1 week, 1 day, so there are a variety of reasons that we considered in this case. And a lot of, if you look back on some of our high profile homicide cases, most of them did go to grand jury. Yes.
We have unconfirmed reports that a white RV was pulled over by law enforcement yesterday at Highway 43 and Highway 58. And some were saying this was possibly where Giselle and Jacqueline were taken into custody. Are you able to confirm that? And also near Potomac Avenue, the neighborhood where Giselle and Jacqueline have been living with his parents after they moved back from California City, there was a helicopter with a searchlight going over around, I want to say 7, 8 o'clock last night. Can you confirm that that was looking for Giselle and Jacqueline?
The defendants, Trezell and Jacqueline West, were taken into custody last night around 7 p.m. by the Bakersfield Police Department in western Kern County.
How did that happen? How did you find out that the Winnebago that was there? We had spotted it earlier in the day in Edison, and then it was the same Winnebago that you guys found yesterday. How can you say what tipped you off that the Winnebago was there at Enos Lane and Highway 58?
No. Any other questions? Yes, ma'am.
What does this say about the vetting and background process for adopting parents here in Kern County?
Ma'am, it's not the job of the district attorney to talk about those types of things. It's the job of the district attorney to look and see if a crime was committed and bring those guilty parties to justice. Yes.
Are the defendants cooperating, and have they admitted to any wrongdoing?
I can't discuss that. Is absolutely prohibited. Any type of statements by the ethical canons that attorneys are required to follow. I won't comment on the evidence specifically. I won't comment on statements. Yes.
Are these the only arrests that are going to be taking place in this case? Is there plans to bring in anybody else or to arrest anybody else involved in this?
If I had those plans, I probably wouldn't tell you, but I can't tell you anyway. It's a good question. I don't mean to be trite, but I'm not going to comment on that. Yes.
Go ahead. One more. We do know that Orson and Oren were 2 of 4 adopted kids. They also had another 2 biological kids. Any idea of the whereabouts of the other 2 adopted kids and the biological kids as well? And were there any signs or prior signs of prior abuse in the household with the other 4 kids?
I'm not able to discuss that, but it's not like the other 4 are missing. They are in the care and custody of the Child Protective Services. Yes.
Were Trezell and Jacqueline West under surveillance for a considerable amount of time before you made an arrest?
I cannot answer that. I mean, I know, but I shouldn't be answering that. Yes.
Have you spoken to the biological parents of Oren and Orson since you learned of this news? And if so, what was their reaction to this finding?
Well, Mr. Smith has had contact with some of the biological family in this case, and I would have to defer to him about that. Our office, grand jury proceedings are secret. They are confidential. They are not to be revealed until after an arrest is made in this case, and in any case. So we will, now that there has been an arrest made, we'll be able to talk to the family of the victims more so. But even before that, we weren't able to really go into detail with them, although I can tell you we have had contact with the family.
Was it a unanimous vote with the grand jury to bring forth the indictment?
I don't think that's something that can ever be revealed. I think that's confidential information in the hands of the grand jury. I can tell you that there was sufficient number to do it, or it wouldn't have been a valid indictment. But whether it was unanimous or not unanimous, I don't know, because they don't tell us.
Can you say which legal counsel will represent the suspects?
They will be arraigned tomorrow in court, and if they cannot afford counsel, they will be appointed, or if they want to retain counsel, they can do that. So we don't know. We won't know in the criminal matter who their attorneys will be until tomorrow morning.
How do you guys plan to bring this news to the biological family? Obviously, you know, we're saying you guys have given confirmation that both boys are diseased as well, but there's no concrete evidence showing this. It sort of feels what's been going on for almost the past year, where the family and the community has sort of been left without any answers. And that constant question has been brought up, you know, where are the boys? And I mean, you're saying there's concrete or, you know, confirmation that they are diseased, but how would you guys?
It's called a jury trial, sir. That's where we will prove that they are deceased. And we have, and the grand jury has already found that they are deceased, and we have presented evidence that. As far as the news that went to the biological family, I think the news did that last night. I think you were out at the scene with the biological family before we were even had the defendants in custody or had an opportunity to do this press statement today. So as far as news to the family, I think that I think they already know. Yes. And just a couple more questions, please.
Could you talk a little bit about the sentencing for the other two charges, the willful cruelty to the child? What's kind of the average for that as well?
Well, what that term carries is 6 years. Correct, Mr. Smith? 6 years.
And would that be changed because there's 2 counts of that, or for each of them?
That's kind of a complicated sentencing question. You look to see if the conduct supporting the homicide charge, and you take what's called it's a determining sentencing, whether or not you get any more time on the child abuse cases counts if they're convicted on the murder, and it depends on the facts and circumstances.
Okay.
I have a question for Chief John Walker. You did submit your resignation recently to the department to resign as chief of the California City Police Department. Can you give us a reason, you know, why you decided to resign from the department, your plans, or so forth?
I think that really has no bearing on this. So, you know, I'd like to stick to the subject, but yes, it's I've been there for 2 years. I've done my best, and it's time for me to move on.
Are there any more questions? One last question. Yes?
I know you can't say how the boys were murdered. I understand that. Can you say if you believe you know how it happened, though?
No, I can't say anything like that. We are prohibited from going into the facts of the case. And obviously, we know what the facts of the case are. I can't go into anything further than that. And we just invite you to cover the trial in which the facts will be produced. So thank you very much. Thank you for coming today. Thank you for your excellent questions. I hope I was able to answer them to the extent that I could. You all have a very nice day.
And you've been listening to a news conference by District Attorney Cynthia Zimmer. You've been listening to a news conference by District Attorney Cynthia Zimmer on the arrest and indictment of Jacqueline and Trezell West for the murder of Orrin and Orson West, two little boys reported missing in December of 2020 from California City. Zimmer says the investigation revealed that the boys were actually killed 3 months before they were ever reported missing on December 21st, 2020, by the West's adoptive parents, Trezell and Jacqueline West. While Zimmer says the boys' bodies have not been found, she says that her office did present evidence to the grand jury that the boys were indeed killed. The Wests lived in Bakersfield prior to moving to California City. Shortly into the beginning of the investigation, once the boys were reported missing, Cal City brought in the FBI and eventually passed this investigation onto Bakersfield Police Department, which then became the lead agency in investigating the case. This case resulted in an indictment from the grand jury for both Jacqueline and Trezell West. That indictment came down yesterday. DA Cynthia Zimmer revealed today that that grand jury hearing actually began about 3 months ago in December. So it's been a lengthy process. The fact that there was a indictment by the grand jury means there will be no preliminary hearing, and instead this case will proceed directly to trial. Jacqueline and Trezell West, who you see right there on your screen, they gave this interview just days after the boys were reported missing. They were arrested last night just west of Bakersfield around 7 p.m. They are both due back in court tomorrow for arraignment. We have so much more on this case. We've been following it since day one. You can find exclusive interviews and further details on our website, kget.com.
In an interview recorded on July 1st, 2020, Jacqueline West told detectives that she would occasionally let Orrin and Orson be watched by their aunt, TT, whom she believed was a relative of one of the biological fathers. However, during this trial, both men have testified that they don't know anyone who goes by that name. During the interview, Jacqueline told detectives she wasn't too keen on letting the boys' biological family get too close, but knew it would be good for them. She said one relative, TT, would watch the boys for her sometimes. But Jacqueline said after she kept the boys longer than they agreed on, she decided to limit the biological family's interaction. Jacqueline also told detectives she changed her phone number because the family kept trying to get in contact with her after they adopted the boys. But she said when they changed phones, she lost all the pictures she had of the two boys. Detectives in the interview pointed out Jacqueline has photos of her biological sons and that her statements don't match up with what other witnesses have said. And on the stand Thursday, lead detective Thomas Hernandez said that they've authored 45 search warrants for cell phone records, social media, residences, and vehicles. The trial is on break for Friday. It is set to resume Thursday morning at 9 a.m. For 23 ABC News in Bakersfield, I'm Veronica Morley, connecting you.
First tonight at 5, the search for two missing California City boys continues 10 weeks after their disappearance. Today, the Kern County Black Chamber of Commerce held a panel discussion hoping to find more clues that would help in this investigation.
David Kaplan shares what the boys' families are saying about the search tonight. David?
Jeff Rochelle, the Kern County Black Chamber of Commerce tells me they mostly work to help local Black entrepreneurs, but say they couldn't not help the effort to find missing boys, Orrin and Orson West. Over 2 months since 4-year-old Orrin and 3-year-old Orson West went missing in their California City backyard, according to their adoptive parents, the search continues. Rosanna Wills is a cousin of the biological father of 3-year-old Orson. She's been a part of searches in Bakersfield since the beginning. She says there's been at least 6 in Bakersfield, where the boys lived with their adoptive parents before moving to California City in September.
We searched everywhere, and we still have a lot of searching to do. I know when this first happened, we were out there in Cal City. They did a search group. It was over like 200 people there.
She says they're still searching. At a Kern County Black Chamber of Commerce live panel discussion Wednesday, Wills said the biological mother of the two boys was going to join in on the live panel, but Wills says she's been getting too much backlash to make it worth it.
I suggested that, you know what, maybe you should just stay home. mean, she was gonna try to come, but like I said, I'm trying to protect her and her peace because she's going through so much, and people don't understand that.
A digital billboard with a picture of the boys and a number to call with information went up on 99 South between 7th Standard Road and before the Oildale exit in Bakersfield.
There's 2 billboards that are on Mohawk. Those are digital as well. A lady had, came forward and she wanted to help out, and so she purchased those 2 billboards with her own money.
Wills says thanks to money earned from a GoFundMe account, a billboard with a missing boys ad is coming to Tehachapi off Highway 58 soon. The president of the Kern County Black Chamber of Commerce says if you know any potentially helpful information about the boys, call the Bakersfield Police Department.
Anything, no matter how small you think it is, could turn into a enormous clue.
The reward for information leading to the boys now stands at $122,000. Bakersfield police urge you to call the secret witness tip line at 661-322-4040. Your identity will remain anonymous. In studio, David Kaplan, Eyewitness News.
Is there a story you think?
And Jacqueline West not guilty. And today, the defense saying that there's more than enough.
It is still going to be a tragedy. But we believe that at the conclusion of our case, that if reasonable doubt is not already apparent enough, that you will have reasonable doubt.
Defense attorney for Jacqueline West, Alexia Torres-Stallings, taking the floor to deliver her opening statements Monday, with the prosecution resting their case. The jury has spent weeks listening to evidence against Jacqueline and Trezell West, including interviews with their eldest son, saying his younger brother Orrin had died in Bakersfield.
An individual should have some type of training when they speak with children in order to prevent any type of implantation that can then result in false allegations or false memory.
But the defense saying these interviews were a result of poor procedure.
There was no evidence, no human remains found. The van was forensically analyzed by Mr. Bianca and Ms. Brown, of which there was no forensic evidence found.
Torres-Stallings stating the prosecution's case rests solely on the word of a 10-year-old child.
Sonia Barton's second interview is an inherently suggestible that she is browbeating the child until they can acquiesce into what she wants him to say.
While the defense plans to bring in experts to explain discrepancies in the surveillance videos and analyze the forensic interviews conducted on the West's other children. Torres-Stallings stating that forensic interviews are meant to be fact-finding missions. But in this case, the parties involved already had their minds made up.
If you're not looking for it, you won't see it. That's essentially what confirmation bias is. If you intend on only seeing one aspect of a case, you will miss everything else.
And court is set to resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Live in Bakersfield, I'm Veronica Morley, 23 ABC, connecting you.
All right. How you guys doing? So the jury just went on break. I'm trying to find us something else to watch. I've got some good stuff. I've been working on some different things. There's a lot of new people in here today that weren't in here yesterday. Have you guys seen the opening statements at all? Because I wouldn't mind playing that again. Let me see. Because we have video of that, of them in trial doing that. And that's why I kind of like that whole concept. me share that tab. There we go. Hi, everyone. I am back. It is closing argument time here at the West trial, and I'm so excited. Before I begin, I wanted to just. Oh, wait. No, this is closing Opal. Arguments. She is the one who created this beautiful. I did the wrong thing. Yes, you guys, Opal's the one that's doing all these beautiful pictures of the boys. So give her props. Here's the video that I wanted to play.
And Philip.
And I'm going to skip here. I'm going to read the beginning. Oh, wait, that's not what just happened.
And
the beginning is it
Hi,
tells you what the
everyone.
judge told the jury.
It is Thursday, May 11th.
And I know you thought I probably wouldn't be coming on tonight, but I just discovered that they've released the actual recordings of the opening statements. So I wanted to play those with you, do a little commentary because we've done some chatting about some of these items. I've watched them already. I'm going to watch them again with you guys. I noticed there were several areas in there that we had questioned. And I think the opening statements, watching them all the way through, has really clarified some things for me. So hopefully it'll help you guys too. All right. So what was said today, basically, it's pretty short and sweet. There were a few things that the judge said in reading the jury instructions to the jury that I thought kind of stood out, and I wanted to share those with you. So here we go. You must decide on the charges for each defender separately. For counts 1 through 6 in September. Oh, let me adjust my microphone. I apologize. Okay, count 7, December 21st, the false respite of emergency. He said a defendant in any case is presumed to be innocent. You must not let bias affect your decision. He told them, do not use the internet for this case or study the facts of the law on your own. We know that. Both defenders are charged with the same crimes. The defendants are both being accused of manslaughter and red rum. You guys know what that is. I can't say it on YouTube. Did the persons testifying have an interest in the case or a relation to someone in the case? Did the witness admit they were untruthful? Only the witness's answers are evidence. Nothing the attorneys say is evidence. I'm glad he reestablished that. I think they said that in all the jury instructions, though. He said if he sustained a testimony or said it was stricken, the jury must not consider it. You may consider anything that may prove or disprove the witness's testimony, like how well they were able to testify, how well they were able to remember, what their demeanor was when they testified. You must decide if a fact has been proved by circumstantial evidence. If a conclusion points to innocence and one to guilt, you must consider the one that points to innocence. You've heard testimony from children. You should consider if what they're saying is the truth and consider their ability to perceive, communicate, and their development. Do not consider the fact that a decedent did not testify. Do not discuss the fact or consider that in any way. The defendants spoke before the trial began. It's up to you to decide how much you rely on their statements. You should not be biased against a defender because they have been arrested. The people have to prove their case beyond a reasonable doubt. You must review your evidence throughout the entire case. You should not distrust the testimony of a child just because they are a child. You should consider the opinion of a child and decide if what they are saying is true and accurate. You may consider if the defendant had a motive and if they had a motive that would make them guilty, or if they did not have a motive that would make them not guilty. The amount of time for deliberation may vary person to person. A person may be guilty of a crime if they directly committed a crime or aided and abetted a perpetrator. Homicide is the killing of another person. Manslaughter and red rum are types of homicide. You must decide if what witnesses testified was true. Did the witness have contact with the person being accused? How closely was the witness paying attention? Was the witness under stress? How much time had passed? If you think the witness lied about something they said, you cannot believe the rest of what they said or not believe the one thing they said and believe the rest of what they said? Do you guys want me to reread that? If you think the witness lied about something that they said, you cannot believe the rest of what they said or not believe the rest of what they said and believe the rest of what they said. The testimony of only one witness can prove a fact. And I think that's really strong. The testimony of only one witness can prove a fact. He said police reports that are not admitted are not evidence and will not be available. Or once he finished the jury instructions, he again reestablished that the closing arguments would be on Tuesday at 9 a.m. I totally forgot about that when I was closing out last night. I was thinking, oh, we're going to go to deliberation. No, we got to do closing arguments. So, kind of wondering if they're going to show any of the closing arguments on video to anybody. It probably not. It's probably going to be that same thing where they'll show us a piece of it. But the fact that they've now released the opening statements is telling to me that we might be able to get some more information probably by next week. More actual videos of things that went on in the trial. And he said that the prosecution will go first and last for closing arguments. So this beautiful photo that someone put together on Facebook, I guess they've said, I've asked if I could use it and I think they're fine. So I want to thank her. Her name is, in case you guys want to go check her out, her name is Latoya Spry. I think she's been posting a lot for the kiddos. And also, I love my wife, 0007. She's posted a lot on the kids, just different comments and whatnot. Okay, so thank you for allowing me to put that up. I'm going to put that up right now. It's just absolutely gorgeous. So let me take myself off the stream so you guys can see it. Isn't that just pretty the way they did that? The babies. I love that. Okay. Let's get to these videos of the prosecution. And I'm going to start with the prosecution's opening statements, since those happened a while back. Because some of the stuff that they've said really kind of refreshes your memory on what's going on here. And I think this is good too, because after they've presented the case, we'll be able to see, did they do what they said they were going to do in the openings? So let's get started.
All right. Good morning. Just some housekeeping things before I begin. I wanted to introduce the investigating officer in this case. That's Detective Thomas Hernandez from the Bakersfield Police Department. He was the one who took over the investigation from the California City Police Department. He'll be here throughout the trial as the investigating officer of where the Wests live. And so that's the reason for the large TV. You'll figure it out once we get through it, but it shows kind of a view of the house. You'll see the backyard, the house itself, and the street to the front. So the television is here because it has better quality than kind of what you sense of that. You have the charges read to you in this case, essentially the murder of Orrin and Orson West by Trezell and Jacqueline West. That's the essence of the charge. And Orson West, there's your photos. Orrin to the left, Orson to the right.
And I don't know why it keeps skipping. I didn't do that. That's the way it came. So better than what we had before, though, right?
Their names when they were born were Sincere and Classic. They were adopted in the initially they were foster children, but that is Orrin and Orson West. Their bodies have never been found. Have never been found. Even with the attempts of the California City Police Department, the Bakersfield Police Department, the FBI, CHP helped, Kern County Sheriff helped as well. Their bodies have never been found. Now, they were adopted back in April of 2019. That's a photo you see up in the middle. That's actually the adoption ceremony. You can see the family of Trezell West there to the left in the yellow. That's Wanda West. She'll be testifying in this case. It's the mother of Trezell West. You also see Jacqueline Trezell, and they're holding Orrin and Orson. Ultimately, you'll hear testimony in this case that the primary source of income that the West had during this time was from money they received from the state due to adoption.
Yep.
They actually had 4 children that were adopted. Each one of those children, they got around $1,000. So the primary source of income when they were living in Cal City was the $4,000 they were receiving for adopting these children from the state of California. The names of the other children you see there, Devin, Damien, and also Adrian and Aiden. Those are the biological children of the West. One of those children, they got around $1,000. So the primary source of income when they were living in Cal City was the $4,000 they were receiving for adopting these children from the state of California. The names of the other children you see there, Devin, Damien, and also Adrian and Aiden. Those are the biological children of the West. This is some photos from Bakersfield. They did live in Bakersfield back prior to moving to Cal City. I can see them at the park. That's a family photo, all 6 kids. To the right, you can see them in their Halloween costume. These photos are from early 2020 and in 2019. They lived on Lotus Lane. They had an apartment there, apartment number 116. They actually all lived there, all 8 of them. And in the apartment to the other side of that same apartment building, they're in groups of 8 apartments per, was Jacqueline's mother, Maria Martinez, who will be testifying in this case as well. Sometime in May, they opened escrow on a house in California City. And then in September, that escrow closed and they began to move to California City. That is a photo of that residence that they lived at, 10717 Aspen Way. You'll see a lot of photos of that home, body-worn camera of the inside of that home. You'll hear about DNA tests of bedding from that home, of diapers from that home, but that is the home of the West in California City. Also to the right, you can see that is their Chevy van. You'll see that in a lot of surveillance footage. You'll see that in photos from when crime scene analysts went through the vehicle. Now, the case itself, just to kind of help you understand the evidence and how it will proceed in this case, it'll start with December 21st and then move back. December 21st is the day that they reported Orrin and Orson were missing. And from there, that's when the police began their investigation, and what they learned during that investigation and talking with the kids led them to move all the way back to September of 2020. But initially, when it was first reported by Trezell and Jacqueline, was December 21st of 2020.
10717 Aspen Avenue. House. Oh, I was wondering, did anybody call in, they found some children or something? There's little black with my son, I can't find them. It was in the backyard earlier, and all of a sudden, I can't find them out. Search property, I can't find them. You know, like. No, how long has it been gone for? It's too dark outside. I don't know. I can't
When was the last time you saw them?
I was outside getting wood from the lot next door, so I saw them about 20 minutes ago maybe, but they're outside playing around in the yard. 3 and 4.
What color clothing were they wearing?
So the youngest was wearing black sweater, black sweatpants, and the oldest was wearing black sweater, black shirt, black sweater, long sleeve sweater, and some gray sweatpants.
That's the initial call that was received. It came in at 17:41 hours. That translates to 5:41 p.m. Officers were dispatched at 17:46 or 5:46 p.m. They were on scene at 17:48, which is 5:48. The officers that responded were Lieutenant Hightower, Officer Brian Hansen, Officer Anthony Cabriolas, Officer Joshua Flores from the California City Police Department. They all began to search for Orrin and Orson.
What are their names? Orrin and Orson. Which one is the trio? I'm sorry, say it again. The trio, this is his name? The trio, Keith Orson. O-R-S-O-N? Yes, ma'am. And Orrin? Orrin. O-R-O-N? Yes, O-R-R-I-N.
Okay.
R-R-I-N, okay.
So where they receive this information from Trezell, they show up on scene. They know they're looking for a 3-year-old and a 4-year-old. Now, just to give a sense of kind of what we're looking at, this is in the area of the home at 10717 Aspen Avenue. The area he's speaking about playing in the backyard, you can see it here. And there is actually a fence in the upper northeast corner of that yard. And that'll become relevant as we go through this. Let me move this, I apologize. There's a fence in the upper northeast corner. That'll become relevant because that's where Trezell West is saying Orrin and Orson, a 3- and a 4-year-old, exited late that evening from a cement slab on the backyard. So police came, they began to search the home, they began to search the lot next to it, and there was no sign of Orrin and Orson. As I was saying, there is camera footage from a house to the west. This is the footage, and you're going to see a lot of it. You're going to see hours of it. But this is the footage from the house that's at 10649 Aspen Avenue. This is the west residence off to the east of the home. This is when police actually show up. That's Brian Hansen, and you can see Jacqueline and Trezell as they come to approach. So that's the police. They come, they hear what they have to say. They begin to look for Orrin and Orson. They look in the neighborhood. They look in the house. They look in the yards next door. And there was no signs of them anywhere. They got assistance from local civilians. They got assistance from the Kern County Sheriff Department Search and Rescue. To the right of that slide, you can actually see the flight path that the CHP helicopter used as it did circles in the sky, further and further away from the home, looking for Orrin and Orson all the way into the desert. And there was no sight of them. There was agencies from all over that were assisting, people all over that were assisting. They had to call CPS. This is from a CPS referral. There's so many things going on. There's even miscommunication that go on. You'll see in this, and this will be evidence in this case, that there's mention that there is video footage of the 2 children walking down the street. There's no footage of them ever walking down the street. You'll hear from officers that combed for surveillance footage. At no point was any footage found that had Orrin and Orson walking down the street.
I'm so glad he clarified that.
I just talked about the house to the west. Again, we're going to see a lot of it. See that there is no cars that drive up, no people that walk up to that home, nobody that could come and abduct Orrin and Orson, and there is no footage showing them walking away from the home. California City Police, that when they were out there that night, they went to the neighbor. They tried to look through their surveillance footage. They went in the area looking for other people that had any camera footage. Just want to play this next portion. This is initially kind of the information they were getting from Trezell.
Okay. You're working in corner, you're back facing you just
Bad audio.
You're right there, you're gonna go over and did you enter back from the fence? Yeah, I was going to do that. Okay. Now, the last time you came in, did you try to lock it?
No, the last time I was in, I'm able to check and see if I was moved the rate from the property. I was started inside. So it is all the whole part is frozen to the exposure of the dog. So when I came out, it was already open. So I'm assuming
Now, what's going to become important in this case is details, things that are said and things that don't ring true based on the evidence in this case. You heard Trezell said that he left the gate open or closed it to the point where his dogs wouldn't get out. But then when he went out, the gate was open. Well, video pictures from that night, you can see when first responding officers came, the gate was actually closed. They ultimately asked Trezell, who closed the gate? He said, I didn't, Jacqueline did. They asked Jacqueline who closed the gate. She said, I didn't, he did. And again, they're starting to see inconsistencies in what they're saying, what Trezell is saying, what Jacqueline is saying. You'll see that in the evidence in this case. They also look at the gate itself because he said he closed it enough to where his dogs couldn't get out. But when he came out, it was open. So they tested that gate to see how hard it was to open.
We'll start now. Go ahead, recording.
Again, these are 3- and 4-year-old that are supposedly opening the gate. You just saw that it took a grown man some effort to even open. So again, they're noting inconsistencies in what Trezell is saying, in what Jacqueline is saying to them. The cement slab, there was drawing with some chalk. They did see chalk on a cement slab, but Officer Hansen also noted that there was no children's footprints, anything consistent with children's footprints in the dirt. He did see footprints consistent with an adult, but nothing consistent with a child walking through the dirt that was between the cement slab and the gate that led out to the field. This is just a kind of overview of the surveillance footage that they either viewed that night or were able to recover in the following days. Jesse Dobbins, he will be testifying in this case. He lives across the street at the time. He had a Nest camera on the front of his house. He didn't have the full service with Nest, but he had a camera. And that camera caught some activations that night. And this will become important as it relates to the timing of it. There was an activation at 5:12, at 5:38, and at 5:51. Now, Mr. Dobbins, like I said, lives directly across the street from the West residence. And so his Nest camera looks out across the street, somewhat to the yard to the right, but a lot of the house of the West. You will see based on the surveillance footage that 5:12 is consistent with the time that Trezell was out getting wood from the yard next to it. 5:38 is consistent with the time frame of when Trezell returned from searching for the kids. 5:51 is consistent when law enforcement arrived on scene. There is no activation for any other movement based on what Jesse Dobbins will testify to. The house that is to the west, again, this is 10649. Put a circle around it, but this is that evening. You'll have to do math when we go through it, but it's 57 minutes slow. So this is at approximately 5:09. And you'll see this up in the corner. This is the area with the fence. I'll use that area. You can see an individual pulling items in and out of the yard through the fence. So Trezell West was outside pulling wood in and out through the fence. At some time around 16:20 hours or 5:17 p.m. in real time, that's the last time when Trezell went into the house. That's the time frame he said that he last saw the children. When he returned a short time later, they were gone. That's where you're going to hear Mr. West say in this case. For approximately 10 minutes in the home, you will see that he enters his van and begins to drive around the area. At about 6 minutes later, he returns from driving, goes in the house, and that's when the call is made that you heard earlier. There's also footage from a neighbor that lived to the northeast area on Rome Beauty Drive. Mr. Robert Avalar, he will be testifying in this case. That's footage from his home. It looks out towards the desert area, which is near the end of Aspen Avenue. He said that evening, you can see a picture of him to the left. This is Mr. Avalar here. He was outside. He did not see any children walking into the desert. It's also footage that was recovered from 108th Street. It's a white rectangle where showing the coverage of a Ring camera. That's Mr. Trezell West's van driving around the neighborhood. Now again, it's the inconsistencies which lead the officer to investigate, which keeps them talking to Jacqueline and Trezell West. They searched the backyard. This is another look of the backyard facing the home. And based on some statements by Jacqueline, they actually take a cadaver dog out into the backyard. And you can see the dog there, that's Sadie. She does note that there is something there, but what her handler says is it was confused interest. But nonetheless, based on what Jacqueline said to them, a cadaver dog was taken out there and had some notification based on what that dog smelled. Now, the FBI went through that yard, went through the dirt, dug, all those things. No bones were ever found. No body parts were ever found. But the dog did alert or have confused interest at that location. Now, what truly began the investigation, you'll hear this through Officer Hansen and also the other 4 children of Jacqueline and Trezell. When they were spoken to the early morning hours of December 22nd, 2020, it's what they said that led to the investigation. To your left, that's Adrian. That's the oldest biological son of Jacqueline and Trezell. He was 10 at the time. He was asked specifically about December 19th, because that's when they had gone to Wanda West's house, the grandmother's house. They were not home the evening that Jacqueline and Trezell reported Orrin and Orson missing. They were actually in Bakersfield visiting family members. So they were asked, were Orrin and Orson with you when you came to Wanda West's house in Bakersfield December 19th? Adrian said no. He was interviewed multiple times. You'll hear this through a Sonia Barton and also Adrian, that his mother had told him that Orson and Orrin were over at his grandmother's, or Maria Martinez. He told them that Orrin and Orson had left before September, that they went to grandmother's house a couple days after we moved to California City. So again, they're getting a sense of not only were they not in the van on December 19th, that they hadn't been in the home in California City also. To the right, that is Aiden, another biological son of Jacqueline and Trezell. He was asked who was in the car on the trip to Bakersfield December 19th. He said his brothers. And you'll hear evidence when that was clarified. By brothers, who do you mean? Devin, Damian, and Adrian. Again, this is Aiden stating that Orrin and Orson were not in the vehicle on that trip December 19th. He was asked why Orrin and Orson didn't move to the house. And evidence will show in this case, he said because they cry a lot. And that his mom and dad said they went to the place where they used to live. Again, the investigators are hearing this from not just 1, but 2 children now, that they were not in the home in California City and that they had been taken somewhere else. Moving on to Damian and Devin. Damian, very young at the time, but he was asked, did they move to the house? He said yes, but then they left. They were there only a little day, only 1 day. So again, Orrin and Orson were at California City, but only for 1 day, and then they were gone. So at this point, there's 3 children, Jacqueline and Trezell, saying that Orrin and Orson were at California City only for a short period of time, or not at all. Moving on to Devin. He was asked, when's the last time he saw Orrin and Orson? He said at the apartment. Again, the apartment's in Bakersfield, not in California City. Asked if Orrin had gone somewhere else, he said, Orrin went somewhere else. He went to mom's grandma. So again, 4 children of Jacqueline and Trezell, all 4 said that they were not with them when they went December 19th, and they hadn't even been with them in California City. This is a Facebook post that you will see related to Jacqueline West. This is the day after I'll go back, the day after these interviews of the 4 boys. The next day, or that same day, they were informed essentially what Adrian, Aiden, Devin, and Damien had said. And this is a message that she sent to Wanda West, who had contact with the boys. Jacqueline said, "Please tell them we love them and miss them." And she also said, "The boys need to ask for a lawyer if they want to talk to them again. I don't want them twisting whatever they are saying." So the officers take that information. September 19th, they began to look through the footage. They began to look at that van to see, can we see if any kids are getting in? Can we see if 4 are getting in? Can we see if 6 are getting in? What can we see? That's footage, kind of a screenshot of the footage from, you can see on December 19th at 11:35 plus 57 minutes. That's when people enter that van and drive to Bakersfield. Ultimately, the question will be up for you as jurors, how many children entered that van that day? Return time, 15:44 or 3:44 plus 57 minutes. Again, that's the return of Jacqueline and Trezell to the home that day. The total trip time was 5 hours and 9 minutes. Now, you'll hear testimony about that trip, where they went. They went to a home on Potomac, 1109 Potomac. That's Wanda and Philip West's home. And from there, they went to Strata Credit Union, which is on Truxton and South H Street. They then took Wanda home because she had gone with them to Strata. They went to a gas station and to Superior Grocers before they went home. So that's just kind of a list of all the places they went. At none of those places, on any of the surveillance footage, were Orrin and Orson ever seen. You'll hear from Wanda. She'll say, "Here are the kids in the car." She didn't see them. She didn't necessarily look for them, but she didn't see them in the car. So Wanda West, who got in at the home at 1109 Potomac, all the way to Strata Credit Union, all the way back, at no point being in the car did she hear Orrin, did she hear Orson, or did she see any evidence of them in the car. This is that van. I circled it going to Strata Credit Union, again, Truxton and South H. This is Jacqueline and Trezell at the Gasco. That's at East California and Mount Vernon. Again, no sign.
Hi, guys. We're getting a live update from the courtroom. So I'm going to go over here to Keisha, who's given us permission to share her video.
That they're showing, you know, the things like the skull, the machete, the blood, all that stuff.
Okay,
They
she's
came
talking
out
about
for
the
their
other
break,
trial
and they
going
went
on.
back in, so we don't have a verdict yet. But like I told y'all, I'll keep coming back and forth, letting y'all know when the verdict will be. We hoping today or tomorrow. We hope we don't have to go through the whole weekend, and you know. So, hey Alicia. So I just wanted to update everybody. There's no verdict yet. They're still deliberating. They just came out for their break. And if you hit me in my phone, it's off. It's because I was in the courtroom with Cherie Smith for her daughter, Desiree Thompson. They're doing her closing arguments today. So y'all hashtag 12 for her, hashtag 12 for the babies. And we just praying for justice for both cases. Her case went real quick. So so that's where we was. I just wanted to come out and update everyone concerning the babies that there's no verdict yet. They came out for break. For the ones that just came in, I'm repeating myself. They came out for break. Now they're back in and they're still deliberating. And what's going on right now? You guys can go to the audio and listen for Department 18 for Cherie Smith, her daughter Desiree Thompson. They're doing their closing arguments. So the prosecutor is up talking at the moment. So we are back in the hallway waiting. So anyway, that's it for now. I'll update you guys later. If anything changes, just watch my page and I'll update you guys. y'all can share this live so everybody won't be keep asking, is there a verdict? Is there a verdict? Is there a verdict? No, there's no verdict yet. So #12 justice. And y'all have a great day. Keep your head up, not down. Keep a smile, not a frown. And know God is over everything.
That's sweet. Go back to where we were. How you guys doing in there in the chat? Just checking in with y'all. I haven't talked a lot today. I thought I'd give y'all a break from my voice. Since you heard my voice so much yesterday. I'm okay, so I'm thinking, this is what I'm thinking. If they don't go to lunch at noon, then that means they might be trying to finish things up before lunchtime so they can just get it all done. So noon would be 2:00 my time. I'm on Central. So noon Pacific time. If they're not out for lunch by what, 12:15, 12:30, we'll know that's a really good sign that they're starting to wrap up their decision. So you guys pray, put #12 in the comment section. And I want to thank everybody for being here with us today. You guys don't forget to hit like on the video here on the live stream because it helps me, it puts me to the top so that we can get more people in here. And also awareness. These children aren't getting any exposure. They're getting they're getting shaded by, the Lori Vallow stuff, the Idaho stuff, they've even got Alex Murdoch stuff still going on. So it's like these kids need exposure for what happened to them. They still have not found those poor babies' remains, and we need the word out there for them. So pray, keep the family in your prayers, the biological family, and there may even be some family members on the west side that weren't involved that need some love from us as well. So yeah, I know, Brandy. This, you know what it was about? I remember when they first showed these boys' picture on the newscast that they were missing, and I just looked at those pictures of those babies and I thought, oh my goodness, how precious are they? And one of the first thoughts was, how could two be gone at the same time like that? So from day one, I followed it. I didn't have a YouTube channel back then, but I always would check in on updates because there just weren't any updates coming out. And I would go on and I would look in and I would say, okay, what's going on why is anybody talking about these babies? What's going on with these babies? And then finally, when the arrest was made, they started talking about it again, but then it went cold again, and it's just never gotten the exposure that it deserves. And so, yeah, I think so, Janine. But I want to thank you guys. Excuse me, my voice is cracking. I want to thank you guys for being here with us today, and thank you for coming back. I know a lot of you guys were with us yesterday, and we were watching these prosecutors speak. Do you guys want me to to continue with the prosecutors' opening statements, or do you guys want to watch something else? I've got a news feed that we can watch. I've put together a bunch of news clips so that we can watch like the different days. There's a couple of reporters that were in there in the courtroom, and their little updates on a daily basis is kind of neat to watch that. And then also, there was a playlist. I lost it, but I'll find it again. Do you guys want to keep with the opening statements, or do you want to move on to something else? You guys let me. You want news clips, Brandy? Can I get some more votes in the chat? Brandy's gets the last word. If you guys. Okay. I want to keep you guys happy. It's been a long day. Yesterday was a long day. Today's going to be a long day. I feel so bad for those guys over at the courtroom just sitting there waiting. But they have that other trial, so I guess that's kind of helping. So you guys want news clips. Okay. Hey, Canis. Good to see you back again. Take us through the timeline of media reporting. Steve, you have way more faith than me than you should. I mean, I'm good, but I'm not that good. I'm just kidding. Let me see what I can find here. Hang on just a second. Let me play this for just a few more minutes while I look, and then I'll come back in and we'll change over, okay?
Of the children. December 19th, this is Superior Grocers. That's on Union and East California. I circled that Chevy van. It's quite recognizable, the van itself. We'll watch the video. It's there for about 20 minutes. At no point does Orrin and Orson ever exit that van, or are they seen. Now moving forward to December 28th. At that point, the oldest son of Jacqueline and Trezell is re-interviewed by Sonia Barton. Who is Sonia Barton? She works for CPS. She's not a law enforcement officer. She interviews children. That's what she does. But on that date, she speaks to Adrian. That's a screenshot of him there sitting on the couch, December 28th of 2020. On that date, he told Sonia Barton that while they were still living at the apartment in Bakersfield, he heard noises in the night coming from Orrin. The first person to find Orrin in the morning was his parents. What he saw was Orrin. His color was fading. There was throw up coming out of his nose. And ultimately, he died at the apartment there on in Lotus Lane in Bakersfield. He told Sonia Barton, and also later in his testimony, that Trezell and Jacqueline did not call for any medical care for Orrin. Trezell went to grab something that looked like some form of medical device, maybe a stethoscope, but ultimately they didn't discuss getting medical care for Orrin. They let him die. What they did is they discussed keeping it a secret. Adrian, both in his interview and ultimately in later testimony, they asked him, being Jacqueline and Trezell, if they should tell somebody or keep it a secret. And what you'll hear testimony is through Adrian is that he knew if they told somebody, they would be taken away from their parents.
Okay. You know, we're getting rain here again today, you guys. Let's hope I don't lose internet again. We lost half our audience yesterday when the power went out and I had that glitch in my internet and never got them all back. Made me want to cry. Okay. Let's go to this tab.
Now to new developments in the case of the West boys. Their adoptive parents arraigned Friday, charged with killing 4-year-old Orrin and 3-year-old Orson West. Trezell and Jacqueline West face 7 charges, including 2 counts of second-degree murder, 2 counts of child cruelty, falsely reporting an emergency, involuntary manslaughter, and conspiracy. A trial is set to begin July 25th.
After a week off, the murder trial of Trezell and Jacqueline West resumed this morning. The Cal City couples charged with the deaths of their adopted sons, Orrin and Orson. 23 ABC's Veronica Morley joins us live from outside the courthouse with all the details from today's testimony. Good evening, Veronica.
Good evening, Mark. Today's testimony mainly focusing on those who had contact with the Wests and their children on the days leading up to and immediately following their purchase of their Cal City home. Now, witnesses today included the realtor and loan officer who helped the couple purchase the home, as well as a pest exterminator who visited the home shortly after the couple moved in. Both the realtor and the exterminator were asked to recall the number of children they saw in the home. However, neither had a clear recollection. It could only say they knew they saw several children. Realtor Robert Dees stated he visited the home on September 11th, 2020, the day the couple moved in. He said while he was there, he saw the kids on the back patio and noted that the toddler sitting had a, quote, upset look on his face. In court today, Dees was asked to identify whom he believed he saw that day, and Dees identified Orson in a photo. The other witness who testified to seeing children in the home was owner of Antelope Valley Pest Control, Joseph Karsham-Room. He stated he visited the home on September 15th, 2020 and saw several children, but again could not give an exact number. He said he asked for the kids to be moved outside while he worked in the home and noted that he saw a child being carried out of a home in a child carrier. Now, another witness who testified today was a neighbor who had surveillance cameras recording the night the children were reported missing. The prosecution highlighting that on the recordings, they showed a white van driving by the neighbor's home, but nothing of the two boys. However, the defense noted that while going through the surveillance video, a good chunk of about 19 minutes was missing between clips. And there was some confusion about the white van and a Saturn SUV that passed by. Now, court is set to resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Live in Bakersfield, I'm Veronica Morley, 23 ABC, connecting you. Mark, when Cal City Police Chief Jesse Hightower first interviewed Jacqueline West, he said that he believed her demeanor to be, quote, neutral. A lieutenant at the time, he said he didn't feel he observed frustration or anger when it came to the disappearance of her boys.
She talked to her kids about Orrin and Orson. She said, I told them, pretend they're not here.
The trial for Trezell and Jacqueline West, the Cal City couple charged with second-degree murder of their adoptive sons, Orrin and Orson, unfolding with new body camera footage. Responding officer Jesse Hightower, now chief of police, testifying Tuesday that it's what he didn't see from Jacqueline that stood out to him. He said he observed no frustration, no anxiety, no anger.
Lead the officers to investigate, which keeps them talking to Jacqueline and Trezell West.
Hightower then sent Officer Brian Hansen to interview the West's other 4 children. Hightower testifying it's these interviews that caused them to change course.
So again, 4 children of Jacqueline and Trezell, all 4 said that they were not with them when they went December 19th, and they hadn't even been with them in California City.
There's issues with these interviews.
The defense pushing back, asking Hightower if he'd ever watched the interviews Hansen conducted with the other children. Hightower stating he hadn't.
Just also, they don't have answers around how inconsistent some of this investigation is.
Hightower saying they began reevaluating the investigation because Hansen told him the other children said Orrin and Orson were never in Cal City. However, the defense pointing out that these statements were not recorded in the interview forms, but only shared to Hightower by Hansen.
Sometimes they say some things that are true, but Cal City doesn't want to hear.
The defense also asking Hightower if he knew about a disagreement that first night between Trezell and Officer Hansen. Hightower saying he didn't. Now, body camera footage shown today as well also showed officers returning the next day to Trezell and Jacqueline's home, searching, finding a firearm, and then hiding it within a bunk bed before continuing their interviews with Trezell and Jacqueline. Hightower said that this was a safety precaution. The trial is set to resume tomorrow morning at 9:30 a.m. Live in Bakersfield, I'm Veronica Morley, 23 ABC, connecting you. Mothers testifying today. The first, Maria Martinez, Jacqueline West's mother, and the second, Latoya Spry Sanders, the former foster mother for Orrin and Orson. Beginning with Sanders, who was emotional as she testified in the stand today, stating that both boys were well behaved and loved while they were in her home. Sanders stated she was close to adopting the boys before CPS removed them from her home. She explained this was after a report to Child Protective Services regarding her eldest daughter and difficult interactions with a CPS worker. She said she learned of their disappearance over the news and went to the West home in Cal City the following day to find out what happened. Before concluding her testimony, the defense asking when Sanders was first interviewed regarding this case, she responded it wasn't until a year ago. Meanwhile, Jacqueline's mother, Maria Martinez, testifying today, saying she had very little interaction with the family following their move to Cal City. She said she visited only twice, and while she saw the children in the home, she didn't focus on them. Martinez also testifying that when officers interviewed her about this case, they would tell her she would be charged with a crime if she were covering for the couple. Now, along with Sanders and Martinez, the prosecution also calling to the stand Bakersfield Police Detective John Ryan, a liaison for the FBI. They also played a recording of an interview with Jacqueline between the FBI, CCPD, as well as Bakersfield Police, all of whom questioned Jacqueline's story about the night the boys were reported missing. The trial is set to resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. In Bakersfield, I'm Veronica Morley, 23 ABC, connecting you. The trial for Trezell and Jacqueline West continuing today with the Cal City couple hearing from the former foster mother of Orrin and Orson West. Latoya Spry Sanders testifying today that while in her home, the two boys were well cared for, loved, and she had planned to adopt them before they were removed by Child Protective Services, something she says happened after a misunderstanding and a conflict with a CPS worker. Along with her testimony, prosecution also playing a video recording of an interview with Jacqueline, an FBI agent, Cal City police officer, and a Bakersfield police detective, all questioning Jacqueline's story, telling her it doesn't match what her other children and family have said. Jacqueline responding under frustration, saying she doesn't know what happened to the boys and that she believes someone has them. After the officers continue to not believe her, Jacqueline tells them she regrets calling the police. The officers say that Jacqueline has yet to show any emotion and suggest that perhaps Jacqueline is covering for someone, and say that she's the key to finding the truth about the missing babies. Meanwhile, Jacqueline's mother, Maria Martinez, also testifying today, saying that she had very little contact with the family following their move to Cal City, and that she went to visit them only twice. One of the times she saw children in the living room, but did not focus on them. The trial is set to resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. In Bakersfield, I'm Veronica Morley, 23 ABC, connecting you. After being grilled for hours over her story of how Orrin and Orson went missing, detectives in a video recording asked Jacqueline West why she wasn't shedding a tear. That's when Jacqueline told him that the feeling was different than if it were her biological children. On Thursday, prosecutors continued playing recordings of authorities interviewing Jacqueline the day after Orrin and Orson were reported missing. Detective John Ryan continuously stating her story isn't matching any other reports and that it conflicts with what her other children have said, and everyone they've spoken to has said they haven't seen the boys since November. Jacqueline repeats to the officers that she doesn't know why her other children would lie, saying that she has nothing to hide and tells them to search. After interviewing her once, Ryan testified that they then interviewed Trezell. Ryan saying Trezell's story didn't match what Jacqueline told them, and they decided to question her again. In the second interview, Jacqueline becomes more and more frustrated as detectives refuse to believe her. Along with the video and Detective Ryan, other witnesses called to the stand today included Trezell's brother, the boy's biological father, a digital forensics detective, and the CPS worker who took the initial report that night. The trial is set to resume at 9 a.m. Friday. For 23 ABC News, I'm Veronica Morley, connecting you. In closing arguments, the prosecution laying out a timeline with evidence alleging a conspiracy plot between Trezell and Jacqueline West to cover up the deaths of Orrin and Orson. However, the defense during closing arguments argued that while there was a conspiracy, they say it was on the part of the investigators against the couple, and it all started the night the boys were reported missing.
Trezell and Jacqueline have no moral fiber. They killed 2 kids.
Why I'm asking you to trust in the system is because the jury is the fail-safe here.
The trial of Trezell and Jacqueline West hanging on closing arguments. Prosecutor Eric Smith arguing Orrin had died while the couple lived in Bakersfield, and the couple, fearing of losing money from the adoption, plotted to get rid of the body.
A parent has a legal duty. Under the law, you are required to help your child.
Smith arguing that after this, the couple knew they needed to do something about Orson.
They're already in the process of moving. Questions are going to be asked. They have to come up with something. So the night before Wanda comes, they hatch the plan, they kill Orson. And they set it up. They got 3 months. Discard the bodies. Get rid of phones. Get new phone numbers.
The prosecution arguing that the couple reported the boys missing in Cal City because they once again were expecting family to visit. And while the investigation had its faults,
they miscalculated because they didn't know law enforcement can go and talk to their kids.
The defense, however, arguing it was investigators conspiring against the couple.
It's like a bad game of telephone where everyone just keeps repeating what Hansen says.
Defense attorney Timothy Hennessy arguing the California City officers believed the couple was guilty before the first night of the investigation was over. Hennessy saying Officer Hansen was ready to arrest Trezell there and then.
This man's got no moral fiber? Look how he's looking at these kids. He's just gonna kill that kid for money?
The defense arguing that officers forewent gathering evidence from neighbors, writing reports, and looking for evidence that would have exonerated the couple.
The whole theory just doesn't even add up. One of the boys dies because you might have beaten him so bad or you might have given him a shake, so then you just get rid of the other one because then that would be obvious if you just had one kid. We can't convict 2 people just so we can pretend that those 2 boys didn't get took.
And defense attorney Alexia Torres Stallings, representing Jacqueline West, also presenting her closing arguments, reiterating the jury instructions on reasonable doubt, and as well as the theory that if there are two theories, that one points to innocence, the jury must choose that theory. Closing arguments have concluded for the day, and the jury is set to begin their deliberations. Live in Bakersfield for 23 ABC News, I'm Veronica Morley, connecting you. After weeks of presenting evidence, both sides have rested their case. The prosecution arguing that Orrin and Orson were dead months before they were reported missing, while the defense argues that the evidence in this case is circumstantial and inconsistent. The prosecution highlighting statements from the couple's own children, who during interviews made statements saying Orrin and Orson weren't in Cal City, or that they hadn't seen one or both boys since Bakersfield. The prosecution also calling to the stand several family members and neighbors, all of whom had no real memories of seeing the two young boys for months. The defense, however, building their case by pointing out inconsistencies in the investigation, citing a lack of reports from police and varying stories from the West children. Defense counsel calling to the stand a child psychologist who testified that during the interviews where the children claimed alleged abuse and that the boys were never in Cal City, she believed the questions may have been leading and that the children had been primed with false memories. As both parties have rested their case, the jury will receive their jury instructions, and closing arguments are expected to begin on Tuesday. In Bakersfield, I'm Veronica Morley, 23 ABC, connecting you. Reasonable doubt. That's all the jury would need to find Trezell and Jacqueline West not guilty. And today, the defense saying that there's more than enough.
It is still going to be a tragedy. But we believe that at the conclusion of our case, that if reasonable doubt is not already apparent enough, that you will have reasonable doubt.
Defense attorney for Jacqueline West, Alexia Torres Stallings, taking the floor to deliver her opening statements Monday, with the prosecution resting their case. The jury has spent weeks listening to evidence against Jacqueline and Trezell West, including interviews with their eldest son, saying his younger brother Orrin had died in Bakersfield.
An individual should have some type of training when they speak with children in order to prevent any type of implantation that can then result in false allegations or false memory.
But the defense saying these interviews were a result of poor procedure.
There was no evidence, no human remains found. The van was forensically analyzed by Mr. Bianca and Ms. Brown, of which there was no forensic evidence found.
Torres Stallings stating the prosecution's case rests solely on the word of a 10-year-old child.
Sonia Barton's second interview is an inherently suggestible that she is browbeating the child until they can acquiesce into what she wants him to say.
While the defense plans to bring in experts to explain discrepancies in the surveillance videos and analyze the forensic interviews conducted on the West's other children. Torres Stallings stating that forensic interviews are meant to be fact-finding missions. But in this case, the parties involved already had their minds made up.
If you're not looking for it, you won't see it. That's essentially what confirmation bias is. If you intend on only seeing one aspect of a case, you will miss everything else.
And court is set to resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Live in Bakersfield, I'm Veronica Morley, 23 ABC, connecting you. The prosecution resting their case Monday, and defense attorney Alexia Torres Stallings gave her opening statements saying that there's more than enough reasonable doubt in the trial of Trezell and Jacqueline West. Torres Stallings calling to the stand experts to analyze the surveillance video from this case. In the video, the experts testify that even when enhanced, it would have been difficult for the human eye to see the two small boys walking out from the backyard. She also called to the stand a social worker who was in communication with Sonia Barton, the forensic interviewer, during the days surrounding critical interviews with the West's eldest son. Torres Stallings saying these interviews were inherently biased.
Sonia Barton's second interview is an inherently suggestible that she is browbeating the child until they can acquiesce into what she wants him to say.
And we also expect to hear from a child psychologist who specializes in forensic interviews about her analysis of the children's statements and why the defense says they're false. Court is set to resume Tuesday morning at 9 a.m. In Bakersfield, I'm Veronica Morley, 23 ABC, connecting you. In an interview recorded on July 1st, 2020, Jacqueline West told detectives that she would occasionally let Orrin and Orson be watched by their aunt, TT, whom she believed was a relative of one of the biological fathers. However, during this trial, both men have testified that they don't know anyone who goes by that name. During the interview, Jacqueline told detectives she wasn't too keen on letting the boys' biological family get too close, but knew it would be good for them. She said one relative, TT, would watch the boys for her sometimes. But Jacqueline said after she kept the boys longer than they agreed on, she decided to limit the biological family's interaction. Jacqueline also told detectives she changed her phone number because the family kept trying to get in contact with her after they adopted the boys. But she said when they changed phones, she lost all the pictures she had of the two boys. Detectives in the interview pointed out Jacqueline has photos of her biological sons and that her statements don't match up with what other witnesses have said. And on the stand Thursday, lead detective Thomas Hernandez said that they've authored 45 search warrants for cell phone records, social media, residences, and vehicles. The trial is on break for Friday. It is set to resume Thursday morning at 9 a.m. For 23 ABC News in Bakersfield, I'm Veronica Morley, connecting you. Through tearful eyes, Wanda West, the mother of Trezell, said that when the family moved to California City, even when she went to watch the boys, she did not see Orrin or Orson. Now, Wanda West testifying via Zoom that she went to the couple's Cal City home in September 19th, 2020 to watch 4 of their children. She said that the agreement was for her to watch the older boys because it was difficult for her to watch all 6 of them. Wanda testified that when she arrived, she didn't inquire as to where Orrin and Orson were, but she assumed they were with Jacqueline's mother, Maria Martinez. Wanda said that weekend she went to Cal City to watch the children and rented a U-Haul for Trezell and Jacqueline to continue moving things from Bakersfield. She said afterwards, when she drove Trezell back to the Bakersfield apartments where Maria lived, he left almost immediately after she dropped him off. Wanda also testifying that when the couple came to drop off the other 4 children on December 19th, Wanda believed again that Orrin and Orson were with Maria. That is until Trezell and Jacqueline told her the boys were in the back of their van sleeping. Wanda testified that that night she went with the couple in their van to withdraw money for their trip home. She said that she sat in the front passenger seat of the van, but she didn't see or hear Orrin or Orson. Wanda stating that she just thought it was too dark to see them and she didn't want to bother them because, again, Trezell and Jacqueline told her they were sleeping. Wanda also testified that she had sent the family matching robes for Christmas and had requested a photo of all of them sitting in front of the fireplace. She said, however, that she never got that photo. Now today, we also heard from a forensic investigator who interviewed the other children when they were taken to the Jamison Center. We also got to view some more of those interviews, and in one of them, one of the children says that their dad was, quote, very good at spanking, that at one time he spanked Orrin and Orson using a belt and that they bled. The trial is set to resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. And again, we expect the prosecution to rest this week and the defense to present their case next week. Live in Bakersfield, I'm Veronica Morley, 23 ABC, connecting you. I touched him and his body was cold. That's what the eldest child of Trezell and Jacqueline West said in an interview just days after Orrin and Orson were reported missing. And on the stand today, he said it wasn't very hard to keep the secret that his brother had died.
Through teary eyes, a child taking the stand Tuesday, recounting his family and life back in 2020. Trezell and Jacqueline West watching in the courtroom as their 12-year-old son testified. Prosecutor Eric Smith playing recorded interviews from December 2020 when the child was 10 years old. In the interviews, the child describes waking up one morning and his parents telling him Orrin had choked overnight. The child said he touched Orrin's body and felt it was cold. On the stand Tuesday, Smith questioned the child about the interviews. The child testified that he promised his parents he wouldn't tell anyone what happened to Orrin. In the interview, the child also stated that Orson had gone with them to Cal City, but was only there for 4 days before his parents told him they took Orson to go with their grandma. On the stand, The child said he heard what sounded like a soap bottle falling in the bath the night before Orson was taken to his grandmother's. While the child in the video appeared confident about his statements, the child on the stand was less sure when answering questions from Smith. Then the defense getting a chance for cross-examination, attorney Alexia Torres-Stallings asking the child if he held any feelings of anger or disappointment towards his parents. As the child wiped tears from his eyes, he answered no. Torres-Stallings asking the child if he knew why he couldn't talk to or live with his parents. Again, the child answered no. Torres-Stallings asking the child if he had a favorite memory of his parents. Again, the child answered no.
Now, court is in recess until 9 a.m. tomorrow. The prosecution is expected to rest, and then the defense will get the chance to begin their case. For 23 ABC News, I'm Veronica Morley, connecting you.
The prosecution in the murder trial of Trezell and Jacqueline West is expected to rest its case this week. The California City couple is charged with second-degree murder in the death of their adopted sons, Orrin and Orson. This morning, the couple's other children took the stand. 23 ABC's Veronica Morley shares what they had to say.
A former foster child of the West testifying to alleged abuse, and the couple's other children going back and forth on the stand left many wondering what exactly took place in the Cal City home.
On Monday, the prosecution calling a 16-year-old former foster child of Trezell and Jacqueline West to the stand. The teen lived with the Wests for about a year in 2016, before Orrin and Orson were placed with them. During his testimony, he said he was placed with the Wests along with his two foster brothers, the West's other adoptive children. The teen saying that his younger brothers would be punished by Jacqueline West if they didn't eat their food or cried. He said this often involved screaming at the children. He testified that when the boys cried, Jacqueline would hold them down until they stopped. Demonstrating the hold, the teen said she placed her arms around the child's neck and torso and her legs fastened around the child's legs. He said this hold could last from minutes to hours. Before he finished, the teen said he wanted to stop it, but was too young. The defense pointing out that while in the West's care, the teen had his own room, plenty of food and personal belongings, and when he finally told police about what happened, the teen confirmed in court that what officers wrote in their report wasn't exactly what he told them. The prosecution also calling to the stand the West's other children and comparing their testimony to what they told police back in December of 2020. The prosecution arguing they believe that Orrin and Orson were killed long before they were reported missing, based on statements the other children made to law enforcement that night. In body-worn camera footage from those interviews, the West's older adoptive son told officers the last time he remembered seeing the boys was back in their Bakersfield apartment. But on the stand, the 10-year-old went back and forth, stating many times that Orrin and Orson were in Cal City, that Orrin slept in his room, and that they helped decorate for Christmas. In a recording of the West's younger adoptive son, he told law enforcement that Orrin and Orson were in Cal City for a day before they left. But in court, the 9-year-old said they were there for a long time, and he remembered sharing a room with Orrin. Then the couple's 9-year-old biological son took the stand, often answering he did not remember when asked about that night or previous testimony.
Now, during cross-examination, the defense attempting to clarify some of the statements made on the stand, as well as asking the children their favorite memories of Trezell and Jacqueline. The court is set to resume Tuesday morning at 9 a.m. In Bakersfield, I'm Veronica Morley, 23 ABC, connecting you. Mark, yesterday we learned that investigators were able to gather DNA profiles for Orrin and Orson due to a paternity test. And today we learned exactly what happened when those profiles were tested against evidence found within the West's home. Kern Regional Crime Lab criminalist Ji-Hawk Kim testified that he compared these profiles to DNA collected from items within the home, including a children's mattress covers and a used diaper. For majority of the mattress covers, Kim said the test either excluded both Orrin and Orson, or the test came back inconclusive. The test on the diaper excluded Orson, but it was inconclusive when tested against Orrin's DNA profile. Kim testified that when results are inconclusive, that means there isn't enough statistical support for them to conclude whether or not a person's DNA contributed to the sample. He also tested the children's car seats, and for 2 of the samples, he could not exclude Orrin or Orson as potential contributors. Now, the trial is in recess for the rest of this week. It's set to resume next Monday at 9 a.m. Live in Bakersfield, I'm Veronica Morley, 23 ABC, connecting you. A detective with the Bakersfield Police Department taking the stand Tuesday saying he went through thousands of Facebook messages from Jacqueline West looking for the latest image or video of Orrin and Orson. Now, Detective Jesse Perez stating that it seems like the images he found, including Orrin and Orson, came from July 2020. Other images he collected from September 2020 only included Jacqueline and the 4 older boys. The video he collected showed Orrin and Orson playing in the couple's Bakersfield apartment sometime in July and were taken by the couple's eldest son. Perez said in messages to her sister and mother he believed Jacqueline seemed detached from the younger boys. Also taking the stand Tuesday were Detective Carlos Arvizu and Senior Officer Jaime Orozco, both of whom helped in translating wiretap phone calls. Officer Orozco saying one call stood out to him when Jacqueline seemed to laugh at a joke about the missing boys. We also learned that due to a paternity test done before the boys were reported missing, investigators were able to collect DNA profiles on Orrin and Orson. However, we've yet to hear whether these profiles matched any DNA collected during the investigation, including a diaper that was found within the West's home. The trial is set to resume Wednesday at 9 a.m. For 23 ABC News, I'm Veronica Morley, connecting you. A woman who claims that she saw Trezell and Jacqueline West walking around their Bakersfield apartments back in September 2020 testified Wednesday that the experience left her feeling that something wasn't right. Maria Salas says she was visiting her daughter when she saw a couple walking around the apartment near the dumpster. She said she called a friend, Laura Aguirre, and asked her to stay on the phone with her because she had a bad feeling. Aguirre testified as well, stating that when
This piece is key right here, guys. That lady that saw them at the dumpster. Did you hear what I was saying yesterday about that? Okay, if you weren't here yesterday during the testimony, there was a lady that lived over at the Bakersfield apartments, and one of her friends was out there or something, and she saw who she believes to be. She was very adamant that she believed it to be Jackie and Trezell dumping something in the dumpster, and they had a long cooler with them, and he had a stick in his hand, and it was just really eerie what happened that night, and they had called police about it, but nothing ever came of it. So anyway, I wanted to kind of bring that up because I think that is important too. I don't know how much of that the jury really, because it's kind of like, well, I don't know how solid that was for the jury, but to me it stood out.
Salas called her, she was in a panic. Aguirre said she tried to calm her down. Then after Orrin and Orson were reported missing and Trezell and Jacqueline were on the news, Salas said she again called Aguirre saying she thought it was the same couple she saw that night. In January 2021, Salas called the police about what she remembered. But during court Wednesday, the defense read a transcript of what she told law enforcement, pointing out conflicting statements. Also called to the stand Wednesday was a criminalist who processed and photographed the West's van. Photos shown by the defense showing a diaper and baby wipes that were in the van when it was processed. The criminalist saying that he couldn't remember if the diaper had been used or not. The trial is set to resume Tuesday at 9 a.m. In Bakersfield, I'm Veronica Morley, 23 ABC, connecting you. Mark, Detective John Ryan taking the stand again today, this time being questioned by the defense regarding his interview with Jacqueline the day after the boys were reported missing. During that interview, he told Jacqueline he'd be the first to apologize if he were wrong. Well, today in court, defense attorney Alexia Torres-Stallings told Ryan that she's going to hold him to that. Now, on Friday, Ryan testified that he watched surveillance video of the family getting into their van on December 19th, 2020, when Trezell and Jacqueline were taking their children to Bakersfield to stay with Trezell's mother. Ryan stated that when he watched the surveillance video, he only saw 4 children entering the van. Today, the defense played that full surveillance video for the jury, asking Ryan if he was able to make out any of the individuals by their faces or clothing. He was not. The defense asked if he could tell if anyone was carrying a child in the video. Again, he couldn't. The video also showed another individual across the street as the family got into the van and left. But Ryan stated that he doesn't know if that person was ever questioned regarding how many children got into the van. Now, other witnesses to testify today included several crime lab officers who helped collect evidence. From that, we learned that fingerprints on the backyard glass sliding door were never tested. No blood was found in the house, and a used diaper had sat in the trash can for a year before it was collected into evidence. Trial is set to resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Live in Bakersfield, I'm Veronica Morley, 23 ABC, connecting you. Asked to name the biological children of Trezell and Jacqueline West, Trezell's father, Philip West, became teary-eyed on the stand, and he told the defense that he's still in denial about what's taken place. Philip told the defense that when officers first arrived to their home the night Orrin and Orson West were reported missing, he was mind-boggled by what the officers said. Police describing the Cal City home as a compound with children sleeping in cots on the floor. Phillips said that when he first heard this, he thought that perhaps the family just hadn't fully put the house together since moving in. He testified he hadn't seen the children since the couple moved to Cal City, believing the last time that they were together was the 4th of July. When asked if he was planning to visit the home, Phillips said yes, and that he and his wife even discussed visiting for Christmas. The prosecution alleging the couple reported the boys missing that December because they were worried about family coming for Christmas. However, the defense denies this. The defense asking Philip about his relationship with Trezell, and he said that while they butted heads occasionally, he raised his sons to be good fathers. The trial is set to resume Monday morning with video recordings of Jacqueline and Trezell. For 23 ABC News, I'm Veronica Morley, connecting you. Detective John Ryan testifying Friday that when looking for surveillance video of the West California City home, he found video of the day that Trezell and Jacqueline took their children to Trezell's parents' house on December 19th, 2020. Ryan testifying that in that video, he saw only 4 children getting into the van. During the trial, video recordings of an interview conducted between authorities and Jacqueline showed Ryan continuously accusing Jacqueline of not telling the truth. He repeatedly said he believes she knows something she isn't telling them and asks if she's trying to cover for Trezell. However, no matter how much he pushes her, Jacqueline continues to say that she's told him everything. Ryan also telling Jacqueline that they believe the couple reported the 2 boys missing out of fear because it was close to Christmas and they believe family would visit and find the boys weren't there. Jacqueline denies this in the recording, saying that the boys were in the van asleep when they took the children to Trezell's parents' home. Again, Ryan testifying, claiming he has evidence showing that's false. Now, the trial is set to resume Monday morning at 9.
Okay, guys, so if you are on Twitter, you need to follow Veronica Morley. She's awesome. She's done a great job following this trial. She's been in there in the courtroom every day. And the news station is 23 ABC Bakersfield. So if you are looking for that station, they've done a lot on this as well. All right. The next thing I wanted to show you guys. Here it is. I'm not trying to monetize this stream today, so I'm hoping they don't give me hell for playing these.
I don't understand how Kern County, they went all the way around the system of contacting me or Dana to come get our grandkids. I mean, how hard is that? As far as Trezell and them changing their names, I mean, come on. I mean, that's shady enough as it is right there.
That was Leif Dean. We spoke to him on this program. His 2 grandsons are missing, and their adoptive parents have been charged with their murder. But the adoptive parents, when they adopted the children who had already been named, changed their names, changed their first names. Like, who does that? And it just the beginning of a case that will get your blood boiling. Our great affiliate KERO in Bakersfield, California, has been covering this story from the beginning. Here's Brianna Willis reporting on the timeline of what happened to the Cal City toddlers.
Where are the boys? Where are the boys? Where are the boys? Where are the boys?
It was December 21st, 2020. Orrin and Orson West, also known as Classic and Sincere, were first reported missing in California City by their adoptive parents, Terzell and Jacqueline West. Days after that time, the West parents telling 23 ABC they understand that people would accuse them of the disappearance.
And that's understandable. What's your response to that?
That's understandable. I would think the same thing.
And the Cal City Police Chief John Walker assuring the community his department was looking for clues day in and day out at the start of the investigation.
We're just trying to dig up anything, any clues that we can possibly find to find out where they had gone and also to confirm that they're not in the backyard.
The disappearance prompting a massive search effort involving not only Cal City Police, but the Bakersfield Police Department, the FBI, and the community. Then month after month, the community rallied together for searches, marches, and vigils, all to find the boys.
Where are the boys? No boys, no me! Where are the boys? No boys, no me!
And reward money for information and the return of the boys continued to grow in 2021 as local businesses, community members, and a private investigator joined the search efforts for the boys.
There was some elements that stood out about the foster families interviews that pretty much compelled me to participate and come out and do what we could to help find both of these boys.
Billboards with the boys' faces and the rewards started to appear in February 2021 in Kern County. But after 8 weeks, Cal City Police confirmed they have no suspects in the case. In March 1st, 2021, the Bakersfield Police Department officially took over the case. They continued the search in Southeast Bakersfield for the boys, issuing a search warrant to the adoptive grandparents and more than 20 more search warrants in the case. It wasn't until June 2021, BPD gave an update on the case, announcing 170 items have been seized, 83 individuals have been interviewed, 44 search warrants have been conducted, 16 mass area searches have been done, 3 searches outside of California, and 200 plus tips have been received and followed up on, but still, the boys have not been located. Then month after month, the community continued to come together with prayer vigils and hoping for answers for the boys. But December, nearly 1 year after they were first reported missing, BPD provided an update saying since June, they executed 4 more search warrants, interviewed 33 more people, conducted 11 mass area searches, and 4 out-of-state searches. During the 1-year anniversary, we spoke to the biological family who said they just want answers.
Some kind of answers. It's been a year. We deserve something.
Yes, yes.
That's, I mean, it's only right.
Orson's biological father saying regardless of the circumstances, he will always be here for the boys.
I still got them. They should know that I still love them, that I'm always going to have their backs regardless of the fact those are my kids. Like, you know, that's something that you'll miss in life that you can never get back.
Now, just 14 months after they were first reported missing, the Kern County grand jury indicted the adoptive parents, Terzell and Jacqueline West, for the murder of Orrin and Orson West. They were arrested March 1st around 7 p.m. at 58 in Enos Lane. Kern County District Attorney Cynthia Zimmer announcing the investigation unveils that the boys are dead. But Zimmer added that the bodies have not been found, and now the family is still searching for answers.
Question is now, where are the boys' bodies? We want to be able to bring them home and, give them a proper burial.
Never should have happened. Let's bring back in our think tank, Al Weinstein, Al Crossland. Jennifer Brandt, family law attorney. Explain to me how on earth these children, I understand you get put in the foster care system. I always thought the goal was reunification with the biological family. You have grandparents that were trying to follow the program, a mother trying to follow. Why would you adopt them out to a young couple who has 4 other children that are young?
Yeah.
Come on, 6 kids? No way is that the best interest of any child. Now they're charged with murder. How does this happen?
I don't know, Vinny. You hear about these kind of things happening, and there are people out there that, really do want children, and want to be good foster parents and then be adoptive parents. But you're right with what you said earlier. Usually the goal is reunifying the children with their biological family, with a grandparent, with another family member if the parents aren't available or aren't able to take the children. So how these complete strangers got the children, how the children didn't go with the family, it sounds like a failure in the system. But we don't know. We don't know what the grandparents were really doing and how involved they were at the time. Bottom line, these people all got a hold of these children through the foster system, and it's just tragic that these poor children are missing, and who knows what really happened to them. We don't even want to know.
Yeah, I don't understand how you look at the situation of these parents. They already had 4 kids that were young. And we're not talking about people that have nannies or help. No, they're struggling. No. They are absolutely how could it be in the best interest of those kids to be there? And I know money isn't everything, but I mean, any of us who've been parents know how difficult it is with, 1 young one or 2 young ones. 6? No way. Ridiculous, absurd, especially when you have a biological family that was trying to follow the program here. Al once, let's get to the criminal case. And again, this is the if these adoptive parents are factually innocent, right? Not like we didn't prove it, factually innocent. This is the easiest case ever to win if they're factually innocent. The prosecution has alleged a murder timetable of September. The children were reported missing by the adoptive parents in December. All you have to do is demonstrate some proof of life between September and December of those 2 cute little kids. Like you don't have one photograph on your phone of these kids. Is this not the easiest case to prove if they're factually innocent?
It should be the easiest case to prove that they're factually innocent. You're correct. I mean, the prosecution, they've hedged their bet a little bit by going for a superseding indictment and bringing in more things that could possibly have caused the death of these kids. They could have ingested drugs. They could have fallen from a chair. They could have been hit by a bus. I mean, for all we know, they were not being watched properly or something along those lines. So the prosecution is hedging their bet. And you're right. If a photograph comes between that timeline, the state's going to have an awful hard time trying to convince a jury that they have a solid case and that they're not just grasping at straws. So the prosecution, they're playing with house money, though, Vin, and you know how that is. Whenever you're playing with house money, you can afford to be a little crazy.
Well, the problem that the defense has here is it's not 1 child, it's 2 children. So if you want to talk about some accident or something happening, but there's 2 of them. There's 2 of them, and it's 2 out of 6. 2 out of 6. And they have a story about what they say happened. That the 2 kids, they were wrapping Christmas gifts, and he's out chopping wood in the freezing cold, and they just disappeared like that. I mean, there's a story they are locked into here. So, Darnell, your thoughts? I mean, come on. If you have that photograph, who would not take 1 million pictures, first of all, of these 2 kids? But you have to have at least one. How could you not take at least 1 picture of your children in a 2-month time period in the year 2020 when everyone's locked up inside during COVID? Come on, Darnell, right? I mean, to me, that is, and if that picture exists, you would show it right now, wouldn't you? You're not waiting for the trial. You're saying, look, Mr. Prosecutor, here's the proof of life picture.
Instagram, Twitter, these are the things that these young people live for. And so they will take pictures and be posting them every place. But I have an article up here on my computer, Gabby Petito and 1 Way to Break Media's Missing White Women Syndrome. That's by the Los Angeles Times. And I have to applaud Court TV and that community that I've been watching, because I can get a little bit angry sometimes, but I'm very emotional to see how this family has garnered so much support from the community. And these are Black kids, and typically, as we saw in many articles about Gabby Petito and how the media responds to missing white women, these family of this community with these billboards and the way they marched and the way they came out, I have to applaud them, and I have to applaud Court TV tonight for even further showing this, because these kids deserve this type of attention. It's unfortunate what happened to them, and it does my heart warm to see this. I was in court on the docket today at 2 o'clock. I represent a woman who has a young baby, a couple months old, that has 15 broken ribs, and the father wants to give up custody, etc. But they won't give the kid to the family of my client because they said we don't know for 100% certain what happened. So now the child's with foster care. So until you get 100%, you're going to put the child in foster care outside of the family and not to any of them. And it breaks my heart. So we're there from 2 to 4 o'clock today fighting the same thing. And like you said, Al, this is ridiculous. 6 kids, young family, difficult. So it breaks my heart.
All right. When we come back, time to hear from you. Oh, we've got a trial date. Let me put it up on the screen. We got the trial date here for the case against Trezell and Jacqueline West.
Okay, let's take that off. I keep checking to see if we have any updates, and there's nothing yet. I'm going to put this on, and then I need to go run to let my dog out real quick. So this is that video I was telling you guys about that I did with some news clips, just kind of what happened in the background or what was going on. I put a couple things together for you guys.
The case of Orrin and Orson West has prompted the birth mother of 2 unrelated children in Kern County's foster care system to step forward with concerns of her own. 17's Robert Price spoke to the parents of 2 other boys who they say are lost in the system.
With the adoptive parents of young Orrin and Orson West now accused of their murder, another set of parents whose children were put in the care of the same people are asking, what about their sons? Virginia Williams says she has not seen her sons, Guillermo and Eleuterio Parra, ages 8 and 10, for 5 years. And at some point, she says, they were placed in the foster care of Trezell and Jacqueline West. That's the couple charged Wednesday in the alleged murders of Orrin and Orson, ages 4 and 3, after more than a year of investigation that included combing the desert around the West's home in California City. By that time, DA Cynthia Zimmer says Orrin and Orson had already been dead for 3 months, which leaves Virginia Williams in anguish. Where are her boys? She and Israel Munoz, the boy's stepfather, say Kern County Child Protective Services isn't giving them any answers.
We don't know where they are. I'm asking for proof of life.
Proof of life, a phrase usually associated with kidnapping. Williams says a court official told her in confidence that her son's initial foster care placement was with Trezell and Jack, and that scares her.
Been there 6 years now. They were adopted all out in 2018 to the West. And then from there, I've seen and heard nothing from them.
Kern County Human Services tells 17 News they can't comment on any aspect of Williams' story. Munoz says the whole system is unfair.
It's breathtaking, but that's how CPS does things. CPS will come in your house, they break up families that don't need to be broken up. Yeah. And then they give these kids away like they're puppies. I mean, where's our constitutional rights?
Williams says the situation is part of a bigger issue, helplessness born of multi-generational incarceration. She says she was raised as a ward of the Los Angeles County court system from the age of 2. She has been to prison herself, and she says one of her sons, raised largely in foster care, has developmental issues that she fears will impact his life. And the chain continues.
My father and my mother went to jail for murder. And I've lived with my grandma. Being that I am awarded to the court, every child that I have, by law, they have the right to take. Because I am a state baby. And this is the flaw that we should fix today. Because just because we are victims and we had no mothers, that should not hold above our head.
Guillermo and Eleuterio Parra, where are you? It's a simple question their birth mother would like an answer to. In Bakersfield, Robert Price, 17 News.
A footnote here, just before airtime, DHS responded to our request for a clarification. We were told that the children of wards of the court or those who were once court-supervised minors are not subject to removal from their homes without additional cause.
Well, tonight we are on verdict watch as one of the most closely watched trials in Kern County history is now in the hands of a jury. Closing arguments wrapped up yesterday in the murder trial of Trezell and Jacqueline West, the couple charged with killing their two adopted sons, Orrin and Orson, months before reported them missing in 2020. The prosecution's pivotal testimony came from the West's eldest biological child, who allegedly told a social worker he saw Orrin's dead body at the family's apartment in Bakersfield. The defense argues police focused on the Wests from the beginning, ignoring other possibilities.
Jacqueline West, the couple charged with killing their two adopted sons. Orrin and Orson West were just 3 and 4 years old when they were reported missing in December of 2020. Prosecutors allege the boys were actually killed 3 months before that. Among the prosecution's witnesses, several adults who testified they had not seen the boys for months prior to December. The West's oldest biological child testifying as well, saying he saw one of the boys dead. The defense disputed his story, bringing in a doctor to talk about coercive interview techniques that can be used on children. In his closing arguments this morning, prosecutor Eric Smith continued to point out several inconsistencies with Trezell and Jacqueline's testimony, saying their other children's testimony is ultimately what cracked the case, with consistent statements and eyewitness accounts.
One of the most closely watched trials in Kern County history is now in the hands of a jury. Both sides presenting closing arguments today in the murder trial of Trezell and Jacqueline West, charged with killing their two adopted boys months before reporting them missing in December of 2020. In his closing argument today, prosecutor Eric Smith told the jury Trezell and Jacqueline West are adept at telling lies. Smith claimed they lied to law enforcement, their parents, and even their own children. Ultimately, Smith said the West's 4 other children unraveled their parents' scheme. When a California City police officer interviewed the children the day after Orrin and Orson were reported missing, they all said the same thing. They hadn't seen their brothers for weeks. A week later, the West's eldest biological child came forward with startling information. He told a social worker he saw Orrin die at the family's apartment in Bakersfield in September. He said his parents never called 911 for help.
They let him die. Because why? They knew that their lives would functionally end at that point. That's it. Their whole lives are based on money for what? 4 kids that they've adopted. That's the whole basis of their lives. They've been warehousing children, that'd be done. They'd be prosecuted from a crime, but most importantly, their 2 biological children would be taken away. And for all the stuff that they did to their adopted children, they absolutely 100% loved and adored those biological children. All the circumstantial evidence points to one thing. They were never in Cal City.
Smith said it's unclear exactly what led to Orrin's death, but afterward, the West conspired to kill Orson. In its closing argument, the defense said police focused on Trezell and Jacqueline West from the beginning, ignoring other possibilities. They say police didn't look into the dozens of sex offenders living in California City and didn't thoroughly check a tip reporting the boys had been seen in Arlington, Texas.
The whole theory just doesn't even add up. One of the boys dies because you might have beaten him so bad, or you might have given him a shake, so then you just get rid of the other one, because then that would be obvious if you just had 1 kid. They're doing it for money, but they're going to get rid of 2. You would just run this same theory and say one of them wandered off. Why would you have to say the second one? They're not shoes, they're not earrings. Like, that would be suspicious. If you've got a confession or some bodies or some hard evidence, well then yeah, it is what it is. Not on this.
Overt acts, things that are done.
The Kern County Superior Court jury will return for deliberations.
He kept saying took.
KGT.com court reporter Jason Katowski joining us
Isn't
in
it
studio now with
taken?
more on
Isn't
today's
that the
closing
proper word?
arguments. You've been there every day of this trial. Tell us more today about the prosecution's closing argument. And I understand it lasted for several hours.
Yes, Prosecutor Eric Smith, over a 2-hour closing argument, said exactly how Orrin and Orson died remains unclear, and it's also unclear whether it was Trezell or Jacqueline who killed them, but he said both were involved in the deaths and need to be held responsible. Smith said the Wests adopted children not out of love, but because the state paid them $1,000 a month for each child, making the children their primary source of income. He said they just wanted the money and didn't love their adopted sons like their two biological children. And there was testimony that the Wests were physically abusive with the adopted children. Smith said the Wests' eldest child saw Orrin die. That boy testified he saw Orrin vomit and his body turn cold, and his parents told him to stay quiet because if anyone else found out, the other children, including him, would be taken away. He said the Wests moved to California City a week later and Orson disappeared. Smith said the Wests conspired to kill Orson and got rid of his body too, and then waited 3 months to report the two boys missing, giving them plenty of time to concoct a story, get new cell phones, and make other preparations to back up their story.
So what did the defense say to counter that argument, Jason?
The defense argued that this was a shoddy investigation from the beginning, with California City Police failing to write reports or get video evidence of everything they did, and forgetting to mention one person they spoke with entirely. Alexia Torres Stallings, lead attorney for Jacqueline West, said there are no confessions in this case and there isn't an overwhelming amount of evidence. She said investigators should have conducted more DNA testing and taken fingerprint evidence, and she said there was a lot more that could have been done in this case overall. Timothy Hennessy, lead counsel for Trezell West, said police had blinders on. They didn't check on the dozens of registered sex offenders living in the area, follow up on a tip that the boys were seen in Arlington, Texas, or take a serious look at the boys' biological family.
All right, so what?
Well, the jury has this case now. Closing arguments wrapped up shortly before 4:30, and the 12 jurors went to the back to start deliberating. They will resume deliberating at 9 a.m. tomorrow, and then it's just a waiting game to see when and if they come back with a verdict.
Now, we've all been reflecting in the newsroom how difficult a case this is for any juror because of the lack of hard evidence. All of the evidence presented is essentially circumstantial evidence.
Yes, with the exception of the testimony of the eldest child who says that he witnessed Orrin die, the rest is circumstantial evidence, but Prosecutor Eric Smith pointed out that circumstantial evidence under the law holds just as much weight as direct evidence, and the jury needs to consider all that.
However, the defense during closing arguments argued that while there was a conspiracy, they say it was on the part of the investigators against the couple, and it all started the night the boys were reported missing.
Trezell and Jacqueline have no moral fiber. They killed 2 kids.
While I'm asking you to trust in the system is because the jury is the failsafe here.
The trial of Trezell and Jacqueline West hanging on closing arguments. Prosecutor Eric Smith arguing Orrin had died while the couple lived in Bakersfield, and the couple, fearing of losing money from the adoption, plotted to get rid of the body.
A parent has a legal duty. Under the law, you are required to help your child.
Smith arguing that after this, the couple knew they needed to do something about Orson.
They're already in the process of moving. Questions are going to be asked. They have to come up with something. So the night before Wanda comes, they hatch the plan, they kill Orson. And they set it up. They got 3 months. Discard the bodies. Get rid of phones. Get new phone numbers.
The prosecution arguing that the couple reported the boys missing in Cal City because they once again were expecting family to visit. And while the investigation had its faults,
they miscalculated because they didn't know law enforcement can go and talk to their kids.
The defense arguing it was investigators conspiring against the couple.
We just watched that. I wanted to read something really quick that I saw. And this is coming from, I lost my spot. Bakersfield. This is Bakersfield Now, Eyewitness News, KBAK Fox 58. It said that Prosecutor Eric Smith said Tuesday there is circumstantial evidence and direct evidence. For direct evidence, he pointed to the West's eldest biological son's testimony, where he said Orrin had passed away after choking on his own vomit. Smith said that what that son said aligns with the account of his brothers and both grandmothers that they hadn't seen Orrin or Orson since the family lived in Bakersfield. For circumstantial evidence, he said, Trezell and Jacqueline were child abusers. He referenced the West's eldest biological son's testimony that Trezell would spank the adoptive boys until they bled with a belt. Now, the reason I'm rereading that, guys, is because they asked for the son's testimony. The jury did. They wanted one of the kids to revisit that testimony. So I'm kind of like, oh, is that what they're trying to decide? Are we looking at circumstantial? Are we looking at direct? Like, what kind of evidence are we looking at here? The defense zoned in on two things: beyond reasonable doubt and things in the investigation that police did not look into. Hennessy and Torres Stallings told the jury that if they have any doubt that there's questions here, that's reasonable doubt. By law, it's not guilty. Ugh. The Wests are facing 7 charges. The first 3 are related to Orrin, and the next 3 are concerning Orson. The last charge is connected to both boys. There's 2 counts of unaliving in the second degree, 1 count of involuntary manslaughter, 2 counts of willful cruelty to a child, 1 count of conspiracy to commit a crime, and finally 1 count of false reporting of an emergency. Oh, you know what? What if they come back and say they falsely, well, I'm not even going there. I'm not going there. I'm not going to say that. I'm not an attorney, so I don't want to say anything incorrectly. All right, I'm going to do another refresh on this Twitter feed and see if we got anything from KGET. The jury has left for lunch. Ah, crap. They'll be back at 1:30. Shit, you guys. All right, so that's not a good sign. Because what that means is they're not, I mean, if they were close, they would go through lunch. You know what I mean? Damn it. All right, so it's going to be at least 2 hours before we hear anything at this point. We know that, right? You guys want to take a break? Number 1 hater. I wonder what they're having for lunch. Christina says she thinks someone in the jury is good. It could be one person holding everybody up. Yep, you're right. It could be. I wonder if there is the possibility of a hung juror. How long do they have to keep going before the judge finally comes in and says, "Okay, that's it. You guys can't make a decision." Okay, Steve saying there's not enough time for a hung juror. Usually the judge will tell a hung juror to keep deliberations going. I wonder what the time limit is, though. Hey, Debbie, I don't think any social worker, well, no, Sonia was Sonia on the stand? The one that did the questioning of the boys when they were brought to CPS after the parents were arrested. She did speak. And then there was another lady too, I believe, from CPS that got up and testified. Oh, because you guys are on that. Well, okay, so yesterday they left court at like 4:00 because they didn't take their evening break. So instead of leaving at 4:30, they left at 4:00. So that is Pacific Standard Time. I think we should take a break, guys, and then come back on in about 2 hours. 1:30 is 3:30 my time. So they're only going to come back from lunch at 3:30 my time. So here's what I'm going to do. Hey, Amanda. Hey, girl. No, girl, they just went to lunch. The jury just went to lunch. So we're trying to figure out if we should I could keep the stream up, you guys, and just play some recordings of what we were doing yesterday. I think I'm going to do that because I hate to lose everybody. And some of you guys want to hang out and listen. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to keep the stream running. I've got to go run over there, let the dog out. And I'll just keep playing some of the stuff that we had yesterday. It's not a good sign. I'm worried. What's the longest they could go, you guys, before the judge calls it? Yeah, you're going to be in bed by then, Charlotte. It's too late for you guys. Oh, I won't be mad at you, honey. I understand. If I could lay down and take a nap, I would. Steve said he's going to take a cat nap. It's Tuesday, Barb. Is that the latest they can go? Oh, gosh, you guys, I can't do this every day until Tuesday. That's horrible. Y'all can't either. Well, they're not in sequester, right? They're not sequestered. Hey, kitten, capoodler. Capoodler. Well, Kit, the jury just went to lunch. That's what's going on. And we knew that if that happened, it was going to be a bad sign because that means it's going to be several hours before we know anything. So I'm going to go ahead and just play some videos here that I have up of the trial. I'm thinking, see if anything's going on with the news here. I really didn't want to focus on any other topic. Because these guys are just not getting any attention, and I want to stay on topic here. And I don't care what it takes, honestly. It's not about us. It's not about me. It's about the boys. So I'm going to play my playlist of the boys. I'm going to go run and do what I need to do. When I get back, we'll change it up a little bit. But we've got another 45 minutes before they come back for lunch, right? 45 or an hour 45. They need to eat a sandwich and get back in there. I mean, order in pizza, people, for crying out loud. I know it's been a long trial for them, but my goodness alive. So I'm going to play my playlist. And you guys can watch that if you want to hang out or just listen in the background. And we'll keep the stream open. And I'll just keep, when I get back from checking on the dogs, I will check the thing again to make sure there's been no further updates for you guys, okay? Before we go on, do that, let's see if we got an update from Keish. No, nothing yet. Probably. We'll watch that when I get back. Okay, let's play this for you guys now. Thanks for joining in. Wanted to give you a quick update on the West trial, day one. What occurred? Obviously, they had their opening statements. And as we had all suspected, there's some information that came out from the children in the home that the boys had not been seen for crime.
Not only were they not in the van on December 19th, that they hadn't been in the home in California City also.
As testimony and body camera footage was played from the night the boys were reported missing, officers questioned that the boys had left through the backyard as the couple claimed.
Their bodies have never been found, Even with the attempts of the California City Police Department, the Bakersfield Police Department, the FBI.
The prosecution also stating that the West's other children all claimed the boys were gone long before that night, and that neighbors claimed to have never seen one or both of them. But the defense attempting to poke holes in the investigation.
Their sons, Oren and Orson, are missing, and we're here because it's easier to charge them than for them to explain why they couldn't find them.
During testimony today, defense attorney Alexia Torres-Stallings questioned officers who initially reported to the 911 call. Torres-Stallings asking one from the home that night that he could not recall until she showed video of it in his possession. And attorney Timothy Hennessy claiming Cal City Police believed the Wests were involved from the beginning.
And sometimes they say some things that are true, but Cal City doesn't want to hear.
Hennessy asking one officer on the stand about an interview with Jacqueline West, claiming he lied to her about the extent of the investigation, and the officer agreed, stating it was a ruse to see how she would react.
Because they can't answer where the boys went.
They're being charged with second-degree murder, involuntary manslaughter, child cruelty, false reporting of an emergency, and conspiracy. They face life terms in prison if convicted.
Security camera footage of a neighbor to Trezell and Jacqueline West shows on December 21st at 5:53, Trezell starts looking for the boys around the neighborhood. The neighbor admits the timestamp on the security camera footage is 1 hour off.
What appears right here is someone, I'm assuming by his statement, is Trezell getting into a white van in front of the property and exiting. And it looks like he makes a left turn and goes eastbound on Aspen.
Trezell comes back to the home 6 minutes later. Fast forward to 5:53. California City Police arrive.
This is 5:53. So can you tell me?
5:53 is consistent again. We received the call at 5:48, and we were on scene within 5 minutes. So that makes absolute sense. And it looks like I'm assuming Trezell and Jacqueline walking up to the police car and discussing with my officer, giving him information of what they've reported.
Trezell gets in his van and looks for the boys around the neighborhood more, while the officer looks for Oren and Orson with a flashlight in the backyard.
I'm absolutely confident at this point my officer is beginning his search where the kids were seen last, and that would be in the backyard.
We saw dogs on the other side of the fence. We did not see children on the other side of the fence. So not saying they weren't in the backyard, just from the security cam footage and the angle the camera was at, we could not see children through an outline or anything on the other side of the fence. Is that same with police?
Yeah, that's a correct statement.
So that security footage was actually released a very long while back. So some of you may have already seen it, but let's see. I wanted to read this to you guys really quickly. It kind of goes into depth about something that kind of threw me for a loop here. It says a week after they went missing, a child who had been living with them gave a statement saying he witnessed one of the boys die and said the other later disappeared after a loud thug was heard one night. Now, that was all coming from the prosecution today. Smith said surveillance footage shows no one could have taken the boys from the West California City home on the night the couple reported them missing, December 21st, 2020. Instead, the evidence will show Oren at age 4 and Orson of age 3 died sometime in September of 2020. and their bodies have never been found. The defense is, or the prosecution is going into this as if they're no longer alive, which we kind of knew that already. But it says that the defense's angle on this is that the boys are still alive and they're just missing. And it should be treated like a missing persons case. Now their defense attorneys narrowed in on the fact that the police had only interviewed a couple of the 41 registered sex offenders living in California City and did not follow up on a tip from a woman in Texas who claimed to have seen them. Also, he said authorities had no explanation for a vehicle captured on surveillance footage leaving the area of the West home shortly before Trezell West called 911 to report the children were gone. This is a tragic accident, is what the evidence will show, the defense attorney said. The West had custody of 6 children. And this is what's so scary. They had custody of 6 children. 2 were their biological children, and the other 2 were adopted children. All 4 will testify. I was thinking they were going to get them up on the stand, and I was thinking that's a lot of the reason why this case is not being aired to the public. I don't know if that's why, but I kind of just felt like that's probably what the judge decided. And you kind of wonder about these other 2 adopted children, like what was their experience, and were they on that list as well somewhere down the road? Especially if you think about the fact that the the biological mom was doing all that she could to get the boys back. Well, let me go into this, and then I'll kind of tell you guys what I'm thinking on this. Is the child was 10 at the time the boys were reported missing, and he said he woke up one night to noises coming from Orrin, not from his room, but from Orrin, while the family still lived in an apartment on Lotus Lane in Bakersfield. He said his parents got to Orrin first and they watched as his color faded. He vomited and died, according to the interview. He gave this on December 28th, 2020. His parents never called for medical aid. Instead, they discussed keeping the death hidden. That's all coming from their 10-year-old. The West asked their 10-year-old if they should tell somebody or keep it a secret. And what you'll hear through their testimony, the prosecutor says, is that the 10-year-old knew if they told somebody, they would be taken away from their parents. Orrin never made it to California City, and Orson was only there 4 days. Smith said the child told an interviewer he heard a loud thud one night, and then Orson had been at the home the day before the thud was heard. The child said, according to Smith. The next day, Orson was gone, according to the 10-year-old, and he hasn't been seen since. He believed that Orson was taken back to his grandmother's house. Now, something interesting that I saw here was they're talking about another party being involved. So in the prosecution's opening statement, they basically said that the West adopted the boys, Classic and Sincere Pettis, with the intention to live off of the money the couple would receive for caring for the boys, which we were all kind of saying that, right? And then the prosecutor accuses the West of planning out the deaths of Orrin and Orson with an unknown co-conspirator who then killed the boys. See, that's what I'm saying. Like, an unknown. How long was this being planned out? Did Orrin pass away because of some kind of abuse that he had been getting? And then they said, well, we can't keep one and not have the other. So I don't know. It's getting late, so my brain's kind of mushy right now. But I was just kind of thinking, like, why did they plan this from the beginning? And if so, why would they do that with a biological mom that's still trying to fight to get them back? So the defense argues back and says that they're simply the 2 parents of missing children being punished for being different. That's what it says in quotes, being different. They also said that the police and the prosecution are inconsistent in the details provided to the court. Opening statements concluded after defense attorneys, there's Alexis Torres Stallings and Fatima Rodriguez, both representing Jacqueline West, opted to hold their opening statement for their client. Why would they do that? Why would they do that? So I don't know. I mean, for them to say that there was a co-conspirator, they have to have some evidence on that because that really kind of makes the jury lean like, what? That just kind of makes the story to me less believable unless they have evidence that that's the case. They must have evidence of it. Because remember, they're innocent until proven guilty, and it's on the prosecution to prove and show this evidence and prove that they're guilty. So I don't know, bringing that third party in kind of makes things a little bit convoluted to me, in my opinion, but there might be a lot of evidence behind it. So that's going to be real interesting. So let's watch this other clip real quick because this shows a little bit more of the openings.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is Trezell West. This is Jacqueline West. And their two sons are missing. Their sons, Orrin and Orson, are missing. And we're here because it's easier to charge them than for them to explain why they couldn't find them.
This is the last known photo ever taken of Orrin. It's recovered from the cell phones that were seized in this case. This is the last known photo of Orson, taken in the apartment at Lotus Lane, July 25th, 2020.
Okay.
Now, during one of the interviews, and it'll be played for you here.
Please tell me that they have that the jury has a larger screen than that to look at. Because that is an awfully small screen. Watch when it zooms out.
At Lotus Lane, July 25th, 2020.
It's a monitor.
Now, during one of the interviews, and it'll be played for you here, Jacqueline West talks about how she talked to her kids about Orrin and Orson. She said, I told them, pretend they're not here. Just act like they don't live here. Just go do your work. She talked about what she did with Orrin and Orson. I always keep them separated. I keep them separated. I focus mainly on schooling while they're playing. They don't play together, but they have played together. I just don't know. But that's essentially what happened to Orrin and Orson. They were kept separate. And then ultimately, sometime in September, they were killed and have not been seen since then.
I cannot wait until they come out with the police interviews. It's alleged they induced a minor to commit a crime. I guess the crime would be that that little boy knew what happened. Prosecutors have said Orrin and Orson died 3 months before the West reported them missing, but have remained tight-lipped on what evidence they have that the boys are not alive. A gag order bars the attorneys from speaking about the case. You know, this trial is supposed to go all the way into June. That's long. I wonder why so long. Do they have that much evidence? They've already replaced one of the jurors with an alternate. It doesn't say why. Now this kind of narrows it down a little bit. They're saying between September 1st and September 11th are the timelines of when they think that the boys were unalived. They're charged with willfully harming the boys and conspiracy to commit unaliving. They're also charged with failing to provide a legal duty in a criminally negligent manner regarding involuntary manslaughter. Charged with a number of overt acts. Trezell West arranged for the boys to stay in Cal City on the week of September 18th. The prosecution is saying that an unknown co-conspirator killed the boys after the Wests planned their deaths. On or about September 1st, now they're saying through September 20th, the West represented that the boys went back to the Okay. So in the time period of between September 1st to September 20th, the West represented that the boys had went back to their biological parents. He did bring up the surveillance footage that we just watched. They brought up photos of the boys. The West's primary source of income in Cal City was the $4,000 they received from adopting children. Oh my goodness. The prosecutor said that there will be DNA evidence presented from the home in Cal City. I'm confused though because I thought that they thought that everything happened in Bakersfield. So it's kind of blurry as to what they're talking about here. Maybe Orrin died in Bakersfield and Orson died in Cal City. Is that where this is coming from? So the prosecution said the case will start at December 21st and then move backwards. That's the day that they played the recording of the 911 call that Trezell West made to the police to report them missing. I don't think the 911 call's out yet. When once we can get, I'll try to get the 911 call for us. The one thing I did notice is they weren't wearing masks. Did you guys see that? The judge explained to the jury that there are three sides to the trial: the prosecution, and then Trezell, and then Jacqueline. So I'll stay on it as much as I possibly can. I'll come back with updates. I'm looking forward to them interviewing the detectives, and I'm looking forward to them releasing the body cam footage from the police officers that came on scene to meet with them. Then we've got the 911 call. There's a lot of stuff I want to hear. So I know you guys do too. So stay tuned, and I will be back at you as soon as possible. Thanks for watching, everyone. Hi, everyone. This is Carrie, and I am back again for another update on day 4 of the Trezell and Jacqueline West trial. If you remember, these are the two adoptive parents of Orrin and Orson West, who were reported missing back in December 2020. I'm going to read from some tweets first of some other people's updates. And then I'm going to add mine, kind of give you guys a full all around idea of what happened today. From my perspective, I felt like it was kind of dull because they did more than an hour worth of video that obviously just getting audio we can't watch. First witness they had up on the stand was Robert Dees. He was the realtor who sold them the home in California City. And he said that he began working with them to look for a home on May 6th of 2020, and that technically they really didn't even start in the California City area. They were on the outskirts of it and ended up working their way into it. Trezell and Jacqueline told him, or at least Trezell told him, because that's who he mostly worked with, that they were looking for a home that had a lot of area outside where the kids could play and roam, and they also wanted to do some gardening, maybe one day live off the grid. They bought the California City home in September of 2020. And actually, the realtor said he thought it was September 11th of 2020. And at that time, he saw the children, but he was not sure of the number. He estimated more than 2, however. And he said there was one of the little boys that was sitting on the ground. And he said he looked like all the other kids were playing around him, and he's just sitting there with his arms folded, his head down. He had this kind of a mean mug on his face is what he called it, but he said it was more of a, like, he was frowning a lot. And he said something to Trezell and Jacqueline to the effect of, "Oh, well, he doesn't look like he looks like he's in a bad mood." And they responded back saying, "Oh, he's always in a bad mood." Now, when the defense came back up, they pointed this little area back out that they just discussed, and the defense asked, this was actually, I believe this was, yeah, it was Jacqueline's defense attorney asked. So they didn't say that he was upset because he didn't have his ball. So I'm kind of thinking that that was, maybe it was in his original statement with the police that he had said that they had said something about him not having his ball, and that's why he was upset. Um, they started going into their finances because now they were getting into the whole, okay, so they're buying a house. They apparently don't really have employers. They're self-employed. How do you verify the money and whatnot? And he said that wasn't his area. And so, and then I thought to myself, they're going to end up bringing the mortgage broker up to go through that stuff. And sure enough, they did. But that's later in the day. First, after the realtor, a the pest control gentleman came up, and he had actually serviced the house on September 15th of 2020. He said it looked like they were still kind of moving in at that point in time, and he doesn't like to have children in the same room when he's spraying. I think he said his pest control product actually has a thing on it that says that um, other people should not be present while this is being sprayed until it dries. So it's considered to be safe for children and animals, but it isn't considered to be safe until after it dries. And he said that's usually about 3 minutes. So what he does is when there's a lot of children, he asks them to take the children outside of the home if he's going to be spraying inside. And if it's outside, then vice versa, he asks them to go inside with him. And he was doing the interior of the home, and they asked him, "Well, okay, do you remember how many children there were?" And at one point he said, "I saw a lot of kids." Mm, hang on, let's see. Make sure I'm not getting him mixed up with the other guy. What it boiled down to is he said, "I saw a lot of children." When it went in from the grand jury, he actually had to testify there. And at that point, that was still, a good time after everything had occurred. But he said he thought he saw at least 6 to 7 children. Then today on the stand, he said, it's been so long, but he said at least 4 to 5 kids that he saw in the home, them take them out, they put them in the van. He remembered it because he said that he thought it was pretty incredible that the children weren't like throwing fits because they were having to be in the van for 20 minutes while he did his job. Let's see. Okay, then they had the mortgage lender come in, and he asked them how they verify income, and she said, "Well, if they're employed, then you get their W-2s, you verify their employment. But when you're dealing with someone that's self-employment, you look at their tax returns, you look at their main source of income." And she said, with this particular couple, their main source of income had come from the adoptions, or was coming from them being adoptive parents. Again, nothing that shocks us all, right? They did bring up when the realtor was on the stand, and Jacqueline's attorney came back and cross-examined them. It was asked about him identifying some children in some photos. And of course, we can't see the photos, but he said that he had identified some children that the law enforcement had showed him way back when. They said he identified 3 of the West's other children. D says he's not certain because his memory of the little boy with the angry look on his face was clearer than the other children. So I'm confused about that. I don't really understand it. When they said that, I automatically thought they're talking about Orrin. It just I don't know why I thought that, but they never said that in court. However, they never verbally said who, which I didn't get unless I just missed it. But the court reporter couldn't have gotten the name down either. I don't know. Maybe I just missed it. But when you're listening to this audio, and if the attorneys walk away from their microphone, there's nothing you can do. You can't hear anything. The realtor did say that there was an enclosed patio area right off the back of the home that leads to the backyard, and there was a sliding glass door to that area. And he said the door was open and he saw children playing, but he couldn't recall how many he saw. He said it was on September 11th that he met them at the home and he delivered the keys to them. And he said while he was there, the children were mainly in the kitchen area. No, I'm sorry. While they were in the kitchen area talking, the children were playing on the patio area. Okay, so this is where it comes up. Dee said one of the children was sitting down with a mean look on his face, while the other children looked happy. And Dee said he believed the child might be one of the missing boys. He said Trezell and Jacqueline said he was just always in a bad mood. Dees said he personally viewed a few homes with the West, 2 on Mother's Day, and he said that after that, on September 11th, 2020, he didn't have a whole lot of contact with the West until they called him at some point and said they wanted to sell the home. Okay, now the DA did ask Dees who was with them, who was with Trezell and Jacqueline when they were viewing the homes. And Dees said at the time he was only with Trezell and Jacqueline, and he believed the kids were in the car. When the DA said, "At any point, did you estimate to law enforcement how many children you saw?" And the realtor came back and said, "I wasn't counting the children." So, and honestly, he was dropping off the keys, dropping off a gift to them, and he really wasn't paying very good attention. So I think that when he was there, it wasn't even a, I don't even think they verified the number of children. They even talked, I don't even think a number was specified. You know what's weird that was not brought up? And I don't know what size this house was, but I'm sitting here reading this stuff and I'm like, why would he not have known how many kids they had? Being the realtor and all. I mean, you want to usually when you're looking at a house, you kind of tell your realtor a lot of information about you, yourself and your hobbies and whatnot, so that they can kind of help you find that perfect space, right? So why wouldn't he have said we have this many kids, and this is the number of bedrooms we need for we're going to put 2 in one room or whatever they were going to do. I don't know. All right, so now we're going to get to the pest control guy. Yeah, so he wasn't. Defense came back more like, why did they call you the pest control guy? And he's like, I don't know, they just did. He said that they had a contract in place, and that's probably why. But the fact that he had been in the home, and not, I guess, not many people had been in that home and seen those children, been around that family, so they had to kind of scrape by with whoever they could find that had been in the home. And for the record, it sounds like, he was doing the pest control work. Now, he never said anything. They never talked about when he revisited the home after September and did the work, which I found odd again because it, maybe he didn't come back after that initial visit. Maybe that was the only visit he had, but that would have been my question, is when you came back again, how many children were there? But that just wasn't talked about. So then they had the neighbor come up who, he said he had 7 different cameras around his home. He also was one of the people that was out helping search for the children, and he also has children, and said that that whole day he was outside working in his car, and his kids were coming and going outside riding their bikes, and um, then they went into watching his surveillance footage, and that went on for quite some time. The one thing I will say that Hennessy, when he came back in and spoke with the realtor, is he said, "Okay, so you were just kind of like in and out, give them their present. You weren't there a very long time." And he's like, "Yeah." And he kind of pinpointed that, you just stopped in. Here's your key. You never really interacted with children. Thanks for your business. Enjoy your home. Anything you need, let me know. Here's my business card for when you're ready to sell or whatever, right? And they were like, "Yeah." And the realtor was like, "Yeah, pretty much." So I think Hennessy was just trying to like basically pinpoint that this guy wasn't there very long. He didn't see a whole lot. So is his testimony really that credible to all of us? Anyway, that's what I took from it. Now, after the neighbor did their surveillance camera footage, when they came back on, I missed some of those questions. So I'm going to lean over to Twitter for that. I did was listening into some areas where they were discussing, I know they had another law enforcement person come up, and they were asking them about the searches and whatnot. There was the person there was the pilot of one of the helicopters that helped search was also questioned. Again, they just kind of went over the areas that they searched. And obviously for the jury, the reason they're doing this is to kind of prove that there was a thorough search done to find these children. How could we, there's just hardly no way we could have missed them type thing. And of course, the defense came in and they talked to the pilot, one of the first questions she asked was, well, now, if you're, you got all this great equipment, you're able to go lower, do all this kind of stuff, that y'all just went over, but can you see inside someone's home? Could you see children inside someone's home? And he's like, no. Of course, that was her thing. It's like, well, if they were in somebody's house, you missed them. So, So that's kind of what kind of threw out that whole claim that, they weren't roaming around anywhere. So take that for what it's worth. I mean, that is what the jury's going to get, right? So it is important. Let's see. Then I want to read on some notes here that I saw. Now, she does say that in these videos, it shows a few cars driving by, and it shows him working out in the front of his house. The videos that the neighbor had, the original neighbor had, did show a white van driving, and that was approximately 5:58 p.m. The neighbor said his other cameras show the van pull up from the side of a house. The neighbor was asked if he could see the video recordings from the other surveillance cameras on his house. And so Hennessy is pulling up the video logs. Oh, then Hennessy points out that 19 minutes was skipped between two of the clips. Hennessy asked if he cut that chunk out of the time. He said no. He asked, to his knowledge, everything recorded on his DVR from his camera that night was turned over. He said yes. And then, of course, Torres Stallings gets up and starts asking a bunch of questions about the cameras around his home. And she was trying to establish through all the stills of the recordings where the different cameras were angled. And they're just showing like various stills in the camera. So I don't know if she's trying to make a point that, did you miss this area or something? She did ask him, have you gone back to watch any of these recordings? And asked him how long the videos were saved for. And she again brought up the gap. He wasn't sure why there was a huge time gap. And he confirmed that he had turned everything over. Now, Torres Stalling asked about a woman the neighbor mentioned earlier, and he stated that he saw her driving near the white van. He said he saw her driving around before he saw police. So he thought she was like driving around trying to help find the kids. I think Torres Stallings kept playing on that and talking about, well, where did she go? How was she acting? What was she doing? Then she was circling around the neighborhood. He said he had eventually stopped paying attention to her. I think what Torres Stallings is trying to say, well, oh, could she have been the one that kidnapped the boys, She asked him, do you know if any of the cars that were passing by ever turned down 109 or 108? And he said no. She asked him if he talked to law enforcement that night, and he said that he talked to Officer Hansen and that no one had seized his surveillance video that night. Oh, so then the DA comes back up and goes, okay, so these cameras here and here, these are motion activated, right? The neighbor says, prior to law enforcement, he didn't see anyone going down 108. He's like, yeah, they're motion activated. He's like, so if there was a gap in time, that would be why. He's like, yeah. All right. So then he said, basically the neighbor had said prior to law enforcement, he didn't see anyone going down 108. And he testified that he did not see two toddlers walking down Aspen Avenue. And again, Hennessy starts asking about this missing time frame of the recordings and trying to clarify the motion activated or recording continuously. And I guess that was a big confusion. And they asked him if Hennessy said, well, do you ever go back and watch these recordings? He's like, no, not unless I need to, like not without a reason. And then Hennessy was asking the neighbor about his grand jury testimony that he claimed then that he saw a Saturn SUV driving before he saw Trezel's white van. And he said, yeah. And he said, well, okay, I guess he was just trying to make that point. There were other vehicles. again, other people that could have picked up the children. And the DA was asking the neighbor about when he saw that Saturn in the van. All that happened around 5:58 p.m., which we already said. Now, the DA came back and go, well, how long between when you saw that van, that white van driving around, and when you saw the SUV? And he said about 10 minutes. And they just kept going back and forth on these clips. And then Zachary Edwards from the California Highway Patrol came up. And he was the flight officer paramedic that was assigned to doing the surveillance over the area, trying to help with the search. And they talked a lot about how their helicopters are heavily equipped with cameras and infrared cameras, infrared goggles. So you guys know what that means, right? Basically, they can detect heat. Does anybody remember seeing when they flew over, finding the kid that did one of the kids that did the bombing in the Boston marathon bombing? You remember that big? I'll never forget this. I'm seeing that footage of when the helicopter was hovering over the boat and you could tell that there was somebody in the boat hiding. That's infrared. They talked about how they do their searching points, like how do you establish the starting point and then, kind of find your way around the area and whatnot. They said lay of the land. Edwards said that his initial search was around an hour and a half, and then they refueled and they did another hour and a half search. And then Smith brought up the flight path that they took that circled the area and shows the initial orbits where closely concentrated to the Cal City home. And of course, it shows even to where they go back to the airport for the refuel and stuff. So let's see. Smith did ask, the DA did ask, why did you guys leave only after 2 hours, or that, that second refuel? Why did you leave at that point? And he said he cannot recall why they called off the search at that time. Then Hennessy gets up and he's like, okay, well, let's pull up the flight path. And he started asking about his decisions that he made on what area to search and whatnot, what path, why he flew in the areas that he flew in. And the pilot did tell him, he said, this wasn't our decision as to where we were supposed to go. We were given an area that we were told to, kind of go around. And then Torres Stallings, who is Jacqueline's attorney, gets up and she starts asking about the infrared system. And then, of course, this is the part where she brings up, yeah, but you can't tell if it's inside a home, you can't see through the home, right? And he's like, no. Okay. All right. So then she made her point there. She said, can you pick up a person in a vehicle? He said, if the windows and doors were all closed, they would not pick anything up. And he said that they did not pick up infrared images of any children during their search. She did ask him if they tracked what houses they went around, and he said no. They went in recess, and they brought up another officer who said he was not originally involved in the investigation, but decided to canvass the scene of the following day. He did not author a report on his findings, but he had a body-worn camera, and they were playing that portion of the footage for the court to watch. He walked up to the home, and he was being shown around the house by Trezell. And they do say it's really difficult to hear what they were saying due to the heavy winds hitting the camera. And the officer told Trezell, I'm trying to find a track to see where they would have gone because I can't see a single track leaving the house. When that was all over with, the DA asked him what kind of information he was hoping to get from Trezell, and he said he was looking for something that could tell him where the boys might have gone. Okay, and then Tora Stelling, Jacqueline's attorney, gets up and she starts asking him about his training regarding note taking and writing reports. So again, she's touching on this, right? Because she hit that first officer with this. She then confirmed that he did not write a report about what happened when he went to the West home. She asked him if he reviewed any reports or the body cam footage before coming to testify today. She's doing the same thing she did to the other guy. He said he did not. She asked if today was the first time he had watched the entirety of the body cam footage, and he said yes. So that's her, I guess that's her main thing that she's going to keep doing with every law enforcement officer that gets up there. She confirmed that the date and time was correct on his body cam footage. And they talked about people in the background, they called them looky-loos, neighbors that were kind of circling around, seeing what was going on. So then Tora Stallings, who is again Jacqueline's attorney, she asked the same officer, "Did you get upset with them?" He said he didn't. He did get upset about something regarding a grid search. So basically, at one point, the same officer did get upset with Trezell and Jacqueline, and it had something to do with the grid search. And then Tora Stallings like, "Well, aren't you supposed to keep an open mind during an investigation?" And the reason that his cameras kept turning on and off were because they were having issues. And again, this is the same thing that this other officer had said. The first one, Hanson. Yeah, Hanson. It was the same. They got up there. He said, "We used to have really bad cams back then, and they would turn on and off on their own." All right, then Chief Hightower comes up and he was asking about his issues with the body worn cameras, and Hightower said, yeah, they had a few issues with the cameras during that time period. And that was it, guys. I mean, like I said, today was kind of a weird day. I didn't pick up a whole lot of anything, you know, I think that the key points were, for me anyway, listening in, were that the realtor couldn't confirm the number of children they had. The pest control guy just said, at least 4 to 5, or could have been 6 to 7, which, I think that does tell me, though. Well, that doesn't tell us anything, does it? Because they had four other kids, right? 2 of their own, 2 were adopted. So they had a total of 6 altogether, I believe. The one big taken today was that the mortgage lender did verify that all of their money comes from them adopting these children. I did find it interesting that there was this one gentleman's neighbor that had been outside all day working on his car, and he did see some stuff happening, coming and going. If kids had walked by, he would have seen them. Especially if he'd have seen with him being a father, if he'd have seen 2 little boys walking by themselves, he definitely would. That would have stood out to him, and he probably would have intervened and tried to help them find their homes. So yeah, I today was just kind of let's hope it picks up tomorrow. Until then, I'll stay on it. Hopefully, I'll have some better audio tomorrow listening in, and I'll be able to give you guys a more thorough report. Thank you all for tuning in, and until tomorrow, have a blessed evening. Hi, everyone, and welcome to Dimwit Criminals. This is Carrie, and I am back on day 5 of the Trezell and Jacqueline West trial. Both adoptive parents are on trial for the disappearance / unaliving of Orrin and Orson West, the small toddlers you see here on the screen. Everybody remembers these pictures that were floating around the internet. They're finally going to be getting justice soon, we hope. But I tell you what, the defense is tearing apart this police unit. I wanted to make something really clear here because yesterday afternoon, we left off, they brought up Hightower, and he's the current chief of the Cal City department. And it's good for everyone to know that he was not the one that was running things back when this all occurred in 2020. It was Officer John, what's his name? I can't remember this. It was Chief John Walker that was in charge. And if you guys saw a picture of him, let me see if I can put it up on the screen here. If you followed any of the news that was going on on this case when it was all first dropping. You'll remember this gentleman because he sat there and gave multiple interviews. He did a couple of privates. And I don't know if anything that happened with this case in particular is why he ended up retiring. They say that he did not retire, that he wasn't asked to leave, that he actually did retire from the California City Police. So I don't know, but this is him. So you probably remember his face. You remember him sitting at his desk giving those interviews outside the home, giving the interviews. And he was sworn in January 14th of 2020. So yeah, he had a brief stint there because the disappearance, quotation marks there, was reported in December of 2020. And and he left in March 31st. Was that the following year? Let's watch this real quick.
The developing story. The mayor of California City tells 17 News the city's police chief resigned. California city officials say John Walker was sworn in as chief in January of 2020. No word yet on why he resigned, but Mayor Jeannie O'Laughlin says it was voluntary. Walker will stay with the department until the city manager will ultimately decide on a replacement. This comes 426 days after Orrin and Orson West disappeared from their adoptive parents' home in California City, and they have still not been found. If you have any information about the whereabouts of the Cal City boys, you're encouraged to call the current secret witness line at 322-4040.
You know what sucks about that, guys, is that just set that up because more specifically, Torres Stallings, who is Jacqueline West's attorney, is just going after the police department. She is calling out them on every single thing they did, and she's actually picking apart. She's finding some things there that are going to make the jury go, "Oh, why did they do that? Or why didn't they do that?" So let's go back and go over this really quickly. Maybe I'll do a video specifically on why he left. All right. So what happened today? Well, as I said, we started off with Chief Hightower coming back up on the stand. And they played the body cam footage that he had that was basically kind of like the initial questionings of when the boys were first reported missing. So this was them in the home, taking all the the initial questions, what they looked like, their height, their weight, what were they wearing, that kind of thing. Hightower said that they did interview everyone in the house, including the kids. And they played some videos, some photos of the house and the surrounding area, which, if you know anything about me following this case or this case itself or the trial, all we can get is audio, guys. We got no pictures. We got nothing. It's so difficult to follow this. Hey, everybody, I'm back. This is not a recording. It is really me. How we doing? I got to open my Diet Coke. I promise it's not a beer. I wish it was a beer at this point. Y'all holding the fort down? What's going on? I see something going on in the chat here. Tashawn. I don't know. Does anybody know Tashawn? I don't know her. Oh, okay. Here's Remy. Hey, Remy. Remy said, spoke to the owner of the house on Aspen. There's a lot of information she gave me about the West. Ooh, Remy, spill what the owner of Aspen House has told me. I'm ready to go on panel, please. Sure. Are you still there? They had no freedom. Oh, Amanda, you lost power today. Tag, you're it, huh? Tell Carrie I need to speak to her about this case. I'm right here at Remy. Where you at, babe? Where'd you go? Dr. Fairfield will return. Okay. Oh, y'all got the scoop for me, huh? Well, we need some scoop right now. It is hard to listen to some of this stuff, isn't it? I think there was one point when I was trial, I turned off, right? I was just kind of turned off my emotions on it, and I was just trying to cover it and, put the information out there, right? And then I think it was the day of one of the children's testimony, and it just hit me. I was like, okay, I'm done. I couldn't. I know polka dots is forever, right? Bring on the scoop. I know. I want the scoop too, Janine. Email. Let me look at my email. I don't have an email. Maybe they're still typing. We do, though. We do have a video from Keish. Y'all want to watch it? She put it up 19 minutes ago. From the courthouse. Let's play that real quick, okay? I'm out now. My dogs are going to take forever to settle down. I want to put this out like that. Like that.
No, you're going. Mm-hmm.
Yes, that's not all the time. Yeah. Look, that's my nephew.
Aww.
Isn't he cute?
Mm-hmm.
He's mixed.
Mm-hmm.
So cute.
She's probably waiting for them to get more people on the stream before she starts talking.
Just like that. Like the girl, I'll show you the girl. Here you go. Here's our table. This is my girl. And that's me. Oh my gosh. She's her hair. Look at her. It's in my grandbaby's. It's my baby. This is what their great grandma's from. This is Desiree oldest. This is all 10 of them.
Is it?
Great grandmas.
Oh.
So these. So okay. So
Do he live out there, or he out of state?
And then you got
Hey y'all. Another update. I'm trying to keep y'all updated. We are on lunch. I believe the lunch breaks and the little breaks go as it was if we was in court. So we on lunch break until the jurors are on lunch break until 1:30. So we're just sitting outside having lunch until we go back upstairs and just wait for a verdict. We praying we get one today or tomorrow. So Sheree and them is on break also. So they're on. Defense is doing his closing. It's the defense, right? Sheree, the defense doing their closing, right? The defense doing their closing statement on Desiree.
Yeah, he has to.
Desiree Smith's trial.
The defense has to finish on Cherie's daughter, Desiree Thompson, case. And then the prosecution do the rebuttal. Kind of the same way that the prosecution, the defense, and then the prosecution get the last words of the rebuttal. So she's on break as well till 1:30. So just wanted to give y'all an update. No, we don't have a verdict. We don't have none of that yet. And believe me, you guys will know when it's verdict time. So just keep your fingers crossed for 12. And that's it. So that's my next update, lunchtime update. Then I'll update you guys again probably about 4 when it's time to go if we don't have a verdict before 4 or before 4:30. So y'all have a good day.
All right, so that's Keish. Oops. Coming in from the clubhouse. Coming in from the courthouse. Hey, Amanda. Amanda's back too. Is it another 15 minutes before they come back? I don't know, you guys. What do y'all want me to play? You want to see her videos from the other day where she was talking about the case? Hang on. I'll show them to you. Oh, she did this one an hour ago. Is this the same? This is a different one. She said they're having some kind of memorial ceremony at the courthouse today. Hang on, I'll share it with y'all. It's a memorial for somebody. Oh, somebody passed away. Oh, that's somebody that had passed away. That's sad. Let me see if I can get her other stuff real quick while I've got her on here. She did an update yesterday. Or the day before yesterday.
Well, I'm gonna took your darn charger. Thank you. Woo. Hey y'all, hey y'all. So we leaving. Which way we go to get to our vehicle? Oh, this way. Bro, which way you gotta go? We home can't go. Huh? All right, well call me. Okay. So it's over, y'all. So they left. They didn't get their break today. That evening, like at 3, I think. So the jurors wanted to go home early. So no verdict today. So tomorrow we'll be back here at 9. The judge actually came out and told us what the update was. So nothing today. So we'll be back up here at 9 tomorrow. Hey, between tomorrow and Friday, maybe we can have something. So yeah. So just wanted to update y'all on that. But anyway, y'all have a good day.
So I just wanted to share that with you guys because they're at the courthouse waiting for the verdict. And it's Roro who is, let me think, she's the biological father is her cousin, I think is what it is. And they're the ones that you've seen in the videos that have been fighting for these kids since the beginning because they're over there in that area. And they've done a lot. They've got a whole army of people that have just stuck behind them. And they got a nice Facebook group. If you want to check out the Facebook group, it's called Where Are the Boys? And it's hashtag Where Are the Boys? Awareness for Missing Toddlers Orson West. Because there's a couple of those groups, but that's the one that they're in. And they are supposed to be notified as soon as there's a verdict. So we'll get some notice from them before the jury, they read the verdict out. So that's good. So what's up, guys? How are y'all? Stinky Snickers? That's a cute name. Nah, they're supposed to be back at 1:30 their time, which is 20 minutes, 10 minutes maybe. I am so glad to be doing this coverage. I don't care. I turned off the monetization thing today. I don't care. It's not about anything but giving these boys exposure. I'm down. Yes, can you hear my dog panting? He just came in from running around. I had to get him some exercise because we've been sitting here all day long and he's just staring at me like, are we really doing this another day? We're just going to sit here at the computer all day. He's a big boy. So he's trying to cool down. Yesterday when I was on screen, I had my cat was behind me in the chair and sneezed right on my head. Everybody heard it. I said, oh, that was nice. I swear I don't have an animal farm. I've only got 3 pets. We've got some new people in here. Thanks for coming in, guys. In the Facebook group, they're talking about the different ways that this could go. You know how a lot of times you go into court and it's like they're guilty all the way through, right? Some people are talking about maybe they're not going to be guilty on all charges. Hi, Shell. My pleasure. Weak points. There are some weak points. And Steve said it earlier, and we're all kind of just like, no, don't say anything negative, but there are. I don't know about Chad Daybell, Janine. I have not been following that one. I'm so sick of those people. I'm sick of them. And they're crazy. I don't like anybody that uses religion to get something from it. And so I have a couple of YouTubers that I follow that I've kind of watched it over the years, what's going on. But here lately, I asked a friend the other day, I'm like, did they get a guilty verdict? I'm out of it. I don't even know. Next week on the 23rd, we've got Darrell Brooks coming in. He's supposed to go back into court, I think. I don't know what we're going to see on that, but whatever they show, we'll have it here on this channel. In July, we've got Suitcase Sarah coming in. So I'll do some lives then. I'm not a full-time live person. What I do enjoy, though, is making, like mini documentaries of things that have gone on. Like, let me give you guys an example. We could talk about this real quick while we're waiting for the jury to come back. So I started working on this thing because I heard a 911 call of this little boy named Kyle Plush, Plush. And he passed away in his van. And I've done a video on that. It's on my channel. It's actually it's featured video. I'm really proud of it because I thought I was going to do a quick documentary, and it turned into, there were so many pieces to that puzzle that it really turned into a little bit more than that. But his death didn't just stop at his death, because apparently, how many of you guys have watched it? Have you watched it yet? I'll just kind of give you the rundown really quick. He was in one of those minivans that has like 3 rows of seats. And the last row was one of those ones that the back of the seat folds forward, and then the whole seat picks up and then it lays into the back of the trunk. Because how usually they have like that little dip in the trunk area. So that seat folds down into that dip and fills the trunk. So you have like a flat surface in the back going all the way to like the second row. Well, he was sitting, I guess, on top. The seat was folded forward. He was sitting on top of the seat. He leaned down to get a tennis shoe or something that he dropped. And when he did, he was leaning backwards towards the back of the vehicle. The whole seat flipped on him and trapped him. His arms all the way up to his waist, from his head to his waist. He was like upside down, being held down by this seat. He couldn't move. He couldn't do anything. So he thought, well, my iPhone's in my pocket. He did the whole Siri thing, call 911. He called 911, and he couldn't hear the operator, but the operator could hear him. But she was also struggling to hear him, and because he was kind of talking over her too. So it was a little difficult there, but he called more than once. I think there was like a 9 to 15 minute gap in between his phone calls. So there was 2 different operators that took the call. They did send out, they figured out that he was parked in his school parking lot. And it was a private school, but there were several parking lots within the private school. And the police drove around the parking lot, and they did at the time. Now, the dispatcher at the time had the color and the make of his vehicle. This is the second dispatcher. She never relayed it to the police that were there driving around the parking lots looking for him. So the little boy, yep, that's it. That's the one, CB. So he passed away. He suffocated, or he was crushed to death. Literally, is what happened. And his parents, because he was such a little go-getter and he was all into technology and everything, so his parents took all of their rage and their sorrow, and they went out and they started a foundation in his name. Oh, really? You're 15 minutes from there in Cincinnati? My purpose? And they basically are trying to help the 911 system do better. They've started different programs for them. They do, their program has a couple of different checklists on it. And one of them is the welfare of 911 operators, because, these guys hear a lot. And 911 operators, I don't know if I think if we could all sit next to one day and listen to all the stuff that they hear and how a lot of times they don't get closure. So there was all that. Psychic, where have you been? Welcome back. I hope I'm not talking too loud, y'all. Am I talking too loud? I get excited. So anyway, their whole foundation is doing a lot of good things for the 911 system. They're trying to take it all over the world. And I was introduced, while I was researching the case, I was introduced to the Smart 911. And Smart 911 is one of those things that you can go online or you can go to their app and you fill out your name, what type of vehicle you have, the color of your vehicle. You can even put your pets in there. You can put your children in there, who's ever in your household. And not everybody has it yet. Not all the dispatch systems have it because it costs like $45,000 a year to run. But the ones that do have it, when you call in to 911, and you can remember, even if your town doesn't have it, you could be in a town over, you could be on vacation. When you call into 911, it'll have your name and everything. And they'll say, it's actually, they've showed where it saved a couple people's lives already because the operator had information that was necessary and they were able to dispatch cops out there or firefighters out there right away. It's really interesting. So I encourage everybody to go and check that out. Smart 911. What they're asking you for is no more than what you put on Facebook. It's not like they're asking for a ton of information if you're worried about privacy. But it could save your life. It could save one of your family members' lives. And so it's not talked about enough. I swear I need to do. No, we can tell loud and too loud. You're fine. Okay. I thought you meant I was loud. So I think I'm probably going to end up doing a video just on Smart 911 for educational purposes for everybody. Cause I'm sold on it now. But the story was really sad. You could hear the 911 call in my documentary, and it turned from a sad case to an awareness case, and it has a semi-happy ending to it. So yeah. Now, your cousin Amanda's a 911 operator. Can you imagine? Because how many people actually call back and go, thank you, you saved my life back when I called you a couple days ago? Or, they never get closure. They have to find out what happened through the system or through their work or whatever. Yes, I've got a pissy chihuahua over here barking. I apologize. He goes in the other room and I don't know if he wants to get on the bed. I don't know what he wants. He won't tell me. Durrell Dahmer. Are y'all talking about Durrell? Who's Durrell Dahmer, Charlotte? I'm going to refresh the Twitter page while you're doing that. Are you guys back? Are you ready? Maybe, guys, I was thinking about this too while I was outside. Maybe they're like, well, once we have the verdict and we're ready to go in and, present the verdict, we don't know how long they're going to hold us. So let's go ahead and eat real quick and then we'll come back and then we'll tell them we're ready to go. I doubt it, but it was wishful thinking. What's up, Dreadhead? Where have you been? You're supposed to be one of my moderators and you're never here. What is wrong with you? I'm just messing with you. You missed Steve. I think he's taking a nap. He's coming back, though. Oh, yeah, his glasses. Y'all, when I saw that picture of Darrell the second time they showed him on this last one, I was like, oh, honey. No, he is not an attractive man. You think the video had the woman saying this jury was headed home for the weekend? Where did you get that, CB? You know, if they're going to do that, fine, do it. But at least let us know. A lot of people are nervous about this case on Twitter. They're saying it's weak. They're worried. But not everybody's been following the case like we have either, though. I just refreshed that. I don't see anything new on Twitter about them coming back yet. We get 66 people in here. Have you guys hit the like button for me? That's all I ask. Hit the like button, please. Get the word out. Oh, no. CB, that was her little video from yesterday. Oh, you scared me. Okay, no. That was the second video played. That was what she was saying yesterday. They didn't take their afternoon break yesterday, so that instead of leaving at 4:30, they left at 4 o'clock. So yeah. No, it's okay. You just scared me. I thought you heard something that I didn't. I was looking through the Facebook. Since I've been in this group, I've kind of found a couple of the family members on the biological family members, and I was looking through, and there's a lot of everybody's, trying to put the pictures out there of the boys and stuff, and found a lot of pictures from the foster mom, and she was the one that wanted to adopt them before Trezell and Jacqueline got them. And those babies, she has so many pictures of those babies just laughing and smiling, and they were so happy. All these pictures we're seeing, they don't look happy. And then Jacqueline's over here talking about how they're crying all the time. Those babies were crying because they were either in pain, needed some maternal attention, or they were hungry. $75 people in here today. I want to thank you guys for being here and coming in. This is day 2 of me running the trial or running the stream for the verdict watch. And I'm kind of running out of stuff to watch to keep you guys occupied, because I wanted to stay on topic, because I feel like that's important for us to do that. I do have this other video of the different news clips and stuff. So how about we go back to that? Because I think that might be better than listening to me keep going. So we'll do that. We'll finish watching these videos that I'd put together.
It's like a bad game of telephone where everyone just keeps repeating what Hansen says.
Defense attorney Timothy Hennessy arguing the California city officers believed the couple was guilty before the first night of the investigation was over. Hennessy saying Officer Hansen was ready to arrest Trezell there and then.
This man's got no moral fiber? Look how he's looking at these kids. He's just going to kill that kid for money?
The defense arguing that officers forewent gathering evidence from neighbors, writing reports, and looking for evidence that would have exonerated the couple.
The whole theory just doesn't even add up. One of the boys dies because you might have beaten him so bad, or you might have given him a shake, so then you just get rid of the other one because then that would be obvious if you just had one kid. We can't convict 2 people just so we can pretend that those 2 boys didn't get took.
until today, telling jurors, quote, "There are no confessions and there is no forensic evidence. All we have is the story of a 10-year-old boy." Last week, an interview with the West's oldest biological son was played, and in that he said he saw Orson's lifeless body in the fall of 2020, months before the boys were reported missing. Torres Stallings says a witness for the defense will testify that coercive interview techniques were used to make the boys susceptible to false memories. She also said today the interview happened days after the report was made and that the boy had access to the internet before being questioned. We have video here of the first day in court and some file video as well. Cameras no longer allowed in this courtroom except for today's opening statement from the defense. So as we continue to follow this story, a reminder that you can see live tweets from the court.
Here at 5 o'clock, the prosecution has rested in the trial of Trezell and Jacqueline West, the couple accused of killing their 2 adopted sons. In the courtroom today, Jacqueline West's lead defense attorney as she gave her opening statement. Alexia Torres Stallings told jurors today, quote, "There are no confessions and there is no forensic evidence. All we have is the story of a 10-year-old boy." Last week, an interview with the West's oldest biological son was played in court, and in it, the boy said he saw Orson's lifeless body in the fall of 2020, months before the boys were reported missing. Torres Stallings says a witness for the defense will testify that coercive interview techniques were used on that boy, and because of that, he was susceptible to false memories.
KGET.com court reporter Jason Katowski joining us on set tonight. Jason, I know you've been following this trial. You've been in the courtroom since day one. What else did the defense attorney say today?
Sure. Well, Torres Stallings said she's going to call this defense witness Susan Napolitano. She said she's the one who's going to testify about the statements made by the West's eldest child and how she said they were influenced by others, including the social worker who interviewed him. She said the boy was influenced by the improper coercive interview techniques. She said the expert witness will testify to the social worker engaging in browbeating to make the child, then 10, say what she wanted him to say. Now, Torres Stallings said that this case is still a tragedy. Even when they're done, the defense is done presenting its case. She said it still remains a tragedy, but she said there won't be enough evidence for jurors to find her client or Trezell West guilty of murder and the other charges filed against them. She said there is reasonable doubt in this case and that they will acquit them of all charges.
Did the defense call any witnesses to the stand?
Yes, one witness, the first witness that Torres Stallings called was Christopher Armstrong. He's an accident reconstructionist, and as part of his job, he enhances video images or still images. And he did that for video images, in this case, from surveillance footage taken of the West's home on December 19th and December 21st, 2020. Now, on December 19th, that's the day that the West said they took all 6 of their children, put them in the van, and then took them to Trezell's parents' house. Now, you can't see in the video specifically the Orrin and Orson in there. But one of the enhancements shows what appears to be, or at least what the expert testified, what he appears to be an adult holding something. And he said that that something could be a child. And as for the video evidence on December 21st, 2020, he pointed out that at one piece of the video, you see the West van door open. But you can't open it. He said that's because of the contrast in the footage. So that person was wearing dark clothing. Clearly, someone opened that. You can't see who it is, and he used that to illustrate the point that just because you can't see Orrin and Orson in the video doesn't mean that they may not have actually been there, because they were wearing dark clothing that night, according to testimony. He said they may very well have been there. You just can't see them, 1, because of the height of the fence, and 2, if they were in the yard and crossing over into the background because of how dark it was that night.
All right, so what's next in this case, Jason?
Well, tomorrow they're going to call Napolitano, who I mentioned before, and she's the one who's going to go over just what kind of techniques were used and to kind of influence the children. And there's all sorts of techniques that forensic interviewers use so a child isn't influenced, but she said that didn't happen in this case, apparently. She's going to testify that this child was influenced, the West's eldest child, and that's what led him to say the things he said.
All right, KGT.com court reporter Jason Katowski.
The high-profile murder trial of Jacqueline and Trezell West continued this morning. The father of Trezell West, Philip West, took the stand to give his emotional testimony. He said he was in denial when he first heard the allegations against his son. He says the person Trezell West is accused of being is not the type of person he raised his sons to be. The trial is now in recess until Monday. The video you're seeing here is from the first day of the trial, as cameras are no longer allowed inside the courtroom. However, you can find a link to stream the courtroom audio on our website, kget.com.
KGET.com's court reporter Jason Katowski joining us now in studio with more on the West murder trial. Jason, tell us what Jacqueline West said today as police told her that her story didn't add up, right?
Yes, multiple videos have been played of interviews that investigators conducted with Jacqueline West a day after she and Trezell West reported boys missing. In those videos, there's Bakersfield Police Detective John Ryan, an FBI agent, and a member of the California City Police Department. Now, they press her for hours about how her story doesn't make sense. She and Trezell West are giving conflicting statements, but she maintains that she sticks to her original story. She says it's not a story, it's what happened, is that Trezell West was outside gathering firewood in the backyard. The boys were playing out there. He came inside briefly. When he came back out, the boys were gone. The gate was open, and that the boys somehow got away or someone got them. She says it's her belief that they're in someone's home. She tells them that she thinks that's what happened. They said, well, who would do this? And she said, anyone. The detective John Ryan mentions that surveillance footage doesn't show the boys on the street anywhere. He said there's nothing to back up what she's telling them. And he also points out that her 4 other children have told them the exact same thing, which is that Orrin and Orson haven't been seen for months. She says she doesn't know why the children would say that. She says sometimes children lie. She doesn't know why they would lie in this case. But she says that they did not get along with Orrin and Orson. She says that Orrin and Orson cried a lot and could be difficult. And when asked why she doesn't show more emotion during the interview, the detective Ryan knows. He says, you're not crying at all. You're not showing anything. She says that she is feeling emotion and that she loves Orrin and Orson, but that she feels differently about her adopted children than she does about her biological children.
Wow. And a lot of interesting testimony this week, right? Tell us a little bit more about who else testified.
Sure. There were a number of other people called to testify. There was more law enforcement officers from California City. But 2 of Trezell West's family members also were called to the stand. There was his brother, Josiah West, and then his father, Philip West, who you mentioned earlier. Now, Philip West said that he had a good relationship with Trezell, and the West 6 children would sometimes be dropped off at his home. He said, but after his son and their family moved to California City, he never saw Orrin and Orson again. He said that he was in denial when officers told him his son may have killed the boys, and that he's still, in his words, mind-boggled by it. He said he raised both his sons to be good fathers because he didn't have a father in his life growing up, and that the person Trezell West is accused of being isn't the person that he knew or taught to be.
Now, this trial is being live streamed. The audio from this trial is being live streamed by Kern County Superior Court. But some people have been, we came to understand today, been rebroadcasting this live audio on other platforms. How did the judges or the judge address that issue today?
Yes, that was brought to the court's attention. He addressed it yesterday. He said that anyone who is rebroadcasting this audio or using another platform to broadcast it, he said that's illegal. He said he made it clear during his court order that you are only to go to the Kern County Superior Court website to listen to the audio. Anyone doing anything otherwise to provide that is doing it illegally. And Court Public Affairs Officer Kristen Davis, she also addressed the issue. She said that public access to the courts is extremely important, and that the actions of a few individuals who violate the court order won't stop them from making sure that the public has access to the proceedings.
All right, Jason Katowski.
See, guys, that's why I can't put it up.
Resumed this morning. The Cal City couple's charged with the deaths of their adopted sons, Orrin and Orson. 23 ABC's Veronica Morley joins us live from outside the courthouse with all the details from today's testimony. Good evening, Veronica.
Good evening, Mark. Today's testimony mainly focusing on those who had contact with the Wests and their children on the days leading up to and immediately following their purchase of their Cal City home. Now, witnesses today included the realtor and loan officer who helped the couple purchase the home, as well as a pest exterminator who visited the home shortly after the couple moved in. Both the realtor and the exterminator were asked to recall the number of children they saw in the home. However, neither had a clear recollection and could only say they knew they saw several children. Realtor Robert Dees stated he visited the home on September 11th, 2020, the day the couple moved in. He said while he was there, he saw the kids on the back patio and noted that the toddler sitting had a, quote, upset look on his face. In court today, Dees was asked to identify whom he believed he saw that day, and Dees identified Orson in a photo. The other witness who testified to seeing children in the home was owner of Antelope Valley Pest Control, Joseph Karsham. He stated he visited the home on September 15th, 2020 and saw several children, but again could not give an exact number. He said he asked for the kids to be moved outside while he worked in the home and noted that he saw a child being carried out of a home in a child carrier. Now, another witness who testified today was a neighbor who had surveillance cameras recording the night the children were reported missing. The prosecution highlighting that on the recordings they showed a white van driving by the neighbor's home, but nothing of the two boys. However, the defense noted that while going through the surveillance video, a good chunk of about 19 minutes was missing between clips. And there was some confusion about the white van and a Saturn SUV that passed by. Now, court is set to resume tomorrow morning at 9 a.m. Live in Bakersfield, I'm Veronica Morley, 23 ABC, connecting you.
Trial of Trezell and Jacqueline West, accused of murdering their two adoptive. We turn now to your 17 Court Watch and staggering testimony today in the trial of Trezell and Jacqueline West, accused of murdering their two adoptive boys more than 2 years ago. An interview with the couple's eldest biological son was played in court this afternoon. In it, the boy, who was 10 years old at the time, told investigators that his parents chopped up orange food one night, blended it, and then put it in a bottle. He says his parents did this because Orrin chewed with his mouth open. Well, they went to bed, the boy says, and in the night he heard noises but didn't think anything of it. The next morning, the boy says Orrin was found face down on his mattress. The boy said he touched Orrin's body and it was cold, prompting gasps from the courtroom audience.
And KGT.com court reporter Jason Katowski is joining us in studio now with more on today's testimony. Jason, what else did the 12-year-old boy say?
Well, the boy in the video, he was 10 at the time, and he told investigators that that Orrin died about a week before they moved from Bakersfield, an apartment in Bakersfield, to a house in California City. He said that Orrin had the blended bottle of food and that later he stole a drink from Orson. After he stole the drink, he said that his parents told Orson to punch Orrin for taking that, and that later they all went to bed. He said he didn't see the punch, but he said they all went to bed. He said he heard some noises in the night, but didn't think anything of it because Orrin and Orson always made noises when they slept. The next morning, he saw Orrin face down on the mattress. He left the room to go to his schoolroom. They were being homeschooled at the time, and he didn't know what had happened. He said later he came back and his parents were crying, and he saw that Orrin had vomited, and his color was, according to him, fading. He said he touched the body, it was cold, and his parents asked him if they should call an ambulance. And they told him, you know, if the police do come, there's a possibility that all of you guys could be taken away from us. So the boys said, no, we shouldn't call anyone. He said he was afraid that he'd be separated from his family. He says in the video that he doesn't know what they did with the body, but that they moved to California City about a week later. And 4 days after being in California City, Orson disappeared. He said the night before, Orson was in the house. In the middle of the night, he heard a noise, kind of a thump, as if a soap bottle was falling, is what he described it as. And that the next day, Orson was gone. So he said that was part of his live testimony today. That was not in the video.
And the parents, he says his parents told him that Orson went to their grandmother's house and he never saw him again, right?
Yes, that's right. He said that Orson was taken to his grandmother, Maria, who is Jacqueline West's mother, and that, that he never, they didn't explain why he left, and that he never saw Orson again.
So aside from the recorded interview, what about the boy's testimony on the witness stand today?
Sure, he seemed a little unsure at first, but then after they played the video, he seemed far more confident, and he maintained that Orrin did die and that Orson was taken from the house. And even under cross-examination, more than an hour of cross-examination, he said that Orrin and Orson had not been there for a long time and stuck to his story.
All right. Jason, so what happens next in this trial?
Next, they're calling a couple more witnesses tomorrow, and it's possible the prosecution could rest as early as tomorrow or Thursday, and then we're expecting the defense to start calling witnesses and present their case.
Another emotional day in court in the trial of Trezell and Jacqueline West, the parents accused of murdering their 2 adopted sons more than 2 years ago. This morning, Trezell's mother testified via Zoom. Wanda West said she thinks she last saw Orrin and Orson in February 2020. She says due to COVID, their visits mostly curtailed, but also told jurors that she never saw the boys when she helped the family move in September of that same year. She just assumed they were with Jacqueline's mother. 5 days before the boys were reported missing, she asked her son for a picture of his whole family. She said that's what she wanted for Christmas, but she never got that photo. The prosecution claims the boys were killed months before they were ever reported missing. And just a reminder,
sons continued today as the defense is now presenting its case. This morning, accused of killing their 2 adopted sons continued today as the defense is now presenting its case. This morning, the defense read grand jury testimony showing the eldest child of the Wests initially said he saw Orrin and Orson just days before they were reported missing. But later in that testimony, he said Orrin had died and Orson had disappeared a few days later, conflicting his earlier report. The defense attorney says a witness will testify that coercive interview techniques were used on the boy, and because of that, he was susceptible to false memories.
KGET.com court reporter Jason Katowski joining us once again tonight. And Jason, tell us what the child told the grand jury and how that testimony changed.
Sure. The grand jury testimony was read by several attorneys in court to the jury for the trial to give an example of how easily a child witness's testimony can change. And when he's first questioned, he says that he saw Orrin and Orson alive just days before Christmas 2020. Now, the boys were reported missing December 21st, 2020. This child says that on December 19th, 2020, the day when he and 3 of his other brothers were dropped off at Trezell West's mother's house, he says Orrin and Orson were in the van with them. Now, previously on the stand, he has said that they weren't there, and then later in the testimony, as questioning continued, the interviewer asks him about his earlier statements to police and social workers, and if he remembered what he said back then. One of his earlier interviews is played, and the boy is again questioned. This time, he tells the grand jury that Orson died at the Bakersfield Apartments, Cal City, in September 2020. He says his parents told him Orson had died and he doesn't know what they did with his body. He says they moved to California City about a week later, and a few days after that, Orson disappeared and he hasn't seen him since. He says he believed Orson was staying with Jacqueline West's mother. The defense had this testimony read to illustrate the changes in his testimony and how the questioning may have influenced the child.
So what happens next in this trial?
Well, they're getting very close to the end now. Judge Bremer told the jury before they broke for lunch that basically the defense is coming to its end, and after that point, there's going to be closing arguments. Now, the judge has previously said that closing arguments could be held sometime next week. So they're meeting tomorrow again at 9 a.m. The defense will call some more witnesses, and we'll see when they wrap up, but it could be sometime this week.
Okay, I found something I wanted to show you guys, because this was an interview with the police chief. That's not what I wanted to do.
Now, to talk about that and several other topics is Bakersfield Police Chief Greg Terry. Chief, thanks so much for joining us this morning. Really do appreciate
2 years
it.
ago, I think.
I want to first begin with the story in California City. It's on a lot of people's minds, not just people in California City, but including here in Bakersfield. We know that there are groups and organizations that are actually helping in the search here in town as well. Although we should know that your department is not the lead agency here, are you assisting the California City Police Department in this search?
Good morning, Alex. Thank you for having me. And yes, we are. You know, it's not unusual for law enforcement agencies in the same general area to assist each other in investigations, and certainly one like this that requires a tremendous amount of resources. And yes, to the extent that there are leads and other information that needs to be followed up on in the Bakersfield area, we are certainly doing that. And we've also assisted them in some other areas as well. And I assure you, all of these law enforcement agencies, and I appreciate the public's interest in looking for and wanting to find these two young men, and we will continue to work together to do that.
I want to talk about our homicide rate here in Kern County. 2020 was our deadliest year by far, with 138 homicides in the county. Of course, that a lot of those, of course, were in the city limits of Bakersfield. And within just the first 6 days, well, even before then, I mean, just within the first few days of 2021, we've had 4 homicides already. What are the trends here? Why are we seeing so many homicides in Kern County? Is there something that you're looking at, you and the department are looking at as a possible reason for the increase?
You know, Alex, I wish I had a simple answer for it, but I don't. You know, it's all across the nation, spikes in crimes of violence, including homicide and shootings. And unfortunately, our community was no different. You know, homicides in particular are so harmful to our community. The impact never goes away, not for the families and not for the community members, not for the officers that are dealing with firsthand the impact of this violence. And so it is somewhat distressing and frustrating for us as law enforcement leaders who truly want to make the community safer. But the dynamics and the types of incidents specific to homicides make it very difficult for policing strategies to really impact them in a significant way. They're often done spontaneously, like the one that we had right out of the gate this year. We had the double homicide at the motel. That occurred inside of a room, outside of the view of everyone. And very often homicides are like that. And so it's really, really difficult for us to enact a policing strategy specifically to address this. This is a community problem for us, and we are going to need our entire community to step up and help us do this, because there are so many other factors that are related to crimes of violence that policing alone can't address.
How many of these homicides are unsolved?
In 2020, we had 42 homicides, which matches the highest that we've ever had. We also had the same number in 2017. Last year, we solved 25 of the 42 homicides with an arrest or issuing a warrant of the suspects, and we have 17 open investigations from 2020 right now. You know, one of the biggest challenges that we have, and why I say it's a community issue, is because one of the most significant ability or significant factors in us solving homicides is members of the community coming forward. And we need information in order to solve these homicides.
Is there a trend? You know, there's a lot of people in our city, in our county, who are hearing about this high number of homicides.
That is unrelated. So I'm gonna take that off. I wanted to read something to you guys really quickly. It says that Tim Hennessy urged the public to remember that the burden of proof in a grand jury proceeding is lower than in a jury trial, and that the defense did not have a chance to hear the evidence or questions witnesses due to the secrecy of the proceeding. Okay, they're talking about the grand jury. Oh, I thought I had something more about understanding what the jury is going through right now, but I guess I don't. But I did find another piece from the old chief of police back when everything was going down, and his interview, and I remember this interview, so I thought, well, let's watch this because this might bring back some stuff that we'd forgotten about. So let me go over to that really quick.
I know it's been a busy past month for you, especially with this case. So obviously it's been more than a month since these two boys, Orrin and Orson West, 3-year-old and 4-year-old, have gone missing in California City. What can you just go over, just for everyone else, what do we know so far?
So far, we've collected many pieces of what we think could possibly be evidence. We've questioned multiple people. We've searched multiple places. And we're following up on almost every clue or tip that we get. So at this point, we have nothing that actually shows us or proves to us what happened to the boys or where they're at, but we're still doing our best and going over everything as we possibly can.
So there's been no hints as to even a general people who have seen them most recently. Is there one location of where someone last saw them?
Well, based on the adopted parents' statements, they were last seen here in Cal City on the 21st of December. As far as anyone else seeing them any particular times, was prior to those dates. So again, we've had clues and tips to people that think they possibly seen them or actually spoke with them, which have not panned out to this point.
Yeah. So there's no really way to verify whether someone's telling you the truth if they actually did see these two kids.
No, other than follow up on it. And if it leads somewhere, we go, and if it doesn't, then we go on to the next.
Could you give me, other than the adoptive parents, where and when was the last time someone outside of those parents saw those kids?
Again, we're not sure. Okay. With the people we talked to, maybe saw them before, way before, days before. We're trying to nail all that down. But after, we haven't been able to come up with anybody who has seen them since. We followed up on some leads and some tips and some clues that once again did not pan out to be true.
Exactly. Okay, then so why, I know you spoke with us with the media a few weeks ago, clarifying everything that you've known. It doesn't seem like, we've seen some action and some different things happening from police and the adoptive parents as well. But could you tell us why there hasn't been any update from police recently?
We don't have a whole lot of new information that we can actually share. So when I get these calls for updates, all I can say is, we're still working on it and we have nothing new to share with you at this time.
Yeah. It's mostly, at this point, it's going through evidence of things that you guys have taken from the house, correct? And things that.
Correct. Processing all the evidence, we have, hours of security video from the surrounding neighborhood. We have hours of body cam video that was turned in and downloaded by our officers during the investigation that we're still going through, and hours of interviews that we're still going over.
Yeah. Has there been any new, have you gotten back any analysis reports of the evidence that has been from that house, or is it still being processed?
Nothing significant as of yet.
Okay. So there isn't, just to clarify, there hasn't been anything really new since the last time we spoke.
Nothing big or earth-shattering that I can share at this point.
The only, in terms of the investigation, but in terms of outside of that, we know that the adoptive parents are no longer in the house. They moved out kind of right after Christmas, and we don't really know where they've been. But people did see there was a man that came and boarded up the windows. I know there was some vandalism to the windows of the house by neighbors who are just frustrated with this situation. But obviously that's trespassing. Have you arrested anyone who, vandalized the house? Did you?
No, we haven't made any arrests on that. To the best of my knowledge, there was a window broken that has been boarded up. And that is true. We believe that they are no longer living in the house, but we do also believe that they've been back a couple of times to either take items out of the house or whatever. But as far as we know, we spot check it quite often, and we don't see a whole lot of activity at the house.
Yeah, and so the man came to board up the windows. A neighbor told me that man was hired by Trezell West, the adoptive father. But there is a one rumor that police paid for that boarding up the windows. Is that, can you? Yeah.
No.
Okay. Just to clarify that.
Trust me, I know that.
Police weren't involved in the boarding up of that house.
No.
And so Trezell and Jacqueline West, the two adoptive parents, they're allowed to go in and out of the house as freely as they'd like. But
absolutely.
But police also have that warrant, and they're able to go in and out freely, correct?
Every time we choose to go in, we'll get a new warrant. It's just it's better that way, and it's cleaner.
Okay.
So if we choose to go back in, we'll obtain another warrant.
And when was the last time police went into the house?
I think it's been about a week and a half since we've been back.
And did you take out more evidence, more things from that?
I think we took out one piece of evidence at the time.
Yeah. Could you clarify, like, how much have police taken out of that house? I know I remember when I was there was bags of things taken out by FBI agents and Cal City PD. Is there any way to talk about?
I can't speak to actually how many pieces of evidence we've recovered from the residence. I know it's quite a few. From inside the residence, outside the residence, and around the backyard and such, out of the garage, out of one of the, there's a shed in the back. So we've taken items out of there as well.
Can you verify that, police have searched every corner of that house? Is that correct?
I can absolutely testify to we have searched every corner of that house.
Even,
yes.
I mean, I know we have those videos of the, FBI and other agencies working with Cal City PD digging up the backyard of the house.
Yes.
And I believe you guys did take some pieces of evidence out of the backyard, but nothing substantial was found back then, correct?
No.
And so something that a lot of people have been asking me, and a lot of people believe that the kids could be, unfortunately, underneath the floorboards of the house, not the backyard, but in the house, underneath the house. Have police looked under there?
We've looked everywhere possible in the house we can possibly look. And we brought in search dogs, cadaver dogs. Every dog you can think of has been in that house and has not had any hits anywhere in the house.
Okay. But can you verify that you've searched under the floors of the house?
We've searched everywhere we can possibly search in that house. Yes.
Okay. And so
And I believe the house is on a slab. So it would be pretty hard to get under the slab.
Can you clarify what that means?
A slab foundation, which means cement foundation.
Oh, okay. Okay, and so how many people are on Cal City Police Department? Just curiosity.
I've total, including myself, we have 13 sworn.
13 sworn in. And so I know last time I spoke with you, you said there were 4 total agencies working on this case, or are there more now?
At that time, probably, yeah.
How many agencies are now working on this case? Are they still?
I think we're down to 2.
2 agencies now. Is the FBI still involved? Are they still supporting you guys?
They're still processing our evidence, to the best of my knowledge.
And some of that evidence is also being processed by Bakersfield Police currently.
That is correct.
Okay,
they've been a huge help.
So those 2 agencies that are still remaining are BPD and
Bakersfield has played a big part because, they have the technology, they have the labs, and they have the manpower to help us out.
Yeah.
Oh, and Kern County Sheriff's has helped us recently. Their search and rescue team has helped us. The DA's office has helped us as well.
Yeah. And so currently the FBI and BPD, are they still auxiliary supporters of this case? Or there's been rumors as well that BPD has taken over the case, or is that true?
We are still primary on the missing persons. Yes.
Okay.
So yes, we are still primary at this point.
Okay, but they're still supporting you guys and your small police department. Okay.
Because not only do I have to keep people on this case, but I also have to run my everyday operation.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Okay, and aside from, we'll get into the rumors. I've already touched on a few, but we'll get into those shortly. I know that there have been some, you mentioned you've been following up on every clue or every investigation or kind of, what's the word, lead that any of the locals or the neighbors have given you.
Yes.
Have there been a lot of false leads or discoveries from the public? Could you touch on those?
I wouldn't say they're false. I would say people have called in with what they believe could possibly lead us somewhere. And I appreciate that. I really do. What would help us more is when they do call in, if they could give us more details I'll get someone call and say, I think I saw the kids and they were by a car. I don't have a license plate. I don't have a description of the person. And again, I am appreciative and grateful for any piece of evidence or information we can get, and we'll do our best to follow up. We still have a long list that we try to knock them out as we go, but the more specifics we have, the easier it is for us to follow up, and there's more credibility to the information that we're receiving.
So could you touch on how many you've received? I know
what we do is if those calls come into our dispatch has a tablet that's several pages long in dispatch, and those get forwarded to me on a daily basis, and I do my best to, if I'm not doing the follow-up absolutely myself, doing the legwork myself, I try to delegate that out to one of my officers to do the follow-up.
Yeah. But you generally follow up on most of those leads, or
The best. So between us and Bakersfield, we try to follow up on everything.
yeah.
If it has enough substance for us to follow up on.
Yeah. So I know the reward money is at $100,000 at this point.
Last I heard it was at 80. So
Yeah.
I have not been keeping track of that.
I have been as a journalist, but there have been, substantial amounts from even the adoptive family, the city, the local businesses. A lot of people have been pitching in,
Which
and
is amazing.
Yeah, it is amazing, and it's mainly out of the hope to get someone to step forward with, of course,
Correct.
with information.
Right.
You do believe someone knows something, and they're just not stepping forward.
Of course. Someone out there knows something. They know where these boys are, what's happened to these boys. Yes, there has to be someone.
It's not possible that these boys just walked out of the house and are missing.
I'm not going to say it's not possible. It's not likely.
Some other person involved, whether, a neighbor or, a family member or something like that.
That's what
Is it looking more like since it's been a month since these kids have been missing? I know after the first 48 hours, it's everyone knows that statistic. It's less and less likely as the days pass on to find these kids alive. Do you think it's?
Well, just to be clear, the 48 hours is usually in some kind of homicide.
Yeah.
If the first 48 hours are the critical, and I understand that. But if these kids are still alive, and there's still hope, then time. The longer it takes, obviously, the less chance that we're going to find them. But I still have hope, and I still have confidence that we will.
Is it looking more like a recovery than it is a search and discovery?
Again, I don't want to say that. I want to remain optimistic that they're still alive.
Yeah. So how much, or has anyone actually come forward with new information that they think would win them the award money, like anything like that?
Yeah, we've had dozens of people come forward with what they believe is good information that hasn't panned out.
Okay.
But that's fine. I'm not discouraging that. I'm not turning anyone away. I understand that there's private investigators out there. I welcome them. If they want to search, please. But the only thing I ask is you don't impede our investigation, and anything you do find, please share with us so we can do our follow-up as well.
Yeah, and how much longer until you think this would be considered a cold case?
I don't want to put a time limit on that because we're still, actively looking. We're still actively working the case. So we're not at a point now that we're exhausted or want to give up. So I really don't want to give a timeline on that until we can decide something or come up with, that we've gone and checked everything we can check, and we're just out until it gets to that point, and it's not at that point yet. That's when I would say. But in a missing person, it never ends. Just like a homicide. There's no statute of limitations on a homicide. We'll always continue to look. I've got some cold cases right now that I have someone that works full time trying to solve those cold cases. So we'll never completely give up.
So it's one of those 13 sworn in officers that does work on cold cases specifically.
Actually, no. I brought in another crime analyst that is his sole job. He's a retired LA County homicide detective, tons of experience and tons of investigative. He's an amazing guy, and he's been working on my cases for since I've been here, and I've been here a year now. And he's making progress on a majority of them. So I wouldn't be surprised if we saw some of those coming to fruition pretty soon.
That's amazing. Is he looking at the other cold cases of missing persons as well? How many else
Yes,
are there? How many else are there right now?
Right now we have 8.
8 other missing cases that.
But going back almost 20 years.
Yeah.
So we're close on about a third of those right now.
Yeah.
He's done some amazing work.
And to clarify, I mean, there was multiple human remains that have been found in various cities kind of surrounding California City. You can clarify that none of those remains are related to the 2 missing boys, correct?
The ones that I'm aware of recently, as of most recent, there was one between Mojave and Rosamond, which is not one of ours at all. And they found some remains, what they believe to be human remains near Tehachapi on Saturday, which turned out to be either a dog or a coyote.
Exactly. It just remains in general that people assume to be human, and then.
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
And so the human remains near Rosamond and Mojave, were those related to any of the cold cases in California City currently?
None of ours. No.
Okay. Okay, so now we're going to move on to these rumors that we've been getting. I've been in Cal City almost every day since this case has begun, and talking to the neighbors there, talking to just people driving by. There's so many people concerned about this, and they have a lot of questions. So I spoke with some of them.
That's good.
Yeah, exactly. And
no, I don't want this thing to die. I want the momentum to keep on. So as long as those kids' names are out there and they're on people's minds, that's a good thing.
Yeah, I don't know if this will ever die down soon.
I hope not.
And it's good to know that Cal City PD is also not exhausted with all the options yet. There's still.
No. All of my guys are very invested in this, and they want to see it come to some sort of resolution as well.
Yeah. And to dispel some of those rumors, I'm always trying to, be frank with people about what you guys are actually finding, and keeping in touch with you and trying to figure out what's actually happening down there. So one thing is, just to clarify, Trezell and Jacqueline West, the adoptive parents, did used to live in Bakersfield, correct?
Correct.
And so I know you had mentioned previously that Cal City PD had been, they've been cooperative with you guys throughout the investigation. And currently they're no longer in their house. The windows are boarded up. But
I don't think the windows are completely boarded up, the whole house, just the ones that were broken. And I've been by there a few times, and to the best of my knowledge, I don't think it's completely boarded up. But I haven't been by there in a couple of days.
The front door isn't boarded up, but I believe, not just the one that was broken, all of them are the ones
that could be.
The ones that I saw, at least. They might have added some since you've seen it, but regardless of that, they're not in the house right now, or we don't think they're in the house. Are they in Bakersfield? Do you know if they're in their old apartment? Have you guys been in touch with them?
I believe that, yes, they are in Bakersfield, but I don't know exactly where they're staying.
Yeah. Are they staying within the realm of, California City, so that you guys can reach out to them if you need any information or anything necessary?
Yes. They've been readily available every time we've reached out.
Okay. So they've been in contact with you guys. You're still aware of their whereabouts and things like that.
Yes, that is correct.
Okay. So, but you're not certain exactly where they're staying currently.
I don't want to share that.
Okay. But were they ever in protective custody of police?
No.
Like, were you guys ever, helping protect them because of all the threats they've been getting?
No.
Okay. So you know where they are, not willing to share the exact location, but they are, they're in touch with you in case anything comes
Yes.
up.
Yes, we know how to get in touch with them if need be.
Okay, and one other rumor I'm hearing is that there's hidden. I mean, you've mentioned this, that you've searched every corner of this house. Are there hidden rooms?
Not that I found.
Okay. And I've been seeing this is
Not to
kind of
mention, they only lived there 3 months. So unless they built a hidden room while they were living there over the last, between September and December, I'm not saying that's impossible, but we didn't find anything that appeared to be a hidden room. You know, any kind of clean out for even the plumbing. We've gone in there and looked. We've looked in the attic. We've looked in the chimney. We've looked everywhere in that house multiple times.
Is there any reason, I mean, maybe you can't disclose this, but is there any reason to believe that you guys will make an arrest soon?
I won't comment on that.
And on a lighter note, I've been seeing a lot of memes and posts on social media about you being an actor. Just want to dispel that rumor. Were you ever an actor? Are you currently an actor?
Yeah.
You were an actor. Oh, okay.
Yes. And yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because I'm taking a lot of heat over that. I retired from Los Angeles Police Department in 2015, and just to relax and have something different to do, I pursued a acting career and a music career. And so I've got some old like promo video out there and stuff that I recorded in like 2015, and I'm getting ripped for that. I'm like, I don't understand. You know, first of all, everyone has a life outside their professional life, and second of all, you know, that was in 2015, and it's not like I'm doing anything wrong. I'm singing songs, and that's a problem. I get these nasty messages like, "Why aren't you out there looking for the kids?" Well, I am out there looking for the kids on a daily basis. I haven't done anything different or less than that since the 21st of December of last year. So, but people are going to say what they're going to say, and that's okay.
I assumed it was just concern over like you acting as a police chief and you're not actually the police chief, which is an absurd.
28 years with the Los Angeles Police Department. So I've got now almost 33 years in the business. So yeah, did I try acting as a sideline? You bet. I can find you hundreds of officers that have done the same. So, but again, it was just a hobby just to keep myself occupied. But inevitably, what did I do? I came back to police work because that's my passion, and I missed it.
Yeah.
And I had the opportunity to apply for chief here. I applied, and out of several candidates, I got the job. So I'm not going to turn that down, and I don't pass up big opportunities like that. You know, actors can be actors anytime. You know, I still got my SAG card if anybody wants to look that up.
Yeah.
So.
And then one last question for the public. I know, as I mentioned, people are still really care about this case, and they're still trying to help Cal City PD search. So where should they be searching? What should they be doing right now? I know you're never going to say no to more help, but
no. I guess my request to them is just keep your ears open and your eyes open, because again, like we discussed, somebody knows where these kids are. Someone knows. And it's really hard for people to keep secrets. So just keep your eyes open, your ears open. If you hear any information, please feel free to call us. I think you have the tip line that you can totally be anonymous. I think I have that on my desk, actually. Oh, look at that. It's right here, 661-322-4040. They can call that number. They can call my dispatch. We keep a record of all the calls that come in and all the clues, and we do our best to follow up on all the anything that has substance that we can follow up on. We will.
And so there isn't necessarily a specific place or a body of water or.
Again, I will say that we start from the inside out. Where do we see them last? The information that we have is they were last seen at their home on Aspen here in California City. So, you know, they can expand that search as much as they want. And we've searched the desert with probably a 5-mile radius around the home. Searches have been done in Bakersfield. Searches have been done in Tehachapi. We went out to Silver Saddle, which is about you're aware of the Silver Saddle. It was an old resort. It's probably it's a huge piece of property, but the resort itself is probably about 20 acres. We went out there with over 50 bodies to search that last week. So we don't want to spend our resources just searching willy-nilly. We want some sort of direction, somewhere where we actually think that they could possibly be. Because they're, let's face it, California City's 205 miles, square miles of desert. So we need some direction. And if we have a direction or a tip or a lead, we'll go search it. We don't have a problem doing that. And if I don't have the bodies, I'll find the bodies to go search.
Yeah.
So.
All right. I just wanted to bring him on because he was there when all this was going down, but then he left, and then they had that interim where Hightower was in interim, and then Hightower got officially placed into the job of chief. But I've been doing a little research. Now, I'm not an attorney. I did not eat my Wheaties this morning, and I did not sleep at a Holiday Inn. And I have not played an attorney on television, but I found something I want to talk to y'all about. Let me take this off. Okay. I want you guys to break this down with me, okay? Quit talking about food. Y'all are killing me. Y'all are so funny. We're getting recipes and everything else going on over here. Okay. I need somebody to get the calculator out. Because I want to, if you were a juror and you were sitting here and you had to look at this, right? There's a checklist that they're probably they have to go through on those papers, right? Gosh, I wish we could see that. Wouldn't that be cool? Okay, if you're going to sit here and look at all this, could you find them red rum in the second degree, or could you find them involuntary manslaughter without the red rum in the second degree? Like, you have to pick one or the other. Willful cruelty to child. False reporting of an emergency. I mean, if we break all this down, guys, could we walk out of here with a really crappy sentencing? I mean, yes, we could. But I'm just saying, if we don't get the full 12, all of it's, guilty on all counts. Hey, Mo, yep, we're still in verdict watch. Mo, I need your help. Come on, help me out here. Could they still get, you just keep hacking. Could they still get the willful cruelty to a child and the false reporting of an emergency? I'm just trying to think of how the jury is looking at this. If you were a juror right now we don't have those pieces of paper that they have to check off in front of us. It would make life a lot easier. But if they were to do involuntary manslaughter, what I looked up was that is punishable. What did I say? Involuntary manslaughter is like 3 to 6 years. Is that what I put on the comments earlier? Go back to my comment. Because we know that red rum in the second degree is anywhere between 15 years to life. So it's just dependent upon the judge, right? But if you do involuntary, I'm looking for my notes. It's 2, 3, or 4 years in prison. Okay. So let's just say let's say they do that. Judge says, okay, that's 4 years for that. Willful cruelty to a child. I looked that up. That's punishable by up to 6 years in jail or prison. So there's 10 years right there. Are y'all with me? Oh, Mo, yes, it's still, honey. We have been here for way too long waiting on this jury. And if they don't come back today, I don't know. I'm gonna cry. No news yet. I just did the refresh, by the way, you guys. If you say no for a red rum charges are brought. Yeah, so I'm saying that let's say they go with involuntary manslaughter. They say not guilty on red rum in the second degree, and they go with the involuntary manslaughter. And then they say willful cruelty to a child. We know that's going to give them 10 years roughly around that time, okay? Conspiracy to commit a crime. It says that what I looked up about conspiracy to commit a crime, the prosecutor must prove that the defendant intentionally entered into an agreement with another person or persons to commit a crime. So that if they do guilty in even on the top two, this is what I'm thinking, but again, I'm not an attorney, so somebody correct me if I'm wrong. They do guilty on one of the top two, just one of them. They have to do guilty on this, right? Don't you think? Let's see. Maybe not. Maybe if they do, maybe with the involuntary. Let's see what involuntary manslaughter is defined as in California. I'm playing lawyer today. Why not? We got all this time in the world, right? It occurs when someone is unalived by an unlawful act, less severe than a felony, or when someone is unalived by the performance of a lawful act which might produce death but in an unlawful manner. Okay. So like you see that a lot in like when somebody gets killed in a car accident, right? That's where you get a lot of that cuz they didn't go out to do it. They weren't set on hurting somebody, but their actions caused that, right? I just don't think that that's what we're looking at here though. Residents of halved here. It's weird. 7 years becomes 2.5. Yes, winter. Ugh. Good behavior thing, and they call it good behavior, but what it means is they don't have enough room in the jails. And then they like to sentence people to long terms, and then they come back and go, you know what? We're doing away with all that. We're going to take that the death penalty or whatever it is. We're going to take all that off. I'm tell you now, you guys, I am not I don't like the death penalty. I think that that's God's work, not ours. That's his part. But what we're looking at are the charges brought against both of Trezell and Jacqueline, by the way. That's what's up on the screen. And I just feel like if one of the top two is done, okay, so definitely the willful cruelty to a child's got to be marked. It's got to be marked as a yes. So how many years is that? Hang on, I'm looking this up. Willful cruelty. Okay, the felony punishment can be up to 6 years. So there's another 6 years. I'm still looking up stuff. I'm sorry I'm quiet. I'm just trying to look this up. Okay. Winner says yes, but if they get willful cruelty, they state they believe one child and not the other. So how would that work? The only evidence is from the children. Okay, good point. CB. CB says there's two people involved. They had to conspire to get away with it. They both have the same story. That's true. Yes, it is a bad sign, Marta. Right. CB said, if I did something, whether I meant to or not, to hurt a child, just give me 99 years. Put me in a pit. There's no pit deep enough. Give me a 10,000 years. So we're good on the conspire. If they get conspire, they say guilty on conspire, that's 6 years, and that would also put them under the false reporting of an emergency as well, right? But if you're saying it's a false reporting of an emergency, you're also saying that they did something to those kids. I don't know. I wish we had that jury form. I wish we could see what they're seeing and what they have to. Can we get that? Does anybody know how to get that? Yeah. Verdict forms. They're not all the same, though, right? I don't see. I have never been in a jury situation, so I don't even know how it works. Yeah. I cannot see anything but M in my brain. It wouldn't matter. Yeah. So you don't think if they did it, it's definitely second degree? They can't get any of these charges if they don't get the M. Anything is wiped out. Everything is wiped out. No M, no false report, and so on. Okay. That's what my question was. Are you sure of that, Winner? So if they don't get the M, they can't conspire. They could still get the willful cruelty, though. Marta says no M, second degree. Everything else is gone. Oh. That blows. Where's an attorney when you need one? My purpose is she thinks once holding out, the jury does not believe the boys walked away. The evidence and testimony is guilty on all charges. See, that's what I'm saying. There's no evidence with them with them asking to look again at that video camera footage that showed the house. They're wanting to say, did they walk away? These kids didn't walk away. There's no evidence that they walked away from that house. If they did, it would be on camera. Brandy says she's praying that they're just being thorough. Me too, Brandy. And they wanted to hear what I think that the testimony that they wanted to hear from one of the children was the oldest child's testimony, which was so damning to the defense. So they're going through that, and there's one person who can't lean. There could be more than one. And it goes back to that whole, did they prove it? Even in your mind, if you think, because you know how many times you hear a jury's talk after the fact, and they say, well, we felt like she did it. But according to our jury instructions, the defense or the prosecutor had to prove that they had the evidence that they did it. And we didn't see that there. We only, you know what I mean? Y'all know what I'm talking about? Isn't that what happened with Casey Anthony? They all felt she was involved in some way, shape, or form, but they couldn't make it work with what they were instructed to do in the verdict. Don't say that, Dredd. Don't be coming in here every now and then and spewing that unfortunately hung jury stuff, Dredd. We're not having that. I mean, they've obviously proven they're pieces of crap. We know that. And yes, the burden of proof is on the prosecution. So if they're saying we feel like there's more there, but we don't feel like the prosecution proved all of it to the extent to where we could actually sentence these people to red rum in the second degree. Yeah, they castrate the case. Perfect way to put it. Jury instructions castrate the case. Well said, CB. I mean, they could still walk away on, yeah, we believe they're liars. We believe they're hiding something, but we don't have any bodies. That's where I'm worried. That's what I'm worried about. And I was kidding, Dreadhead. You can come back. Say something positive though. I'm just starting to really think about this more deeply about I want to know what's in their heads. I want to know what this jury is thinking right now. I'm looking, I'm checking I'm double checking to make sure we don't have any updates. I don't see anything. There could be, and there could just be somebody in the jury that just doesn't understand it, and they're having to re-explain it to them over and over again so that they understand. My question about not red rum, but selling them, what about that? Selling them would remove bodies from notice, but who buys boys? No man buys boys. They want girls. Huh. They buy boys? Oh, yes, they do, CB Clark. There are some sick people out there. They don't care. Some of them only want little boys. I can't believe I just said that on YouTube because I'm probably going to get taken off YouTube for saying that, but right back. Mary J's house, mom, and I asked her if they had the boys at the time. They've definitely been caught as liars. That they've proven that they're liars. There's no way around that. They lied. They said at one point they said that they were at Maria's and Maria said they weren't there. So we know that, right? What's the Franklin cover up? What are you talking about, Marta? Tread said, "Okay, guilty on all counts." Yeah, I'm just kind of thinking that it's hard to take your bias out, though. You know. I've always wondered how do they find somebody that's never heard of this case. That's my thing. So a jury coming into this. But I mean, there are people out there that we're all true crimers, right? All of us followers that like to follow court and all that. We love true crime. We like to watch it. A lot of people out there don't. My sister thinks I'm sick in the head. She's like, I can't believe you watched that. Testimony of Maria is another piece of proven evidence. That's true. But it just okay, but it's proven her evidence only proves that they're guilty though, right? Who wants to come up on panel and have a back and forth debate with me? And I'm not talking about an argument. Let's just who wants to talk this out with me? I need somebody to come up. Oh, Winter's been holding out on us. She worked for the coroner for years. It's a general topic of conversation that there is always one juror that doesn't agree with the majority for many different reasons. Winter been holding out on us. Who wants to come up? I need a debate. I need somebody to walk this through me. Like, give me I need some input. I'm 2 days in. I'm running out of stuff to talk about. And we can't just play music. Oh, I see what you're saying, CB Clark. Like, yeah, well, what happens to those kids once they're done with? When they traffic them? What happens? They don't keep them forever. Do they turn into the You know what I heard, though? This is a really sensitive subject, so I hope, warning, trigger alert, whatever. Um, I I've heard that a lot of those kids that are brought into all that eventually turn into just like their accused or whatever you call them, their victimizer. What do they call the people that do it to them? It is more than true crime. Thank you, Winter. Alert, yes. Johnny Gosh. Mm-hmm. Yep. Now, is he the same one that his brother ended up unaliving those 3 women after he was remember the boy? Oh, they did a Lifetime movie about it. Remember the little boy that was kidnapped, taken for years and years and years, and then they found him and he came back home. And then a couple of years later, bless his heart, he was killed in a motorcycle accident. Isn't that crazy? But his brother is the one that unalived 3 women who were on vacation in a hotel room somewhere near the mountains, I think. Do y'all know what I'm talking about? Stephen. There it is. Stephen is his name. Yep. I remember that one. Did anybody see the case where I remember this one when I was little. It was either late 70s, early 80s. And it was the case where the guy that was in the army or he was in the military, his whole family was found unalived. And they had written, they'd kind of copycatted the whole Manson thing in the home because they wrote something about pigs and blood, talking about the cops. And I know my name is Steven. Thank you, Marta. Okay. And they did a Lifetime movie, or they did at the time it was like a Sunday night special. Oh God, remember back then you could watch like they'd started on a Sunday night, or maybe like it was during the week, and they'd have it like a couple of nights during the week. And it would I can't think of the name of the man, but they just redid something on Netflix or Hulu about him, and they did a documentary, and the man, oh my gosh, it sounds like he's not guilty. It really does. But anyway, he was found guilty by a court, and he was sent to jail. And they did this whole series on how they thought he was improperly convicted, because it was one of those things to where it was a witch hunt, they thought. Gary Cole. Yes, Mo. Thank you. But Gary Cole played him in the movie. See, you guys are y'all are in my age range here. We're working with fire. I just remember that movie as a child. I can't believe my parents let me watch it, but I just remembered it. It scared me. Steve McDonald. Yep, that's it. McDonald. Thank you, little Linda. Little Linda's sitting in the background, not saying anything. She's like, "Oh gosh, I gotta speak up. This woman's gonna keep going on and on." Yes, McDonald. And did you guys watch the latest documentary on him? It was just within the last couple years. Anyway, I want to do a mini doc on that series because it's just always fascinated me. Yeah. So anyway, that'll probably be my next documentary because I've been really leaning on that one. Let me do a refresh and see if we got anything from the jury. Okay. We got something. A note from the jury came in at 1:48 p.m. They asked for a clarification as to which charges applied to which child. A verdict has not been reached at this point, though. Which charges applied to which child? The jury also asked if instruction 1B can be considered for count 5, the second count of second-degree red rum. As I don't have a copy of the lengthy jury instructions, I'm not sure what that means. There was also clarification asked for in a third question. Again, the exact details of which were not read in court, but the judge said his response would say the answer may be found in your jury instructions. They're going to have, oh gosh, maybe they're almost here, y'all. Maybe they're here. Woo woo. Okay. Yes. Those were good questions, right? Are you guys with me on that? I think that sounded good. Which one applied to which child? So yeah, if you think about it, they've got, if I'm looking, there's seven counts total. There's 2 counts of M in the second degree, and 2 counts, and only 1 count of involuntary. So they may throw out for, let's say they do involuntary for Orrin, but they could still come back and say red rum second degree for Orson. Still life. They can still get life because now you're looking at the judge going, come on with the sentencing. We are almost there, my purpose. We are exactly where I believe they were. You were right. Oh, pray, pray, pray. Let's see if Misha's got an update on her little video. Not yet. She's probably still absorbing it all. Itzy, we're so close. We just got a great question from the jury. No one believes that they both did it to Orson. Okay. Yeah, you know what? That's another whole piece. I didn't even think about my purpose. They've got to convict each of them separately for each of these things. I didn't even think about it that way. Winter said, my heart is in my mouth. I know. I'm going to read this again, okay, guys? A note came from the jury at 1:48 p.m., which was just, gosh, that was like 4 minutes ago, you guys. Or was it? No, an hour ago. They asked for clarification as to which charges applied to which child. They also asked if instruction 1B can be considered for count 5. All right, now let's go back to count 5 on what we're looking at here. Count 5 is the second degree red rum. Is that the second child? So if you go to, hang on. The second count, the jury also asked if instruction 1B can be considered for count 5, which was the red rum in second degree, and the person who I think it's what's her name? Veronica. I think Veronica wrote this. As I don't have a copy of the lengthy jury instructions, I'm not sure what that means. There was also clarification asked for in a third question. Again, the exact details of which were not read in court. Maybe that was kind of a, Judge, we got to ask you something, but we can't put it out there yet. And he said his response would say the answer would may be found in their jury instructions. That's interesting, huh? Oh, I got more. Hang on. As to the first question about which charges apply to which child, excuse me. As to the first question about which charges apply to which child, Brimmer is sending a note telling the jury counts 1 through 3 apply to Orrin. Okay, this is good because we were asking the same question, right? And counts 4 through 6 apply to Orson. Remember, Orrin's the oldest. He's the one we thought was missing first. Okay. And then the 7th count relates to making a false report to law enforcement. So it's kind of like for both of them. It really is for both of them. Count 3, red rum, involuntary manslaughter, and willful cruelty to a child. Counts 4 through 6 are conspiracy to commit red rum, second degree red rum, and willful cruelty to a child. So if you look at this, 4, 5, and 6 are Orson. 1, 2, and 3 are Orrin. That's what I was thinking. And I guess the way they come up with this is they say, okay, you got to pick 1 or 2, involuntary or second degree. And we know that it was the cause of it was willful cruelty. And if they did do away with poor little baby Orson, they conspired to do it together. Oh, this is good, you guys. This is good. If they didn't feel like it was proven, they would not be asking the details here. Let me read the chat, what you guys are saying. I'm talking to myself again. CB says, I don't see anything involuntary because daddy's history of hurting the children, probably wifey too. Well, wifey's got him in a chokehold. What are you talking about, CB only being daddy? Wifey's over here performing WWEF or whatever they call it on them. Little babies. These little tiny babies. Tiny. Winter, are you getting in trouble on other channels? Is that what you're saying? You can add my venom to your yelling too. Biological son is a foster child? No. Oh, that makes sense. I nearly asked you, was Jackie and then Trezel's charges separate, but it's the boys that are separated. Yeah, but if you look at it, Winter, it's like each Jackie has these 7 charges and Trezel has these 7 charges. So all in all, we're going to... Right. Y'all right? Did y'all hear my big pit bull? We're going to hear 14 charges. Technically, that's what we're looking at. No, he eats, guys, my dog. He eats all kinds of crazy stuff. So he does. He ate a paper towel last night. Again. He pulls it out of the garbage can. Torture those MMA fighter. Thank you, Brandy. That's what I was trying to say. WWF. WWE, WF. World Wrestling Federation. Be forewarned. I'm reading y'all's comments real quick. Yes, the biological child, the oldest biological child, is the one who gave the testimony that's so damning to the defense. Hey, Carol, we're getting there. Carol, they just came back with some great questions, and we've had some other people come back in since I read them, so I'm going to read them again because we're going to dwell on this here. I know I am. All right, let's see. A note came from the jury at 1:48. They asked for clarification as to which charges applied to which child, but they maintained that a verdict had not been reached. As to the first question about which charges apply to which child, which he said 1 through 3 applies to Orrin and 4 through 6 applies to Orson. And the 7th count that they're up on, which I have that up on the screen right now, you guys, relates to making a false report on both the children, so it kind of applies to both the kids. There was also clarification asked for a 3rd question, again, the exact details of which were not read in court. And the judge responded by saying his response would say the answer may be found in their jury instructions. That might have been kind of that 3rd question might have been kind of generic, like, how do we do this type thing? Okay. Then the juror also asked if instruction 1B can be considered for count 5 and the 2nd count of 2nd-degree unaliving. As I don't have a copy of the lengthy jury instructions, I'm not sure exactly what that means. And then I saw, wait, there's more. The jury also wait, I already read that. And she just says counts 1 through 3 are 2nd-degree unaliving, involuntary manslaughter, and willful cruelty to a child. Counts 4 through 6 are conspiracy to commit red rum, 2nd-degree red rum, and willful cruelty to a child. And then the other note said, as to the first question about which charges apply to which child, Bremer is sending a note telling the jury counts 1 through 3 apply to Orrin and counts 4 through 6 apply to Orson, and the 7th count relates to both. that all of it? I thought there was more than that. Okay, hang on. I think that's everything. I'm the one person in the United States who doesn't know how to read Twitter or follow Twitter. Oh no. I just lost my spot. There it is. All right, well. What are you guys thinking? Let me read what you guys are thinking over here. Welcome everybody in who's we got some new watchers. Everybody's hearing that the verdict's starting to come in, so everybody's getting welcome, you guys. We're just discussing how the fact of how they could go with involuntary manslaughter versus red rum second degree. How would you make that distinction? We're assuming that the jury instructions forms that they have help them decide that. But if you look at the charges that I have up here on the screen, 1 through 3 for Orrin and 4 through 6 are for Orson, and count 7 is for it pertains to both the children. No evidence that my 7-year-old son retarded. Sumo wrestling. I love that. Hater, that's cute. I know, Mo. He's just like he's gonna eat something one day, and I'm gonna have to rush him to the emergency vet because he'll. I've got to move my. We just moved like over the last year, and he's just started getting into the garbage can. He didn't do that before, so I've got to find. I got to get a garbage can that has a top on it. I'm talking about my dog, you guys, not my kid. Just FYI for those who are just coming in. Talking about my pit bull. Okay. Yeah, I'm just not very good with the Twitter. The twitting. I'm not good with the twitting. All right, so that came in at 1:45 their time, which was 3:40. That was right after they came back from lunch, guys, wasn't it? 1:48. They came back at 1:30. Did they not? Maybe that's why they went to lunch. They were like, we're going to have to figure this out after lunch. So 1:48 would have been 3:48 my time. That would have been over an hour ago. Hello, Fly Girl. How are you? Yeah, she needs to, Shaw Baby, she needs to pull some of that sumo wrestling out on, quit pulling it out on little teeny weeny babies, and she's going to have to be doing it in prison now. I just feel like they're getting something here. They may not get exactly what we want, but we're getting something, right? 7 here in Wales, UK. What time is it there? 23:07. I don't even know what 23:07 means, Rainer. I know it's military time. I am Central Time Zone because I'm in Alabama, and it's 5:07 here. And you know what? That brings me to think they're only going to deliberate another hour to another hour and a half. And then they're going to call it a day. And that's not good. So maybe we'll get this tonight. Fly Girl, they came in and they asked a couple of questions that were very good questions pertaining to how the charges, who the charges were for. So 1 through 3, the judge clarified the charges that you see up here on the screen. 1 through 3 apply to Orrin, and 4 through 6 of the charges apply to Orson. And then charge number 7, false reporting of an emergency, applies to both the children. Each Jacqueline and Trezell have these charges brought against them. So the jurors were just questioning who they applied to. And they asked another question, which I feel like that last question had to do with, okay, once we get all this figured out, how do we submit this guilty form to you? Where's the guilty button? Can I hit that, please? Can we just do this digitally? Oh, come on. You guys, you got to be there. They were asking about some kind of instruction on one of the jury forms and how it applied to count 5. And as you know, count 5 is the unaliving second degree of Orson. You guys have different time zones in the same country. That's mental. You guys have different time zones in the same country. That's mental. I know, right? What do I think the holdup is? They're just trying to figure. You know what I think? I think they're filling out those forms. Okay, let's go ahead and finish these up. Okay, get your forms in. All right, guys, let's get it done. I think that's where they're at. I think they're wrapping it up. Oh, Fly Girl's in California. So, yeah, because yesterday they had made a note that they left at 4 o'clock because they did not take their afternoon break. So they left 30 minutes early. So, which tells me that normally they would stay till 4:30 if they took an afternoon break. So, if they don't take an afternoon break, they're going to leave again at 4 o'clock, which is only an hour away. So I'm thinking that could this be that we're going to get it today? Surely they wouldn't let this go on another day. I mean, they can stay later than that time, right? It's not like the courthouse closes up. Come on now. They could stay later if they're at the final stages of this. And honestly, if you were a juror, wouldn't you want to go ahead if you're at the final stages? You've gotten past all the hard stuff. Okay, let's go ahead and just figure out the small stuff of because it might just be that, y'all. It might be they've gotten past the big hurdle and now we're just kind of, hey, Liz, I just moved from Florida a year ago. What part of Florida are you in? I was in Tampa. So, yeah. Do you guys know how many Diet Cokes I've gone through during this verdict watch? I'm bouncing off the walls. Jayville. Very cool. Oh, and Tina's in Orlando. Tina, you're over there where they just had the that Todd guy in Celebration that unalived his family. I wanted to cover that case and I still might do a documentary on it, but honestly, to hear him talk, it drives me insane. He is so precocious. Mo's in Lakeland. You guys are all in Florida. You're either in Florida or the UK. What's up with that? Maybe it's just the people in Florida and UK are more outspoken and like to be in the chat. Maybe that's what it is. Around the Daytona area so I can quiz them about the roads north Well, you'll probably find them here on the chat. Okay. Thank you, Shaw baby. The judge said that they can stay as long as they need to. As long as they need to, they just do a lot of eating. I don't think they're going to. Girl, we can get a pizza brought in. All right. I'll send the pizza. I will Grubhub whatever they want at this point. Okay. I'm sure we would all pitch in $1. We'll feed them lobster. If we all pitch in $1, let's give them a lobster, whatever they want. Let's get this done. Say what? And you know what's funny about that? If somebody came to me and said, "Do you want lobster?" I'd be like, "Can I get Popeye's chicken?" That's what I would say. Oh, I'm a I'm such a dork. I love Popeye's chicken. We don't have one near me, so that's why I would say that. I bet you guys live in some really cool places. You know, the other night we were outside. We're here in Alabama now, and it's just been so beautiful. What can we Grubhub to them? If it's a guilty verdict, whatever they want. Flowers. You want some chocolate? Maybe they need some chocolate. That's another thing I would want. I would say, can you just skip the lobster and bring me Popeyes and ixnay the steak and just bring me some chocolate? I want Hershey's with almonds in it. That's what I want. Yeah. I'm sitting here talking. When people think of Florida, they think of Ted Bundy that aren't from people that aren't from here and they're true crime people. They think of Ted Bundy and they think of the woman who was the first one to ever get death. The truck drivers. Oh, I could see her face. What's her name? Y'all know her name. All right, let me go back to this thread. Oh, another note was sent at 2:55. Are y'all with me? Listen up, people. Another note was sent at 2:55 p.m. making reference to the part of the instructions asking if it is only an overt act that makes it a guilty verdict. An overt act. Somebody find what does overt mean? Brimmer sent back a response and the jury has continued to deliberate. Again, there is no verdict. The attorneys have left the courtroom. No. And then they just left for their 3-minute afternoon break. They should be back in 15 minutes. Okay, that's good. I'm glad they took a break. That means they're not leaving early. They're going to stick around and they're going to hash this out. Openly, plainly, readily apparent, or secretive. That's what overt means. Yes, I just Googled it because that's who I am. That's what I do. I'm not ashamed. This is good. This is good. This is so good. What's this? Yes, read. You want me to read some more? Overt means you hide it. Like you, overt means you're trying like to do something in secret. Oh, Liz just put it up here. Done or shown openly, plainly, readily apparent, not secret or hidden. Okay. An overt act of aggression, not secret or hidden. Okay. Well, I was saying the wrong thing then. Y'all, we're getting there. We're going to get it this evening. We're going to get the verdict this evening. Let's see if Keish has any updates over at the courthouse. I might have to refresh my page. Yep. 9 minutes ago. Oh, she's smiling, y'all. She's smiling. All right, hang on. Let me change out this thing. All right. Screen share here. Go out and play. Oh gosh, be careful with saying that word. Let me see what her first. Oh, this was 30 minutes ago. I'm falling down on my job for you guys. I apologize.
Y'all have a good day.
You guys couldn't hear her? You guys could not hear her talking just then? That video?
So the update.
She just basically said the same thing that I was saying. No audio. Do you hear me? No? Nope. Y'all couldn't hear her. Dang it. Do you want me to play it again? Just heard. Have a good day. Okay. All right. Well, hang on.
Date is because we just went in there. The jury sent over a note because they wanted to know the different charges, like 1, 2, 3 is for Orrin, 4, 5, 6 is for arson, and 7, 8 is the call that they had made. So seems like we're getting close to it because now they're asking about, the charges on who, which child, which this, which that. So we're still sitting up here waiting for the verdict. But that's the update on why we just went in. Because when they have like a note or something from the jurors to the judge and attorneys, the audience is allowed to go in there. That's up here. We're allowed to go in there and hear what the note is about. So once again, for you all that came in, they wanted to clarify the charges: 1, 2, 3 for Orrin, 4, 5, 6 for arson, 7, 8 for the call that they made. So it's just clarification that the jurors needed. So by them doing that, they're most likely getting close to a verdict. So I just wanted to update you guys on that. There's no verdict still yet. So like I said, once the verdict time, I will post it and put it out there, or I'll run out and go live and tell y'all the verdict has started. So if you just came in, I'm repeating one more time. We just went in because the jurors needed to clarify something for 1, 2, 3 Orrin, 4, 5, 6 Orson, and 7, 8 for the calls that they made. So there's still no verdict. So I'll keep updating y'all. We leave here at like 4 or 4:30, and then it's over. So could be a verdict tomorrow. It could be later on today. So y'all have a good day.
Okay, I'm putting that back up since we're talking about it. But somebody else in the chat just said this, and I feel like this too. They wouldn't have taken that break if they didn't plan on staying a bit longer. They're not going to leave they're not going to take a break, come back to turn around and leave again. So, okay, the lady that you just heard from, I apologize. The lady that you just heard from, I think she's involved with some of the foster people. Her and the cousin of the biological father have been following this since from the beginning. They're like a lot of the ones that have been involved with going over to the house when all of it went down, doing the search parties and all that. And they've been in the courtroom through the trial. Oh, hashtag 12. Hashtag 12 is what they're asking for everybody to put in the chat because in the Facebook group that I'm in, and it's called hashtag Where Are the Boys. It's an awareness group for Orrin and Orson. they're using the term hashtag 12 because we need 12 jurors for them to be guilty. Yeah, she puts that snow filter on every time. These jurors are giving me hope. They're giving me hope too, Winter. We're getting there, guys. It's going to happen, and it's going to happen in the next hour. So don't go nowhere. Stay here with me. And I do feel like this false report of an emergency, if it's going to be a definite, if the others are a definite, these are going to be a definite. I mean, so if they're confused about, they were asking about number 5, which is the red rum second degree for Orson, the youngest. And they were asking if some of the jury instructions, if a piece on the jury instructions applied to that charge. And which we don't know what that was because we don't have the thing. Steve, you're just in time. We're getting down to the wire. We're getting there, guys. An overt act could be that certain things were used to prepare or used to continue to commit the crime. Somebody said that they thought that could be even like the using the U-Haul to go back and forth to Bakersfield, but not having the boys. An overt act is very important as it established an attempt to commit a crime. You have to prove that to have conspiracy charges. So okay, I apologize for all the dogs in the background, guys. So yeah, we're just waiting, Steve. We feel like they're going to come back from this break and they're going to basically finish things up. And even if it takes them longer, even if they have to stay past 4:30, that's fine. Let's get it done today. Let's just get it done, right? Check in this. And you know what else, guys? My dogs don't ever bark or make any noises until I start talking. That's when they start doing it. Hey, guess what, guys? On Twitter, the hashtag true crime community is now trending. Who cares? Let's see. I'm going to read these again for those that are new coming in. Let's talk about their questions. The first questions that came in yesterday had to do with they wanted to look at 2 more pieces of testimony. They wanted to revisit the testimony from one of the children, and then they also wanted to revisit one of the gentlemen's camera video that lived in the neighborhood. It was they did specify that it was one of the cameras that was facing towards the house that they lived in Cal City. So that was from yesterday. That told me they're looking for children coming in or out of that house in the video, or being carried in or out of that house in the video. Or are they looking for someone coming in and taking the children right there in the video? Because if it's not there, it didn't happen. Then they're also the first piece. I just lost my train of thought. The child's testimony. The child's testimony is the biggest piece, I think, the big key to this whole trial, to us getting a guilty verdict. They wanted to see that again. They came back and said that they wanted clarification as to which charges applied to which child. And again, I'll say it again. 1 through 3 is Orson, or Oren, the older child, and 4 through 5 is Orson, the younger child. 7 applies to both children. False reporting. Okay, and then they asked about some piece of the instructions on the jury form or on the verdict form and how it can let's see, it says, can instruction 1B, if instruction 1B can be considered for count 5. So whatever instruction 1B, can it be considered for count 5? Oh, that's so good. That's so good. The second count of second degree unaliving is count 5. There was also clarification asked for in a third question, again, the exact details of which were not read in court, but the judge's response would say that the answer may be found in their jury instructions. That to me sounded like something generic with the forms that they were completing and how the process of them completing them and then getting them back to him. That's just in my mind. That's what I'm thinking because I'm excited. Then as to the first question about the charges, he explained those. And then you guys know what the charges are because you got them in front of you now. So I'm not going to read that part. Then they said they were making reference to another note made reference to part of the instructions asking if it is only an overt act that makes it a guilty verdict. Bremer sent back a response and the jury is continuing to deliberate. Then they left for their mid-afternoon break about 20 minutes ago. Y'all need to go smoke a couple cigarettes. Go ahead and do what you got to do, but come on. Somebody get them a vape in there or something. There's nothing else after that. Okay, I'm going to go get my pissy chihuahua. And charge 4 is the conspiracy charge, yes. And while we're waiting for that, I'm going to add this back to the stream. And we're going to play this for just a little bit while I can... No, that's not what I wanted. I want this. We're going to continue playing this for a little bit while I can go take care of this pissy chihuahua. Okay. Can you guys, were y'all at least able to hear what I just had up? Because I just realized that y'all can't see this. I bet you couldn't even hear it, could you? I looked up and I'm like, why is everybody leaving? Okay, let's talk about this landfill thing. Okay, yes. The police department was denied funds to search the landfill. The other question I saw was about the lady that saw them at the dumpster or thought she saw them at the dumpster. She did call the police. I don't know what happened, if the police even looked in the dumpster. I don't know. The jury is back in from their break, though, guys. Okay, you want dates, CB Clark? I don't have a spreadsheet, but I will tell you that as soon as they were reported missing, there were people out, like walking the area looking for the kids, like neighbors, friends, like, well, I would say neighbors, more neighbors, because the one neighbor that they had interviewed, I don't know if she said this. I think she said it on a television interview, that she was part of the search of all the neighbors that went out and tried to help search for these little boys, while Trezell and Jacqueline sat in their house inside their AC unit. Then what was the other question you guys had? Denied funds. Yeah, I don't know how that works. Well, 2 years ago, though, you got to remember, 2 years ago, they didn't have all the pieces to put together. In fact, wasn't it like a year before they actually brought charges against Jacqueline and Trezell? They didn't bring them right away, did they? Am I forgetting? I can't remember. See, here's the problem, Flag Girl. The circumstances of everything is that they believe that these children were already gone by the time that they were reported missing, right? And I mean, you know this. Think about it. So they're thinking they could have. I could see where they would deny the funding because they would say, if this happened in September, they're not going to be there. Or if this happened in September, you're talking about a major search, because it was December at that point, or the end of December. So I guess that's why. Yeah, like if it had been like right in there where, you know, all of a sudden the little boy's been missing, he was seen yesterday, that's another story. But because they're saying, well, the kids haven't been seen since they moved to Cal City in September, you're talking months since then. So that might have been part of it. And at that point, they were already piecing together because it was the day after that they interviewed the other children, and everything started seeming suspicious. So I just don't think that, and they weren't. I'm going to say this, and I know this is going to be unpopular, but they weren't little blonde-headed white boys. That's what I'm going to say. I'm checking the Twitter feed again. Finish filling out y'all's forms, guys. Get them done. Let's get them in. She did call the police. The lady did call the police. Because I'm trying to remember if I heard that in a testimony or if I heard that. I think that was the testimony piece that she'd said she called police. Yeah, Steve, that's another piece of the puzzle. How many landfills are they talking? Because well, think about it. They just moved from Bakersfield to Cal City. So the question is, which one do you search? Of course, then they were talking about Cal City, but what time is it? Is it in California? It is 3:48. Fine. Wide open spaces, clean up predators. Clean up predators. Oh, yeah. They could be anywhere between Bakersfield and Cal City. Fly Girl, Steve he wants to understand why they would let their paychecks go away. But I guess what everybody believes is that they were abusive to both of them, and Orrin passed away because of the abuse. And I think it's because of the biological family involved that they had to then feel like they had to get rid of the other one. I don't know. It's just crazy. But they only had him because of the money, yeah. Do you guys remember at the one of my favorite movies is A Time to Kill? And you remember at the end of the movie when he's doing his closing and he tells them to close their eyes as he paints this picture of what happened to her, and it's real dramatic, and at the end he goes, okay, now imagine she's white. You remember that? Oh, it gives me chills every time. But it's true. It's very true. Thank you guys for being here with me today. I really appreciate y'all. How did anybody measure between Bakersfield and come on, I'll bring y'all over here on my screen. We're going to look up Bakersfield, California map. And then we're going to do, can y'all see this? Y'all can see this. Okay. Wait, let me take myself off the screen. That helps a little bit better. Then we're going to do directions to Cal City. Oh, an hour 14, 67 miles. Oh, shoot. I don't want to do that. So anywhere. Wide open spaces. Look at how, and the further you get out here, look at these wide open spaces out here. So I'm saying this area, ugh. Look, all this whole area through here, that looks like that might be a little town. Oh, there's a gas station. So there's a lot of places they could be. Wait, Cal City doesn't have a Walmart? What's wrong with that? They don't have a Walmart. They have a dump station. It's a small area. Got a golf course. I'm not into desert. I am not into the desert. I'm into I'll be into the beach. I'll be into a place that's got a lot of nice trees and the mountains and all that. I'm just not into the desert. Oof. Yeah. I don't know exactly where in Cal City they lived. I haven't ever Googled that, but it's not a very big place at all. Yeah, it is surprising, Itzy, how neither one of them turned on each other. Monkey Vaughn case. I do know the Monkey Vaughn case because I remember when Fly Girl, do you remember when his mother got on there and was telling the YouTubers to please stop with the questioning and allow the police to do their job because they were interfering with the investigation? What's the status of Monkey Vaughn, though? Where's that one at? Where's that case at? $40 depending on the traffic. Trafficking spot, too? Oh, it has? I is so far out from everything. I guess it's no different than, we live out in the country. We're not right in the city anymore. So it's kind of the same concept. There's just no woods, no trees. Winter, did you just say what is Walmart? What would be the equivalent? I don't have You don't have Walmart? What would be the equivalent in UK? I don't know. My purpose is horrifying as it is to think. The first was most likely the dump and the fire possibly that destroyed the evidence of unaliving. The second could be anywhere from Cal City to actually, yeah. So, yeah, it's like I don't even know how, I don't know how to describe Walmart. Steve said it's a giant has everything store. And we make fun of people the way they dress when they go there. Because Walmart's one of those places that it just brings out all kinds of different people. And there's a joke. Like we have internet jokes about what people wear to Walmart. Because there are some skanky people that go in there. But I also shop at Walmart. So, whoa, hang on. So, there you go. Asda is like Asda. Target. Oh yeah. I like Target though. I think it's nicer. Okay. Let me do a refresh. Come on, guys. Give us something. Give us something. Nothing yet. I'm going to show you guys something. I wanted to show you guys some pictures, but I don't want to show you this person's profile because I don't know if it would be proper for me to do that. That's the only thing about Facebook, though. I'm looking up something. Hang on. I'm in the Bakersfield Now app looking for stuff. They don't have a whole lot of anything. I give props to KGET TV, man. They have been on this. And that's that Veronica. Is it Veronica? Yeah. Morley. They had their World War II Veterans Memorial. That's what she was seeing at the courthouse. World War II Veterans Memorial Board. When is Memorial Day? I don't even know. Gotta look it up. Is it next week? May 29th? All right. Let's see. Let's go back to what we were listening to before.
Home. So that's just kind of a list of all the places they went. At none of those places on any of the surveillance footage were Orrin and Orson ever seen. You'll hear from Wanda. She'll say she didn't hear the kids in the car. She didn't see them. She didn't necessarily look for them, but she didn't see them in the car. So Wanda West got in at the home at 1109 Potomac, all the way to Strata Credit Union, all the way back. At no point being in the car did she hear Orrin, did she hear Orson, or did she see any evidence of them in the car. This is that van. I circled it going to Strata Credit Union, again, Truxton and South H. This is Jacqueline and Trezell at the Gasco. That's at East California and Mount Vernon. Again, no sign of the children. December 19th, this is Superior Grocers. That's on Union and East California. I circled that Chevy van. It's quite recognizable, the van itself. We'll watch the video. It's there for about 20 minutes. At no point does Orrin and Orson ever exit that van, or are they seen? Now, moving forward to December 28th. At that point, the oldest son of Jacqueline and Trezell is re-interviewed by Sonia Barton. Who is Sonia Barton? She works for CPS. She's not a law enforcement officer. She interviews children. That's what she does. But on that date, she speaks to Adrian. That's a screenshot of him there sitting on the couch, December 28th of 2020. On that date, he told Sonia Barton that while they were still living at the apartment in Bakersfield, he heard noises in the night coming from Orrin. The first person to find Orrin in the morning was his parents. What he saw was Orrin. His color was fading. There was throw up coming out of his nose. And ultimately, he died at the apartment there on in Lotus Lane in Bakersfield. He told Sonia Barton, and also later in his testimony, that Trezell and Jacqueline did not call for any medical care for Orrin. Trezell went to grab something that looked like some form of medical device, maybe a stethoscope, but ultimately they didn't discuss getting medical care for Orrin. They let him die. What they did is they discussed keeping it a secret. Adrian, both in his interview and ultimately in later testimony, they asked him, that being Jacqueline and Trezell, if they should tell somebody or keep it a secret. And what you'll hear testimony is, through Adrian, is that he knew if they told somebody, they would be taken away from their parents. Now, as for Orson, again, this is based on what you'll hear in evidence in this case on Adrian's prior statement and testimony. Orson was in California City for about 4 days. At some point, Adrian heard a loud thud in the night. The day prior to hearing the thud, Orson was there. The day after the loud thud, Orson was gone, and he hasn't seen him since. He believed that Orson was taken back to his grandma's. Now, again, the time frame of that interview with Sonia Barton, that's December 28th. This is a call that was heard between Jacqueline, Trezell, and Adrian about 1 week later.
We're trying really, really hard to fix that. We really are. But some things were said, and we just got to prove to them that it's not true, And look, I just want you to know, you don't have to talk to anybody if you don't want to, okay? I don't want nobody to tell you what to say, nothing like that. You don't have to talk to nobody. I know they've been asking you a lot of questions, but if you don't want to talk to them, you don't have to, baby.
And as I said before, those 4 boys will be coming in to testify in this case. But that's their mother, Adrian's mother, about 1 week after he told them, the police, what had happened at the apartment in Bakersfield, trying to get him not to talk. Now, again, based on the information that they received, the officers began to go back and see if they can interview anyone that did see Orrin or Orson. They talked to the realtor, Robert Dees. He had gone out there prior to the West moving. He remembers seeing 5 children. He also specifically remembers 4 boys playing and 1 boy was mad, kind of with his arms crossed. He ultimately identified Orson as being there, but he only saw 5 children at California City. Now, the pest control individual, Joseph Karsham, he recalled 6 to 7 when he went in the home September 15th, but ultimately when they went out to the Chevy van because he wanted to spray the house, he saw 3 to 4 children walking out and 1 being carried out. Again, the math on that is 5 children. Maria Martinez, she was asked about whether or not she had seen Orrin and Orson from the date of moving to December 21st. When she was first interviewed, she didn't even know the names of Orrin and Orson. She said that she did not watch Orrin and Orson from September forward. And also, she told them about the time that she had visited October 10th and also some video calls. But when she was pressed on it, she ultimately says, I think they were there. I believe they were there. I can't be 100% sure because right there, I didn't see them. I didn't see their faces. They also asked the sister, Perla Martinez. And ultimately what she said through testimony is, and you'll hear her testimony in this case, she did have some video calls, but the camera moved around and she didn't really know who she was looking at or who was who. She does remember seeing Aiden, but that's all she remembers. So again, the police are trying to develop at any point, has anyone seen Orrin and Orson? I'm going to go through the timeline, a specific timeline of the move to California City. September 11th, that's when they got the keys from the realtor, Robert Dees. September 15th, that's when the pest control individual, first name Joseph, went to the house. September 17th, 2020, they went out to Cal City. And then I highlighted this date because it's going to become important in this case. September 18th, 2020, that's the day that Wanda West went out to Cal City to watch the boys so that Trezell and Jacqueline could move. Well, when she went out to California City to watch the boys, that did not include Orrin and Orson. That was only Adrian, Aiden, Devin, and Damien. September 18th, that's when Jacqueline and Trezell drive from California City to Bakersfield to pick up a U-Haul. Wanda West stays with the 4 boys. Again, Adrian, Aiden, Devin, and Damien. She had no sight of Orrin and Orson. She believed that they were at the grandmother's, Maria Martinez, in Bakersfield. And again, Maria Martinez will testify she did not watch Orrin and Orson. September 18th, they return. This is the U-Haul that they return in. The van itself stays in Bakersfield. Jacqueline and Trezell return to California City in this van. You'll hear testimony that it's a 2-seater. There is no space for children. There is no space for Orrin and Orson. There will be cell phone footage in this case.
Did you hear what they said about the van? Let me back that up a little bit. I remember when we were looking at this, I was questioning the size of it and if there was any kind of, usually the one that we had rented before had like a front seat that went all the way across. This apparently has like a 2-seater front seat, like a front of a van would have, right? But there's no back. It's just 2 front seats and that's it. Okay, moving on.
There is no space for children. There is no space for Orrin and Orson. There will be cell phone footage in this case, kind of give a sense of the trips back and forth, because it becomes important, their trips back and forth, because Wanda West helps them unload the vehicle, helps them watch the kids, takes Trezell to McDonald's, so does these things, and at no point does she see Orrin and Orson over the weekend of the 18th to the 20th. During that weekend, Trezell and Jacqueline are back and forth to Bakersfield in the U-Haul, picking up items. And again, Wanda West believes that Orrin and Orson are at Maria Martinez. There's going to be a lot of video in this case, but listen specific to what Jacqueline says about where Orrin and Orson are when they're moving. She says that Orrin and Orson are with her when they're moving. just showing some more back and forth between Bakersfield and California City. Ultimately, again, September 19th and 20th, Wanda and the 4 boys helped Trezell unload the U-Haul. Again, no sight of Orrin or Orson. On September 20th, Trezell and Wanda returned the U-Haul in California City. On September 20th, again, Trezell and Wanda come back to the house. Jacqueline, Trezell, Wanda, the 4 boys are all there. They hang out for a while. At no point is Orrin and Orson present. On that same day, Trezell and Wanda drive back to the apartments on Lotus Lane. Once they get there, Trezell gets in the van, drives out, gets on the freeway, and goes home. Again, at no point during this time are Orrin and Orson seen. You'll see through the evidence in this case that lines up directly with what Adrian said, the timeline, when Orrin and Orson went missing. July 25th, 2020, this is a photo of Orrin West. This is the last known photo ever taken of Orrin. It's recovered from the cell phones that were seized in this case. This is the last known photo of Orson, taken in the apartment at Lotus Lane, July 25th, 2020. Now, during one of the interviews, and it'll be played for you here, Jacqueline West talks about how she talked to her kids about Orrin and Orson. She said, "I told them, pretend they're not here. Just act like they don't live here. Just go do your work." She talked about what she did with Orrin and Orson. "I always keep them separated. I keep them separated. I focus mainly on schooling while they're playing. They don't really play together, but they have played together. I just don't know." But that's essentially what happened to Orrin and Orson. They were in that home, but they were kept separate. And then ultimately, sometime in September, they were killed and have not been seen since then. I've spoke about it, there'll be a lot of surveillance footage we look at. There will be a lot of interviews that we look at. Interviews of Jacqueline, interviews of Trezell. A lot of details that we will be going over. Things that they said, things that changed. And ultimately, the answer to the question of where are the boys will be answered. It's that they're dead. And at the end of the case, I will ask you to return a verdict of guilty beyond a reasonable doubt as to Trezell and Jacqueline for the murders of Orrin and Orson West. Thank you.
What do you guys think? I think he did good. What do y'all think? Oh, you're so nice, Steve. Everything I tell you what, when I started covering this case, I thought I knew a little bit about it. And then when I started following the trial, that's when I really learned about it. But I still don't know a lot. Like yesterday, where's NorCal girl at? She was on here yesterday and she was telling me some stuff. Of course, she's from that area. And she said that she thought a lot of things that were going around town, I guess rumors and stuff. I don't know if it was rumors or true stuff. She said, but there was a lot of stuff that was left out of this trial. There, like the pictures of his face and stuff. If you look at the pictures of them from when they were with their mother, or their first other foster mom, let me see if I can find one and show them to you guys. Well, here, I've got some of them. Let me put them up on the thing. These are some of the drawings that she did, but Opal did these, but now baby, he had baby fat. Little Orson, he had baby fat. It might be harder to tell than it would be with Orrin, the oldest one, but he does look skinny there. But see, he was at his foster mom's in that picture over to the left. Let me take this comment down. And I've got some more pictures of them. Hang on. That she did. These are all from Opal. So his face looks skinnier there than it does right in the on the far right than it does in the middle. But again, I think all these pictures were from the foster mom, not from T and J. I like that one. That's pretty. Doesn't she do great with these? I tell you what, those little faces, man, those faces, that's what got me from the start. It's cute little faces. Whew. Covered everything that needed to be covered. Yep. He broke it down. Well, you know, like I was saying when I was reading out the closings, I felt like when you're listening to the trial, so if you're the jury, you see things, so you probably remember it better. But listening to the trial, they broke up the questioning of the children in 2 different days, and they played the recordings of the children 2 or 3 different days. So it was like trying to piece it all together. It could get a little confusing, like what happened before, you know, what happened first. And he kind of put it all in its place in his closing, and you know, like here it is nicely presented in a folder to you guys. This is 1 2 3 4 5. Boom. I'm going to check Twitter one more time. Still nothing. They've only been back from their break for about 30 minutes, though. But I was noticing that we're not getting updates. Like, it takes a little bit for us to get the update. So, but so what? They give everybody a good 30 minutes. They say we've got a verdict, and they'll give everybody what, 30 minutes to pile in. Some people think that a news station's going to be covering it. One person said they thought Court TV would be. I've got both of those up on. I've got both of their streams up in case they do, but I don't know. If it's on YouTube, I'll be streaming it. I don't care. Like I said, I'm not monetizing this live stream. I'll take the slap on the hand. I'll take it down afterwards too. So, but I'm not seeing any updates from any news stations. I do know that KGET was one of them that had cameras in the courtroom. It was them and the 23 ABC. They've got the cameras in the courtroom. Let me pull up 23 ABC too and have them ready to roll in case we need them. And so I've got all 3 of those waiting. In case we have something. So the ladies that are there at the courtroom, they're also watching the trial of, was it Desiree Thompson or Desiree Smith? I looked that up the other night. Thompson, Desiree Thompson. That is going on like literally 4 doors down from their courtroom. And they've met the mother of her. And apparently she was, I'll tell you guys a little bit about her. Here, I'll screen share so you guys can see it. How long has it been, Tina Marie? It's been 30 minutes, a little more than 30 minutes since they've been in the redeliberating since their break, but we're going on almost 2 days now. Share screen share. But somebody else made a comment in here that they did have a lot of pieces of the puzzle to put together. So, yeah, so apparently she was missing since 2012. And in 2022, they found her. They found her remains. And I'm looking for a picture. Trying to see who did it. 60-year-old Jose William Lara was arrested in March and is facing charges of red rum in connection to her death, to which Lara pleaded not guilty. But he was just found guilty just like in the last hour. They announced it. I was looking for a picture of her. Let's see if I can find a picture. Here's one. That's her right there. 10 years. Can you imagine being a mother and for 10 years not knowing what's going on with your child? Horrible. So sad. Oh. Yeah. He did kind of, Winter says Oren looked a little bit like Trezell. He did kind of favor him a little bit. There was a lot of pieces to that puzzle, though, that they have to put together. I wonder how long that jury form is that they've got to fill out, the verdict forms. I think from what I've seen, CB, with all these people that are involved with the foster system, that do, like a lot of these foster moms and stuff, they're all very bonded together. It seems like they get together and do all kinds of stuff to raise awareness. And gosh, if you're fostering a child or children, how do you have time? But they find it. Yeah. Hater says Trezell tried to say he was adopting little black boys because they need help and guidance. Can you imagine? Well, it's just beyond me that they felt like they had to get rid of Orson, and Oren passed away. And if it were truly an accidental choking, why didn't they call 911? I don't get it. I think he was choking and then they found him and he was just, they knew. They knew they did it. They knew it was their fault one way or the other. So they're going to cover their butts. And then having Orson there, I don't know. How do you, they could have just said that Orton just disappeared or walked off, just like they did, both of them walked off, So why would they have to do that to Orson? Unless they were worried about the connection with the biological family. That's the only thing I can think of. Itzy says she will never believe it was an accident. I don't think it was an accident. I don't think they intentionally, I don't think they cared. And then when he passed, they were like, "Oh crap, what are we gonna do now?" It wasn't like, "Oh my gosh." No, it was, "Oh well, what are we gonna do now?" And let's hide it. Let's hide the whole, everything about it. Let's get the hell out of here because the bio family knows we live where we live here in Bakersfield. So let's pick up everything. Like the prosecutor said, they had 3 months to plan. They changed their phones. They changed their where they lived. And they hightailed it over to Cal City saying that they were going to live off the grid because that was what they wanted to do. They wanted to live off the grid. They weren't living off the grid. They were trying to go somewhere where nobody would bother them or see them, or, maybe they were going to keep up this whole thing of him being lost for as long, for a really long time. And then Wanda West was just adamant about the fact that she wanted to see the kids at Christmas. They maybe came to the realization that there's no way we can keep saying he's just missing, or that he's here and he's not here. The oldest child, when he testified, flat out said that they were abusing them. Yes. That they were beating them with a belt, with Trezell was hitting them with the belt, but with the side that had the buckle on it. So it would actually, it caused blood. And instead of stopping when he caused blood, he just kept on more and more. These people are messed up in the head. How do you do that to a child? And then keeping them separated. The fact that children kept saying they were crying all the time tells me that the parents were also complaining. You know how a kid will say the same thing their parents say? They just repeat stuff. I think the parents complained all the time about their crying. I think they probably got punished because they were crying. And they were hungry or in pain or wanted attention, motherly love that they weren't getting. That's why they were crying. Correct, Cinnamon Toast. If they were a source of income, so if they hide the truth, they're still collecting money. Oh, I wonder if that charge could ever be, or because I didn't even think about that. I wonder how long they got money. So let's say it happened in September. I think it would be hard to prove though. If it happened in September and they went October and November and December and collected their adoption money, isn't there some kind of charge you could take them on there for stealing? What do they call that? It's like somebody taking someone's Social Security benefits and saying that they're alive. Is that embezzle? That's not embezzle. What's the word I'm looking for? I think that the case against the real mom, you had two different sides of the spectrum when you were dealing with CPS. You had on one side, you had someone who was probably really trying to do what was best for the boys, and it probably got out of hand, and they were like, "No, this should never get in a back," type thing. And then on the other side, where they just passed him over to Trezell and Jackie, you're talking about somebody who just didn't really do a lot of follow up, didn't care. Federal fraud. Thank you. And don't forget the thump in the night. Remember the thump in the night? How could there be a thump in the night? What if, this is crazy, but let's just say, I mean, we've seen crazy lately, right? What if they both passed because they just weren't taking care of them or doing what they were supposed to do? What if Orson finally his body just gave out on him too? And what if he fell out of his wheelchair or something, or not wheelchair, but like let's say he was in his baby seat or something and he pulled himself up. What if he fell out and he was like had a distance to the floor, and that was the thump in the night they heard? I still don't get that part. Seems like if they heard a thump in the night, it'd have to be a pretty hard one. I'm doing a check right now to see what's going on with the updates. Oh no, you guys, the jury is about to be released for the day, and they're not coming back until 11 a.m. tomorrow. The bailiff said the reason for the late start is that there are some scheduling issues in the morning. Son of a biscuit eater. There you go. Another day. I know. No, they're just not enough good foster homes. Just another Smith. One p.m. Central. Yeah. Mo. Yeah, I try not to cuss too much. See, if you cuss and you have a really southern accent like I do, you come across like a real big redneck. So I try not to cuss. I might still come across like a big old redneck. I don't know. Anyway, you guys. And I'm allowed to say that word too because I was born and raised in Alabama. So don't give me any heat in the comments about it. All right. Tomorrow. That's it. We'll be back tomorrow. I'll be here at 1 p.m. Central, 11 p.m. Pacific. You guys get some rest. Y'all have a good night. And if you have children, go hug them and love on them. And I'll see y'all in the morning, okay? Bye.